Freddie Mercury, the great Freddie Mercury. You gonna get in trouble playing that song. My breath stinks. It smells like a butthole.
Well, you are what you eat.
What time is it?
It's Podblast time! That's right. It's Podblast time. I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper. And there's a reason I played that song at the top, that Queen song. I'm a big Queen fan. That song, Don't Stop Me Now, was on the Jazz album from 1978. And I was kind of perturbed by something I saw when I was watching television this past week. There was an ad, and it was for, let me just play it. They used that song. Queen apparently has sold out, and it was very upsetting to me. Let me just play you a little bit of this commercial that really was distressing, I think. Here it is. Oh my God, that was for Lego. Now, I love Legos growing up, but I cannot believe that that great song was reduced to a Lego commercial, and it just sounds so dumb, and I was so pissed when I first saw it. Maybe I should relax. Maybe it's not that big a deal. But at any rate, listen, we've got a great show for you. Or I do. I sound like I'm a schizo. Chance Bartels, has a great nostalgic podblast for you, talking about things in the past and the present. And I'm going to highlight a soap opera to start. Now, fellas, don't tune out just yet, because I'm going to have a really fun beer tagline game, including some great jingles, classic beer jingles from the past that should really put a smile on your face and make you want to go take a piss. But I would go and get a 12-pack or a mini keg and pop one open. Gonna have a good show tonight. Now, this past week, we're towards the end of November, Thanksgiving 2021, and on November 17th and 18th, back in 1981, there was a big television event on General Hospital, and it was the big wedding of Luke and Laura. But did you know that the ratings for that fictional wedding, 30 million plus, by the way, it's a daytime TV record that's never been shattered to this day, over 40 years ago. That even beat the real life wedding of Prince Charles and Lady Di in 1981, earlier that same year, back in 1981. But there's a bit of a controversy. And here's what it is. This would never happen in today's times with the Me Too movement. Luke Spencer, who married Laura, did you know he raped her in an earlier storyline? I'm not going to play that clip because I think it's sick that a writer came up with a storyline where a friggin' rapist married his victim, and that she allowed that to happen, that she married her attacker. I just think it's kind of like that old movie Endless Love, which was Tom Cruise's first movie, by the way. I think it was from the same year, 1981. Oh my God, over 40 years ago, where Brooke Shields is basically being stalked. And at the end of the movie, it's implied she gets together with the stalker. Really weird movie. And Tom Cruise was not the stalker, if you haven't seen it. He had a small speaking part wearing these tight, short cut-off blue jean shorts. And the rumor is he had that movie blocked, the original Endless Love, not the remake from 2013 that I worked on. I played a EMT. I had to drive an ambulance, and I lied to get that part. I said I was a real EMT in Noonan, Georgia. And I'm digressing here. When I got in the ambulance, I didn't realize you started with your thumb. I'm like, where's the keys at? And the dude next to me, who was not a real EMT, but he was dressed up as one, he was like, it's right there, don't you? Even he knew. You press the button, it's a truck. Anyway, I had to do some precision driving and stuff, and I had this beard, and I saved the main character, that stud. I forget his name. He was in Magic Mike, but he was in the remake of Endless Love. Anyway, I'm all over the place. Let's get back to General Hospital. The 1981 season was very significant in television history for General Hospital. Tell you why. I'm going to highlight some of the things now. Not only did you have the Luke and Laura wedding, but you had big-time talent. Rick Springfield joined the cast in March of 1981. I got a couple clips of him. And he had been on TV for a while on shows like Wonder Woman and Battlestar Galactica, the very first one. He got killed off right away in the first Battlestar Galactica. But Elizabeth Taylor, the Elizabeth Taylor, had a stint in 1981 on General Hospital. And then also later that year in production, it aired in January 1982, but shot in 81, so it counts as the 1981 season in terms of production. You had the character of Blackie introduced, and that was played by John Stamos, years before he was Uncle Jesse in Full House. Of course, to Generation Xers like me, Uncle Jesse was an old redneck with a beard who brought up the Duke boys. Uncle Jesse. But anyway, the Uncle Jesse that he played was in San Francisco, and everybody knows that sitcom with the Olsen twins. And the troubled Lori Loughlin, who had to lie to get her daughter into a prestigious Ivy League school. I think it was an Ivy League school. Anyway, let's start. I'm going to play a clip of the original opening to General Hospital. I owe some of the ladies in the audience this topic, and this is just the beginning of the show. I'm not going to dwell on soap operas because it's a real groaner for some people. But let me just play for you how the original opening to General Hospital sounded. And there was a sci-fi story. That's how I got sucked in. I was in 5th grade in 1981, and I watched this after school because, and we're going to talk about Ted Turner in a little bit, on Ted Turner's Superstation, they stopped airing The Space Giants, which was a Japanese into English dubbed giant monster series with Lugo Man, Goldar, Silvar Gam, Rodak, this alien was trying to take over theirs. I digress. They stopped running it in 1981, so I watched General Hospital. Why? Because there was this incredible sci-fi storyline in September 1981, The Ice Princess. And this actor, John Colicos, played a madman who was going to freeze the world for ransom. And they had to go to this island in the South Pacific to stop this guy. And he had like a weather control device. They stole this plot from a Bionic Woman, $6 Million Man crossover 3-part show called Kill Oscar, the first one with the fembots. Anyway, the sci-fi geeks out there know what I'm talking about. But getting back to General Hospital, I've got some key clips here. See if I can find. Yeah, here is the classic opening to General Hospital. It's only like 40 seconds. No, 19 seconds long. Here it is. There you have it. There you have it. There you have it. Now, I got some bloopers I'm going to play that are uncensored. God dang, I'm having all sorts of technical problems. By the way, I tried to start the show earlier today, and it's a good thing I didn't. I made a couple mistakes, and I wasn't happy with the start because it's live. If you're listening on fistfulofradio.com, I do this live in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic with a C, Podblast. But long story short, I wasn't happy with the way the show started, so I stopped it. And I'm glad I did because I'm playing with my bunny rabbit. Yes, I adopted a bunny rabbit. And Lord, I prayed for a Playboy bunny. A Playboy bunny. And what did you give me? You gave me a Largo bunny. By the way, is Key Largo? Does that mean Key Bunny? Anyway, so I'm feeding my bunny, and then I hear this horrendous crash. Glass, everything. I thought, oh, shit, what happened? Sorry about the language. So I go into this room I'm in right now if you're watching on camera. And then behind me, there's a TV monitor. God bless America. And below that is an original Atari 5200 series arcade console. And it's got an adapter for 2600, but that's another story. Well, the monitor is on top of the Atari. The lamp behind me is on the ground. The lampshades across the room. What happened was, what this monitor is resting on, it's a piece of wooden furniture on wheels. And I had adjusted it to make sure that the monitor was in the camera shot. And I guess it wasn't stable. But, I mean, it must have been 45 minutes after I moved it. But luckily, the only damage was to the lampshade. Like it got bent, the metal piece that it rests on, and I had another lamp in another room. I just swapped it out, and I was a man. I got pliers, fixed the other lamp that's in the other room, So but it would have happened live. If I were on when this happened, it probably would have hit me in the head. It would have stopped the whole flow of the show of the Nostalgic Podblast. Anyway, let me get back on track with what we're talking about, what I'm talking about. Got a lot of good stuff, and we're going to play a beer tagline game. That's going to be a lot of fun with some classic jingles. We talked about that a little while ago. I know I'm repeating myself. So, over 40 years ago in 1981, TV audiences saw a lot of cool things in terms of pop culture on General Hospital. And as I said, ratings records were set and broken. And I'm going to highlight some of the most significant events of 1981 on General Hospital. As I said, Rick Springfield joined the cast. A madman attempted to freeze the world for ransom, including Port Charles, the fictional city that the hospital in General Hospital is located in. Legendary actress Elizabeth Taylor was on the show. And I already talked about the ratings. 30 million people tuned in. It was a huge, huge deal. And the dates that Luke and Laura married, Anthony Geary played Luke, Jeannie Francis played Laura. And do you know that the husband, real life husband of Jeannie Francis is Jonathan Frakes from Star Trek The Next Generation, of all things? With the beard, he plays number one, meaning number one in command under Jean-Luc Picard. I think they got married in the 80s, I think in 1988 or something. I don't know. But they've been together all these years. So that happened. And by the way, earlier this year, somebody in social media land incorrectly, it was like in the summer, like in June, said 40 years ago today, Luke and Laura married on General Hospital. And at the time, I was like, no, I knew it was in November because I saw it because I'm old. And I'm right. It was November 17th and 18th when the make-believe couple of Luke and Laura married in a 2-day event on ABC TV, beating the Prince Charles and Lady Di. That just blows my mind that it beat the real-life merger of Prince Charles and Lady Di that same year. So here's the setup to General Hospital, and then I'll play a couple clips for you. In July 1979, Laura married a guy named Scotty, a different character, and he begins law school while she begins working at the campus disco, which is managed by Luke. She becomes attracted to Luke as he flirts with her, but shows no outward interest in him. Luke is involved with mobster Frank Smith, who orders him to kill anti-mafia senatorial candidate Mitch Williams on election night. Distraught over his unrequited love for Laura and the fact he could literally die during the assassination attempt, Luke vows to hold her in his arms before he dies. As the song Rise plays by Herb Alpert, Luke rapes Laura on the floor of the disco. This is very serious. I'm not making light of this. This is TV history, and can you believe it? Can you believe someone wrote this trash? Conflicted, Laura admits to being raped, but does not name Luke as her attacker. On election night, she throws his car keys away to keep him from killing Mitch, the candidate. Roy does the hit and apparently dies in Bobby's arms after being shot by Mitch's security detail. Frank, furious at Luke, demands he marry Frank's daughter, Jennifer. To get out of this marriage, Luke orders Laura to tell Scotty he raped her. She refuses and gets jealous when she observes Luke flirting with Jennifer. Scotty tells Laura she has to quit her job at the disco. On her last night, she shares a romantic kiss with Luke. Horrified, she slaps him. Later, she accidentally gets locked in his office, overhearing Luke and Frank discussing mob business. When Frank discovers her, he forces her to continue to work at the disco. She tells Luke not to marry Jennifer. He traps Laura on a sailboat and forces her to admit she wants him just as much as he wants her. When she does so, he releases her from his arms and tells her to go to the authorities and how it was rape, as he believes it wasn't. She refuses. He realizes he is in too deep with the mob to ever be with Laura. She writes him a letter expressing her feelings, trying to break the bond between them, which Scotty finds on the day of Luke and Jennifer's wedding. Scotty interrupts the ceremony on Frank's yacht and knocks Luke overboard. leading everyone to believe he was dead. Later in the scuffle around the yacht, Laura is walking by Luke and grabs her ankle from the water. Luke grabs her ankle from the water. She helps him get away, and they decide to be on the run. This is so outlandish. He stole Frank's encoded black book, which holds the details of his criminal dealings. They could be free of the mob and be together if they could decode the book. So they flee Port Charles as Frank's men pursue them. While on the run, Luke and Laura dance at Wyndham's department store before ending up in the rural town of Beecher's Corners. They pose as newlyweds, Lloyd and Lucy Johnson, and are able to evade Frank's men. Jefferson, Hutch, Smith, Hutchinson, and Sally, who were after them, who was revealed was really Max Hedges in drag. Eventually, Luke and Laura find enough evidence to have Frank arrested. They celebrate by making love. On their return to Port Charles, the press bombards them. Still traumatized from the press attention she endured after David's death, Laura declares she still considers herself Scott's wife. A heartbroken Luke rejects her after hearing that. See, just what a horrible, horrible story. But here's the part I like. This is what attracted me as a young person to General Hospital, the Ice Princess saga. While Laura attempts to find Scotty, who has fled to Mexico, she continues to pursue Luke and moves into the same apartment building that he lives in. Meanwhile, Luke takes a job with wealthy Edward Quartermain and his niece Alexandria, who are searching for the Ice Princess, the world's largest uncut diamond. Also in pursuit of the diamond is Mikos Cassadine, played by John Colicos. I'll talk about him in a second. He's a great character actor, no longer with us. But Mikos Cassadine is a wealthy Greek tycoon bent on world domination. This storyline was actually, at least from a fifth grader's eyes, I bet if I watch it today, and it's on YouTube, some of it, I'd think it really sucked balls. But I loved it at the time when I was a kid. I thought it was a really good story. Luke and Laura reconcile and decide to get married when Robert Scorpio, played by Tristan Rogers, an agent for the World Security Bureau, get this, that stands for WSB, the World Security Bureau, informs Luke the statue the diamond is hidden in also contains a formula for a dangerous substance called carbonic snow that is a powerful enough agent to freeze Port Charles. Alexandria, working with Mikos brothers Victor and Tony, acquires the diamond and decides to deliver it aboard Titan, the Cassadine's yacht, and brings several Port Charles residents with her. Luke and Robert stow away on the yacht. They are shocked to discover Laura has done so as well. The trio arrive at Miko's private island in the Atlantic and discover, I said Pacific earlier, in the Atlantic, to discover he is planning on using the Ice Princess to hold the world for ransom, threatening to send the world into a new ice age. He also reveals Port Charles is to be used as an example, and soon the city is plunged into a blizzard. I loved this, despite it being the middle of the summer. Alexandria and Tony are killed when they try to stop Mikos. Luke is able to figure out the correct password to turn off Mikos' machine, the weather control machine. So ludicrous. After struggling with Luke, Mikos is killed. Luke, Laura, and Robert are hailed as heroes when they return to Port Charles. As Luke and Laura prepare to marry, Lee Baldwin reveals he drunkenly burned Scott and Laura's divorce papers. Dun, dun, dun! Lee attempts to find Scott in Mexico, but when they are unable to, Laura decides to have a Mexican divorce. Risky, since the divorce would be invalid should Scott ever contest it. Now, this Mikos, the actor who played him, John Colicos, before he was in General Hospital playing this man hell-bent on world domination, he was a Klingon in the original Star Trek with William Shatner, a Klingon named Kor, spelled K-O-R. And also, he was in Battlestar Galactica and other shows. You've recognized him. I'm going to play a clip of him in a minute. He had a great, great voice. But John Colicos was born on Monday, December 10th, 1928 in Toronto, Canada. He died at age 71 after a series of heart attacks. And he died on Monday, March 6th in the year 2000 in Toronto, Canada, where he was born. Now, I want to play a quick clip of John Colicos in Battlestar Galactica. He got his head chopped off, okay, in the theatrical version of Battlestar Galactica. There was a 3-hour pilot that aired September 17th, 1978 on ABC TV. was like 7 years old, and I was allowed to stay up till 11 o'clock to watch it. That was the latest I ever stayed up at that point in my life. But John Colicos was in it. You remember the Cylons? But the 3 hour event was called Saga of a Star World, and they released it theatrically to cash in on the Star Wars craze at the time. And there was a version where he gets his head chopped off. In the theatrical version of Battlestar Galactica, John Colicos has his head cut off by a Cylon Raider who pulls out a sword and just chops his head right off. In the TV version, he is spared being executed. Let me just quickly play, if I could get my gosh darned clip machine to work, a clip of John Colicos. You'll recognize his voice. This is the very end of the pilot, the 3 hour event. He's being dragged in before the Imperious leader by Cylons. He's lumbering and...
You are Volta?
As if you don't remember,
My predecessor has left me with a difficult choice.
Your predecessor
Was destroyed by your peers. A foolish miscalculation of the will of your people.
But I tried to warn him. I could have helped. I could have prevented his...
Yes. I have examined your epistle, suggesting you would be able to locate the humans.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I think, as they do, I know where they will go, what they must do.
I find your reasoning logical.
Then I am to be
Spared.
to serve the Empire.
No. To serve your people. To help us extend a hand of truce.
Truce?
My predecessor was programmed at a time when our empire was less capable of tolerance. Now that we are omnipotent, we can afford to be more charitable. You will explain my policy of goodwill. I have spared you. I will spare them.
They are not likely to be receptive.
I will send with you a base star entirely under your command. Lucifer?
Lucifer enters. This weird robot enters the room. Lucifer the robot. And the voice of Lucifer the robot was none other than Jonathan Harris, who was Dr. Smith on Lost in Space. That voice as the Imperious leader is Patrick McNay, best known as from the Avengers show, the British espionage show. He acted with Honor Blackman, who played Pussy Galore in Goldfinger, the third James Bond movie. Before that was released, that was on television, Patrick McNay. And then he was with Emma Peel, played by Diana Rigg, who passed away a couple years ago. So I love that voice. I love both their voices. But on General Hospital, 3 years after that Battlestar Galactica stint where he played the villain, Baltar. You haven't seen the last of Baltar, Dama! That was a big dramatic moment where, sorry, I'm all over the place. I just love this scene in Lost Planet of the Gods episode of Battlestar Galactica, a two-parter, which was the next two episodes after the 3 hour premiere. And at the end of part two, they're in this planet, and it's shown that like humanity came from like a pyramid, like an Egyptian type world out in space. And anyway, he gets entombed, and he's cursing Adama. You haven't seen the last of Baltar, Adama. Big overactor. But I want to play a clip now from General Hospital, and then we'll move on to some other stuff, some fun stuff. Don't want to just talk about General Hospital all night. Here is the first clip with John Colicos. And there's all these rich people. They're on his island. They're partying, probably doing drugs or something. This is 1981. But let's listen to the introduction of this character. who wants to take over the world. It's a big party.
Who'd ever dreamed there'd be a place like this underground?
Mikos Cassadine thinks of everything.
And since well, I'll drink to that. This is a marvelous place.
Mikos does not do things halfway.
He certainly doesn't.
Yes, no details ever escape Mikos' attention.
What's he like?
Mikos? Mikos Cassadine has always been a man of mystery. An enigma.
People are gambling,
Most
partying.
influential families in history, and yet his life is a secret, known only to a handful of people.
He's never even seen in public. In fact, I've never seen him. Well, I'm sure he hasn't seen you either, especially on the stage. Well, he does have my movies flown in for private screenings. Oh, I'm sure you'd like to believe that.
Please, everyone, can we enjoy ourselves? Now listen, everyone. My brother Mikos has hand-selected each one of you to be here. He has assembled us here because he believes in us and believes that we'll all share with him his new vision of the world.
What do you mean by his new vision of the world?
Or why don't we save your questions till later?
Your patience will be rewarded. I can assure you that.
Friends and associates, I give you Mikos Cassadine.
I love the music.
Friends. With your
Sounds like-
permission, Mikos.
Behind the green door or something. Good Lord. Now, this is a little bit of a long clip. Not that long. Well, 5 minutes. That's a long clip. But it's significant. I think this was a really cool storyline and a good part of TV history. It's kind of lost. But you can see parts of this on YouTube. Like this particular clip on YouTube is titled General Hospital 1981, introducing Mikos Cassadine. And that's spelled Mikkos. Mikos Cassadine. Cassadine. And then we're going to talk about Ted Turner. Got a lot of other topics. I have a lot of fun stuff lined up tonight. But let me just continue with General Hospital and then we'll move on.
Welcome. We've never met, but of course I know who all of you are. Tiffany, I'm delighted that you're here. I've enjoyed your films and have always been a fan of yours.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Nigel? General Kaluga.
Sir.
I have long been an admirer of your military exploits. I think you'll be a great help to us here.
Thank you, sir.
Corinne, I understand that you are with the General. I hope you enjoy your stay here.
I'm sure I will.
Noel. I must confess that I am a secret admirer of yours.
Are you?
I am. Patrician beauty wedded to an agile intellect is a rare combination. And the negotiating you did in Argentina last May, brilliant.
You know about that?
Maximilian von Stadt, at last we meet.
I'm impressed you know of Noel's secret negotiations in my behalf.
You are a diplomat without peer. I always follow your adventures with acute interest. Your advice in the days ahead will be invaluable to me.
I welcome the challenge.
I trust satisfied with your rooms, and that you enjoy this crystal room as I do. Just one warning. That door opens only to my touch. Please don't attempt to enter it without me. Now, do any of you have any questions?
Yes. How long are we going to be your guests here?
6 weeks.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the weeks will fly by like days, I assure you.
6 weeks? Oh, well, I guess we'll just have to plan on spending a lot of time on the beach then. We'll just get a good tan for the winter.
We have a very beautiful place here. Saunas, jacuzzis, exercise rooms, a library, a movie theater, and many more marvelous things for your enlightenment, entertainment, comfort. The food is of the finest. I personally selected 3 chefs, the very best, from France, Greece, Italy. They will provide for your every culinary desire. Now, why would anyone want to leave such a paradise?
Oh, well, I, for one, have to get back to the, my stuff.
Dinner.
Oh, yeah. Here's this. Very good. Mikos, I have never...
Anyway, I'm going on and on with that, but got one other quick clip. Hey, I want to say, hey, Jay Raymer out there, he's commenting as I'm live on Facebook. If you're listening on fistfulofradio.com, I do this live in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. He says, as he watches on camera, is just your studio or is your entire place full of shelves of stuff? Yes. I have collectibles all over the place. And he says, fembots, nipple guns. Yep. From he's talking about the fembots from Austin Powers 2 specifically, the parody. But they were on the Bionic Woman first and the $6 Million Man in 1976. How you doing, Jay? So I'm going to play one other quick clip. This is where Luke is battling this madman. Let me just play a little bit. And he's trying to deactivate his device that will freeze the world.
How unfortunate that it must end this way. Just when I thought I'd found a man of wit and courage to succeed me as ruler of the earth.
I'll make you a fair trade, Mikos.
You're in no position to bargain.
Kill me, but pull back the lever. Don't freeze poor Charles.
You trade your life to see me adjust that lever?
If that's the only choice I got.
Yeah. Very well, Mr. Spencer. I will move the lever to the maximum limits.
What are you doing?
Punching out the code.
For what?
Instructions to the computer to put Port Charles into a total freeze. In 90 minutes, it will begin.
Dramatic
All the doors
shit.
are now secured. Sit down, Mr. Spencer. Watch the monitors. Let me show you what's happening around the world before you say goodbye to it.
Charles, l'État de New York. Le temps continue ses ravages. Les autorités compétentes essaient de comprendre les changements inattendus de température. Les habitants, évidemment, ne comprennent pas ce qu'il se passe et j'espère qu'ils vont pouvoir très...
Il mistero parlando di fare a passare presto. La temperatura c'è contendo la città America di Port Charles, Нова York. Невероятный мороз в американском городе Порт Чарльз, штата Нью-Йорк. Принесло много лишения и неудобства.
All right, so you see Russia, you get the point. I'm going to have to cut the clip because I've got so much to cover, and this is probably really boring. It's more fun to watch it instead of just hearing it. But this all led up to Luke and Laura's wedding. This whole storyline with the Ice Princess began in September 1981, leading up to the wedding. So Luke and Laura finally marry, as I've mentioned before, on Tuesday, November 17th, 1981, in a lavish ceremony officiated by the mayor of Port Charles, with hundreds of residents from Port Charles and Beecher's Corner in attendance. Bobby and Laura are able to come to an uneasy truce since they both love Luke. However, Mikos' widow, Helena Cassadine, then portrayed by Academy Award-winning actress Elizabeth Taylor, arrives. She secretly places a curse on the couple during their reception as she blames the duo for her husband's death, the man that was trying to take over the world for ransom. Later, Scott arrives. After catching Laura's bouquet, he declares he is contesting his divorce. It's kind of like the movie Mrs. Robinson. What's that movie? You know, what was that? The Graduate. The Graduate. You know, it's kind of like you better. What is it? If anyone has anything to say, now's your chance, or hold your peace, whatever the F it is. Anyway, after catching Laura's bouquet, he declares he is contesting his divorce. As had occurred at Luke's aborted wedding to Jennifer, the men begin to fight. This time, Luke is the victor. So here's a very, very brief clip of the wedding of Luke and Laura on General Hospital over 40 years ago, which over 30 million people watched on television. Let's see here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to play while I find earlier today. Everything I've tried to do has gone wrong. Here's the wedding. Gosh darn it. Here's the nuptials.
After me.
I, Laura Weber Baldwin,
I, Laura Weber Baldwin,
take thee, Lucas Lorenzo Spencer,
take thee, Lucas Lorenzo Spencer,
to be my lawful wedded husband,
to be my lawful wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health,
Yeah, we know the
to
drill.
love and to cherish, until death do us part. And thereto I pledge thee my troth.
Close up on
For as
Luke.
much as Luke and Laura have consented together in holy wedlock and have witnessed the same before God in this company, and thereto have given and pledged their troth, each to the other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving a ring, and by joining hands, by the power vested in me by the authority of the state of New York, I pronounce that they are husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
So that moment remains the highest rated soap opera episode in American daytime television history. Now here's a clip of Rick Springfield with Elizabeth Taylor I want to play for you guys. And then I'll mention the origin of Rick Springfield. I'm going to play some of his music too, if you don't mind. But let's see. Yeah, here we go. Here is a little brief scene between, this is when, here we go. This is when Elizabeth Taylor's character is introduced on General Hospital. She visits the hospital at Port Charles. She bumps into Rick Springfield.
Oh, you look a little winded.
I don't know. When did I think I'm totally confused? This wedding is turning into be a three-ring circus.
And you love it. Come on, admit it.
It's getting to me, but yeah, I do love it.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to walking with Laura on my arm tomorrow. Jesse, what is this thing about Mrs. Cassidy?
Your guess is as good as mine. All I know is that Steve is waiting for her in the boardroom, and he'd like you to meet him there.
This better be worth it. Thanks, Jesse.
Nurse Lanham, report to X-ray. Nurse Lanham.
Will you inform Dr. Steve Hardy that Mrs. Cassadine is here, please?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Cassadine. Dr. Hardy's expecting you. He's in the boardroom.
Thank you. It's just down the hall on the left. Young man,
Yes, Mrs. Cassadine.
Rick Springfield?
have we met?
No, but you're expected. Dr. Hardy's in the boardroom with the others.
So I was informed. Would you be kind enough to escort me there?
Would be my pleasure. My name's Drake, Noah Drake.
Dr. Drake?
Third-year resident.
All right. I just love that crap. You know, I don't know. I call me a sucker. I thought that was a really good year of General Hospital. Again, this is from the child's eyes. You know, I must have been like 10 years old or something. Anyway, about Rick Springfield, then we'll get back to Elizabeth Taylor briefly and play some uncensored bloopers of hers when she was acting over 40 years ago in General Hospital. Rick Springfield was born Richard Lewis Springthorpe. And of course, he's a musician, singer, songwriter, and actor. Yeah, his acting sucks, really. But he played Dr. Noah Drake, as you just heard. And also he played his lookalike, a rock star Eli Love on General Hospital. And as I mentioned earlier in the Podblast tonight, I'd seen him acting in an episode of Wonder Woman on CBS, season 2 of Wonder Woman. And then he was also, as I mentioned, in the very first episode of Battlestar Galactica, which aired on September 17th, 1978, as Apollo and Athena's ill-fated younger brother, Zach, whom the robot Cylons murder in a space ambush. Let me just quickly play. This is like 5 seconds long. This is where he gets whacked. No, it's actually longer than that, but not too much longer. Where the Cylons take out Rick Springfield's character. That's right here. Here we go. Hate doing this live. He's in space. He's in the Viper ship. Here come the Cylon Raider spaceships. And he's running out of fuel. Rick Springfield's character Zach's trying to get back to the Galactica. That's what's happening.
Blue Flag 2 in trouble. Request emergency approach.
He gets his head blown up. Looks like his head was microwaved. It was a cool effect. I loved it. Right there. It did a cool effect where it looked like his head exploded.
What was that?
That was my son, Mr. President.
Lauren Green. Yeah, so he's dead. All right. So Richard Lewis Springthorpe, later known as Rick Springfield, I didn't know this, was born in South Wentworthville, a western suburb of Sydney, Australia, on August 23rd, 1949. And Rick Springfield is the son of Norman Springthorpe, an Australian Army career officer, and Eileen, his mother. He has an older brother, Mike Springthorpe. Due to his father's Army career, the Springthorpe family moved to London, where they lived between 1960 to 1962. The family moved back to Australia in June 1962, where they settled in the Melbourne suburb of Ormond in Australia. Flash forward to 1981. Springfield continued to write and record, and in 1981 released his next album titled Working Class Dog. It spawned the single Jesse's Girl, which peaked at #1 for 2 weeks on the Billboard Hot 100 and on the Australian Kent Music Report singles chart. It became a worldwide hit. Rick Springfield won the 1981 Grammy Award for Best Male Rock Vocal Performance. Working Class Dog reached to #7 on the Billboard 200 charts. Another top 10 single from the album was the Sammy Hagar written I've Done Everything for You. I've done everything for you. You've done nothing for me. Remember that one? Springfield went on to have success with follow-up albums titled Success Hasn't Spoiled Me Yet in 1982 and Living in Oz in 1983. Now, I'm going to try to get away with playing a clip of Jesse's Girl, and this is a live performance from 1985 in front of a massive crowd. Let me just play some of this because I like the song, but I like Don't Talk to Strangers better than Jesse's Girl. But let's listen to some of Jesse's Girl.
Jesse is a friend. Yeah, I know he's been a good friend of mine. But lately something's changed, it ain't hard to define. Jesse's got himself a girl and I wanna make her mine. And she's watching him with those eyes, and she's loving him with that body, I just know it. And he's holding her in his arms late at night. I wish that I had Jesse's girl. I want Jesse's girl. The charade, there doesn't seem to be a reason to change. I feel so dirty when they start talking cute. I want to tell her that I love her, but the point is probably moot. Cause she's watching him with those eyes, and she's loving him with that body, I just know it. And he's holding her in his arms late at night. No, I wish that I had Jesse's girl. Jesse's girl. Where can I find her? Jesse's girl.
gets a bit repetitive. So let's talk about General Hospital and we'll move on. I've been promising that for half an hour. In 1981, Rick Springfield became a soap opera star on General Hospital. Rick's first episode aired on Wednesday, March 25th, 1981. He had signed a contract with RCA Records and already recorded that album, Working Class Dog, which neither he nor his agent had expected would do very well, which is why Springfield took the soap role. But that song, Jesse's Girl, went to number 1, and Springfield ended up both playing the role of Dr. Noah Drake from 81 through 83, while simultaneously going on tour with his band. Rick Springfield's last episode of General Hospital aired Thursday, January 27th, 1983. The success of that song, Jesse's Girl, boosted the ratings of the show General Hospital, which, according to Rick Springfield, quote, became the biggest show on TV for that summer. Yeah, it's true. And the fame from the show likewise boosted the sale of the song. Springfield returned years later in December 2005, in 2009, and then again in 2013 for the 50th anniversary of General Hospital. But I like that Don't Talk to Strangers better, and he's a pretty talented guitar player. Let me play a little clip of that Don't Talk to Strangers song. I hope I can get away with this, so the bots don't get me, the robots that are always looking to cause me problems. Okay, here we go. Here's a live performance. Sometimes you can play live performances and not have an issue. Don't talk. People are like, you, Chance, you stop talking. I'm sick of hearing you. Don't talk. Isn't it interesting? This is sort of a side note because he was born in Australia, but he talks like an American, which he pretty much is. Isn't it funny how like British artists, when they sing, you don't hear their accent. They sound like Americans. Isn't that interesting how when one sings, you don't hear their accent? But anyway, as I mentioned a moment ago, Springfield was asked to return to General Hospital in 2005, and he did. First appearing on December 2nd, 2005, and the stay was originally planned to be 4 episodes, but the series asked Springfield to stay on longer. In 2007, Springfield also played Drake's lookalike fictional rock star Eli Love that I mentioned, and he continued appearing until August 24th, 2007. Then he returned again for a summer story arc the following year from July 8th through September 22nd, 2008. And in 2012, Springfield made a guest appearance during Kimberly McCullough's Exit storyline. In 2013, Springfield made an appearance to celebrate the show's 50th anniversary. That's 50th, 50. Springfield also played himself singing Jesse's Girl at the 2013 Nurses Ball. I'm going to quickly play his very first scene from 1981 to celebrate, since it's been over 40 years. This is Noah Drake's first day from March 25th, 1981 on General Hospital.
And here comes our new staff surgeon. No. Welcome to General Hospital.
Steve. Nice to see a friendly face when you walk in the door.
Well, I won't be here to greet you every morning, but you'll be seeing a lot of these two faces. Noah Drake, meet Dan Rooney, our administrator.
Mr. Rooney, nice to meet you.
Dan, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
And this is Jesse Brewer, head of our nursing staff. Actually, she runs the hospital.
I'm sure you do quite a job.
Well, I'm delighted to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
All good, I hope.
Extremely.
And here comes
He's
one
not
of
a
your
good actor.
co-workers, Dr. Monica Quartermain. Monica, meet Noah Drake, our new staff surgeon.
Well, hello. Nice to meet you. Welcome.
Thank you. I can see I'm going to enjoy it here.
Noah, I'm going to be tied up for about 30 minutes, but then I'll take you on a tour of the hospital.
Oh, well, Steve, I don't have anything to do at the moment. I can show Dr. Drake around.
Well, if you could, that would be nice.
All right. Why don't we start with emergency?
Wonderful.
Follow me.
Okay, so that's his first scene, and I don't have a man crush on Rick Springfield, although it seems like I do, playing all these clips of his songs and his acting. I just don't think he's a very good actor. And, you know, he had some trouble with the law years later. I won't get into that. Back to Elizabeth Taylor in General Hospital. Here's a brief clip of Liz Taylor on General Hospital. Let's see what I did with that clip. Yes, here it is. And then I got these uncensored brief bloopers, outtakes. And here's where she's cursing Luke and Laura's wedding. This is the great Elizabeth Taylor. Let me back this up. God dang it. Here we go.
My curse on you, Laura and Luke. My curse on both of you.
All right, so she cursed them. She cursed them. Now here comes the bloopers, the uncensored bloopers. Right. Oh, here it is. She's acting with Anthony Gary, who played Luke Spencer.
I don't know what I saw because I'm up.
Can't see any man.
God! It's Elizabeth Taylor!
You should have heard me yesterday.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Nikos Kassedan.
I have seen General Hospital. Well, I have seen General Hospital and the university, and I approve. As my husband would have approved. Mikos Kassedan. I'm sorry. As my husband would have approved. Mikos Kassedan had a deep and abiding love. I said Kassedan.
That's right.
That's right. Oh, shit.
Right.
I startled myself. I'm sorry, folks. I'm not used to acting. I am here to prove that the name of Mikos Kassedan.
You're on a roll. Keep going, all right?
I didn't say it right. You did too.
Let's put Laura here.
It blew my mind. I got it right. Sorry, folks.
That's all right. I bladded up the Cassis, too, so.
Cassis.
Cassis. Cassis.
All right, we're starting with you passing it to him, okay?
All right.
Now, do I say remove Cassis? I haven't forgotten my memory. That's the line I took.
I guess it's kind of boring, but I thought it was funny hearing her cuss. And then also in January 28th, 1982, although this was filmed in 81, so I consider this part of that epic 1981 General Hospital year, Blackie Parrish was introduced, as I mentioned previously, played by a young John Stamos, who was a much better actor than Rick Springfield on the show. And again, like I said, this is years before he was Uncle Jesse, the other Uncle Jesse on TV on Full House in 1987. So the heartthrob Blackie Parrish was the foster child of Rick and Leslie Weber. And Blackie last appeared on Thursday, April 5th, 1984 in General Hospital. I'm going to play a little bit of a scene where they think that Luke has died in an avalanche. And so here is a quick clip where you can hear some of the acting of the great John Stamos. I say that facetiously. It is right here. Where the fuck is it? Oh, sorry. Excuse my language. Here it is. Check out the acting
Okay, now you got everything?
by John Stamos.
Got my notebook, my writing tablet, my books, and my pen.
That's not him. That's some little kid.
And your apple and your coleslaw, and don't lose your money for your milk.
The housekeeper sees the newspapers before the internet, and the headline on the front page is that Luke dies in an avalanche, and she's trying to hide it from the household.
Ice and slippery.
She's holding the newspaper behind her back.
No, not really. Morning paper hasn't come yet, has it?
No, sir. I guess maybe the kid's sick.
Liar.
And probably you haven't heard. It's been some rather sad news concerning Luke.
But he already knew.
I was just trying to protect you.
I heard last night from Ruby. I called Leslie. She's in a state of shock.
Yeah, I guess everybody is.
Right.
Here he is. Here's John Stamos.
I'm gonna shuffle the front lawn there for you. Speechless, right? I'm doing a chore. Fine. I feel great today. I feel dynamite.
Blackie.
Let me check that out a second. I want to see you win a Knicks game.
He grabs the newspaper, reads the headline, and here's the acting.
Luke's dead?
Luke's dead?
What's the matter with this world, huh?
Blackie, I know that it's hard.
Hard, hell. What's so hard about it? It's perfect with a stupid, crazy world we live
Well,
in.
getting angry is not going to help things at all.
So what is going to help? Huh? You tell me. Does this make any sense at all?
No, it doesn't. If you try to find an explanation, you won't be able to.
All right, so that was from January 18th, 1983. But before that, this is so weird. Soon after Luke and Laura married, Laura mysteriously disappeared in 1982 off of a pier at Port Charles and is presumed dead. And Jackie Templeton, played by Demi Moore, reveals that her sister, Laura Templeton, played by Janine Turner. Remember her? Janine Turner? She was in the movie Cliffhanger with Sly Stallone and a lot of other things on television. Really pretty actress. Anyway, Demi Moore's character, Jackie Templeton, reveals that her sister, Laura, disappeared under similar circumstances as Laura. The two friends discover a thief named David Gray was behind the disappearances. Anyway, I thought that was so weird. Anyway, I had more stuff in my notes, but we got to move on beyond General Hospital. Just wanted to salute this epic year, 1981, for that show. Let's see. Item. Flash forward to 2021. People magazine has named Paul Rudd the sexiest man alive. Really? Now, I like Paul Rudd, and I like him a lot as an actor, and I met him. I high-fived him on the set of Anchorman 2 on the beach at St. Simon's Island, Georgia. But I'm sorry, he's not sexy. I would say he's maybe cute, but I don't think he's sexy. Am I wrong? He has really nice eyes. I sound like I'm a straight guy. I'm very secure in my sexuality. I have no issue with homosexuals or anything like that. So don't misunderstand. But I don't think he's sexy. Anyway, I think they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel there to name someone the sexiest man alive that hasn't already been named. But he's in the new Ghostbusters movie, which I haven't seen yet. Have you seen it? Have you seen the new Ghostbusters movie? Just comment as we're live in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. Item. Another nostalgic item, scratch and sniff stickers. If you're a Generation Xer kid like I was and am, and you had a younger sister, then you knew what these were. Scratch and sniff technology generally refers to stickers or paperboard that have been treated with a fragrant coating. Duh. When scratched, the coating releases an odor. I call it a scent. It's not an odor. It would be a pleasant smell. An odor is an unpleasant smell. But anyway, it released a scent. I'm going to paraphrase and divert from this article I found. They say odor. I say scent. But it releases a scent that is normally related to the image displayed under the coating. The technology has been used on a variety of surfaces, from stickers to compact discs. Actually, there was a... should I say there was a centerfold? I don't have it. I didn't see it. It's true. I never smelled it. I never saw it. I just know about it. Anyway, 3M invented the technology of scratch and sniff in 1965 using a process originally developed for carbonless copy paper. Scratch and sniff stickers and labels became popular in the late 1970s and remained so through the mid-1980s. In 1977, Creative Teaching Press produced some of the earliest Scratch and Sniff stickers. These stickers were mainly marketed to teachers as rewards for their students. The desired smell is surrounded by micro capsules that break easily when gently rubbed. The rub to release action breaks the micro encapsulated bubbles and release the aroma. Because of the micro encapsulation, the aroma can be preserved for extremely long periods of time. Yeah, I really want that armpit Scratch and Sniff sticker. While there were hundreds of companies that put out Scratch and Sniff stickers, the most well-known are the originators, Creative Teaching Press, or CTP, who later renamed them Sniffies in 1980 and 1981. Item: the Star Wars Holiday Special initially aired at 8 p.m. on CBS on Friday, November 17th, 1978. It was directed by Steve Binder and was the first Star Wars spin-off film set between the events of the original Star Wars movie and The Empire Strikes Back, its sequel. And it was bad, really bad. But it should not be forgotten. It gave us our first glimpse of Boba Fett in animated form. And one cool thing to me, Chance Bartels, is that you saw like a cut scene that I'd always wondered about with Jack Purvis. That's the actor who played like one of the Imperial guys, not Grand Moff Tarkin. But this was another leader on the Death Star. And I had a Star Wars card by Topps. I'm holding it up for the camera now. And I always wondered, what was this scene from? Well, in the Star Wars Holiday Special, they showed this scene. And it's a very brief scene. It's only, I think it's less than a minute long, but it's where Darth Vader is expanding the search for the droids on Tatooine and across the galaxy that was far, far away a long time ago. And I thought that was neat. So when I saw the special, I was like, oh, there, that's what that's from. And I thought it was from the special, not from the movie. No, it was from the movie. There were a lot of cut scenes that were in the Topps cards, and there were 5 sets of Topps cards. This is the first series, which was blue. The second one was red. The third series was yellow. They had a yellow border around the image. The fourth series was green, and the final original Star Wars Topps series had an orange border, and they had stickers, and it had the terrible gum, the bubble gum that tasted like cardboard. And like in the Topps football and baseball cards, their movie cards had the same gum, and it was just horrible. You know, the best gum, I think, were Flair. Flair football cards had delicious gum. It was like the little record album gum, and it's the same tasting gum as Big League Chew, which you still can find to this day in Quick Trip gas and convenience stores. I've seen them there here in the Atlanta, Georgia area, in the suburbs of Atlanta. So I am going to play a little clip from the Star Wars Holiday Special just to celebrate, since it just had its anniversary. We're beyond, of course, November 17th, 2021. But I'm going to play a little bit of the opening to the Star Wars Holiday Special. And thanks to John Lombardi for reminding me of the anniversary. I've been very busy this week, and I was aware of it, but I didn't post anything about it. So he took the liberty of posting, and I love that. Please do that whenever you want to say anything nostalgic. Go to the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group and post away. So here's how the Star Wars Holiday Special opened. This is pretty cool. Listen to the original opening, and the announcer at CBS lets the audience know that the Incredible Hulk will not be seen tonight. Let me see. Where is it? Here it is.
The Incredible Hulk will not be presented this evening.
Oh, and I think it said Wonder Woman. Hang on. God, oh no. Oh no, you dummy. You big dummy. What did I do? Here it is.
The Incredible Hulk will not be presented this evening.
By the way, that little bit of music was originally scored for an episode of Hawaii Five-0 and was edited. Barry told me that. Anyway, I thought that was kind of interesting. And it opens with this all-new scene with Harrison Ford in the Millennium Falcon in the cockpit with Chewbacca. That sounds dirty.
That's it. I'm turning back. I know your family's waiting. I know it's an important day. Wookie Day or some shit. All right, we'll give it a try. I'll set your coordinates. You won't jump far. I'll get you back there in time, pal. Trust me. Our only hope now is to outrun that Imperial garbage scow, though. I'm going to Lightspeed. That's the spirit. You'll be celebrating Life Day before you know it. Stand by. Here's where we say goodbye to our unpleasant friends.
The Star Wars Holiday Special. Starring Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker.
After his car accident, we'll talk about that later.
Harrison Ford as Han Solo. Carrie Fisher as Princess Leia. With Anthony Daniels as C-3PO. Peter Mayhew as Chewbacca. R2-D2 as R2-D2.
Kenny Baker, who is
James
deceased.
Earl Jones as the voice of Darth Vader.
Right. And it just showed the cut scene. What you see, and it's on YouTube, the Star Wars Holiday Special, right at the beginning, and you'll see a scene of Darth Vader stalking the halls of the Death Star, and that's the cut scene from the Topps card I held up for the camera. Let me see if I can find that.
Introducing Chewbacca's family.
Oh, Lord.
His wife, Mala.
Wife?
His father, Itchy. His son, Lumpy.
It was like pre-Ewoks. Let me see if I can quickly find. And Art Carney is in it, and B. Arthur is in it, and anyway, it's unbelievable. I was going to try to find that little scene, but I don't think I can find it right now. Nope. It's going to cut me to an ad, which you can hear right now. Oh, well, but it shows that neat little scene, which has since been released on Blu-ray by 20th Century Fox. Before Disney bought Fox, they released on Blu-ray the first Star Wars movie, which was later titled A New Hope when it was re-released in 1981, over 40 years ago. And they had all these outtakes. So getting back to the Topps cards, you saw a scene with his buddy Biggs. In the original Star Wars, the only scene you saw that survived of Biggs was where he got blown up in the battle at the end of the movie. But there were scenes on Tatooine where he explains that the Imperial soldiers, like the stormtroopers, were just dudes that were drafted into service. And that was before the Clone Wars and the clone storyline of the prequels in the early 2000s that sort of negated that. But I liked that scene. And supposedly Marcia Lucas, who was married to George Lucas at the time, cut out all the females besides Princess Leia, Carrie Fisher, and Aunt Beru, on Tatooine. But supposedly Marcia Lucas wanted the princess to be the only desirable female seen in Star Wars. And everyone loves The Empire Strikes Back. They say that is like the best. To me, it's Star Wars because that is an all-encompassing movie. It doesn't have a cliffhanger ending. I love The Empire Strikes Back. It's just, to me, I think the original, even though The Empire Strikes Back did take it a step further with the effects like the asteroid field, and you had Yoda introduced, Frank Oz, of course, operating the puppet Yoda. I really think Star Wars, because it just has such a great ending and a great payoff at the end and the wonderful characters. And we'll talk about Mark Hamill's unfortunate accident in January 77 in his own words from back then, talking about the car wreck. But before the Star Wars Holiday Special, over a year before, there was another monstrosity that I kind of like. It was the Donnie and Marie Season 3 premiere. And you had the Star Wars characters, the original actors portraying these characters, like Peter Mayhew as Chewbacca. You had David Prowse as Darth Vader. You had Anthony Daniels as C-3PO, Kenny Baker as R2-D2, and more. But you had Red Fox, Fred Sanford as Obi-Wan Kenobi. And you had these disco dancing stormtroopers, and Chris Christopherson played Han Solo. Going to play a little bit of the songs. I want to play this for historical significance. And Donnie Marie Show has never been released officially on home video, which I think is a shame. Let me just quickly find this for you. I had pulled that clip. Here we go. I'm just going to play. And listen to this opening scroll. It looks just like the movie Star Wars in this Donnie Marie spoof. This is the end of that season 3 premiere. Listen. It's kind of groovy.
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there was an evil force at work to destroy the values by which decent people lived. Values like patriotism, cleanliness, thrift, and good dental hygiene. Did the evil force win the battle? That's for us to know and you to find out.
Princess Leia, our goose is cooked unless we lift off of the star. Luke, I know you're right, we just gotta take flight before they find out where we are. Darth will keep searching up and down till he finds our hiding place. Before very long, they'll know we're gone. Got to get lost in space. Riders to the stars, we are flying, we are falling, and I can see the clouds rolling by. Riders to the stars, we are sailing, we are soaring. Only thing we can do is try to get the first available flight out of sight. We are riders to the stars. We are riders to the stars. We are riders to the stars.
Oh, look!
Oh, you made it!
Certainly not. That would never work.
Oh, I wish Obi-Ben Oki Finoki were here.
Yeah, he'd tell us what to do.
I'll tell you what to do. Why don't you look over there? It's your chance for escape.
Oh, look over there! It's our chance for escape.
I knew I heard it somewhere.
Hey, taxi!
Pardon me, sir. He says that's not a taxi, it's a spaceship. But that's exactly what we need. Excuse me, sir.
What can I do for you?
Perhaps you two can explain.
This is weird.
Show us the way to get out of this world, for that's where everything is. If everything is going, I don't want to stay here. Who wants to stick around and watch the world disappear? His transistors are in trouble and his tubes are weak. And if we stay, our chances for survival are bleak. So show us the way to get out of this world, for that's where everything is.
It's remarkable audio quality in this clip.
If I can't, I know someone who can.
He whistles and out comes Chewbacca. Anyway, let me just get to another number here. Let me see here. That's kind of a dumb number, this one. Gonna take you higher, he says, he sings. It's pretty stupid. Hang on. And then Paul Lynde, who's playing Grand Moff Tarkin, he does a number. I will spare you that.
I didn't expect a standing ovation, but what's so funny?
You
Vader.
intergalactic fool. You'll never get them back that way.
I suppose you have a better plan.
No plan at all. Just a little force.
Okay. I don't think that's James Earl Jones, but it is David Prowse in the costume. I know that for a fact. Now here come the disco dancing stormtroopers, and then I will cut this damn clip. I'm embarrassing myself again.
The landing part was perfect.
I knew we should have taken a cab.
Darth Vader's Raiders, and we can't believe the things that you do. We never met see the way that you do. You're out of sight, but be my foe. Look out, people, 'cause here we come. We know just what to do with you, so get ready, get ready. We'll change it to what we're through with you, so get ready, get ready. Here we come, get ready, 'cause here we come. Get ready, 'cause here we come.
Thought you'd get away. Don't you know you'll never escape from the farce?
That's the Force.
Oh, don't bother me with grammar at a time like this. Get your big ape hands off me.
You'll never capture me, and I vow by the power of my Force, I shall return.
Comes Red Fox as Obi-Wan.
The Force can't touch me. I come from a distant planet, 10 million light years away. Shorter if the lights are with you.
Red lights, get it? Ha,
So
ha.
where does that leave me, Mr. Ungrateful?
It's so like kindergarten, isn't it? But I remember, God, seeing this when I was 6 years old back in 1977 on television. This was about 2 months after Star Wars hit theaters on Wednesday, May 25th, 1977. When did I say this aired, this Donnie Marie? I know it. September. I'm just for Star. Oh, gosh, I should have written that down. I did. On Friday, September 23rd, 1977. That happened. And Sid and Marty Krofft actually produced originally the Donnie Marie Show. And the Donnie Marie Show originally premiered on Friday, January 16th, 1976 on ABC TV at 8 p.m. And that weekly long hour variety show ran for 4 seasons, ending on Sunday, May 6th, 1979 at 7 p.m. when the last one aired of that show. Variety shows were quite the rage in those days. You had Sonny and Cher, you had Flip Wilson, even Frank Sutton, who played Sergeant Carter in Gomer Pyle USMC. He had a variety show, if you can believe it or not. Let me play one more little song.
Oh, thank you all, your princesses.
And someone commented on the Facebook group, the Nostalgic Podblast, very astutely, said this was like the foreshadowing of Luke and Leia being brother and sister, which was revealed in Return of the Jedi, Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, back in 1983. And originally, you didn't know. That's why I like the first Star Wars. I like to pretend that they're not brother and sister. I thought that was like a cop-out because originally Leia had to make a choice between Han and Luke. And I thought that was just such a cop-out to make them brother and sister. I didn't like that. But I love that. I got to look up who made that comment. Somebody said, oh my God, this is the original in 1977, years before 1983. Luke, played by Donnie, and Leia, played by Marie, brother and sister. Anyway.
If at last your work is finished.
Yes, I do.
Anyway, I'm really, really abusing your ears with too much of this, but the audio quality is astounding, I think, in those clips, and I like those classic songs that they used. All right, item. How the Rolling Stones got their iconic logo. This is from faroutmagazine.co.uk. There's a bit of a myth floating around in the public sphere, which is to be expected at times when a symbol takes hold of the public's imagination and seeps into pop culture, such is the case with the famous tongue and lips logo for the Rolling Stones. The myth is that the logo was created by Andy Warhol, which isn't the case. The logo was designed and rolled out for the Stones' 1970 European tour And then a different version came about for the American version of their 1971 Sticky Fingers album. Ever since then, it's become a total rock and roll symbol. So I just thought that was interesting. And the artist who was commissioned to make that logo was John Pache, who Pasche, who was attending his final year at the Royal College of Art in London. Pache was recommended for the job when the Rolling Stones head office contacted the college. Initially, Pache's first idea was rejected by Mick Jagger, who met with the artist a week later. John Pache said in an interview with the New York Times in the year 2020, quote, "I thought that was that then. I thought that was that then." However, Jagger gave Pache another shot, saying to him, "I'm sure you can do better, John." Jagger was looking for a logo design based on the Indian Hindu deity Kali, K-A-L-I. Easy for me to say. So isn't that interesting? Not Andy Warhol at all. We usually have a Jeopardy update. I don't really have one because Mayim is taking a hiatus as hosting the show. Ken Jennings stepped in, and I've talked about on the Podblast some comments he made on Twitter that were very offensive to people that are handicapped in wheelchairs. Like he made a very insensitive tweet, and I'm all about free expression, okay? I hate when people go, okay. But what he said really was just a dickhead thing to say. He said, like, I'll just go ahead and repeat it. And this is a matter of record. You can see it on the web. It's he tweeted this, or his assistant. I doubt it's his assistant. It was him. So there's nothing sadder than a hot person, meaning attractive, of course, hot person in a wheelchair. Real nice. As a fan of Christopher Reeve and what he went through as a quadriplegic, as well as real people in real life that I knew that were handicapped, that's just a really uncool thing to say. But unlike Michael Richards, I guess Ken Jennings has been forgiven by Sony because he's been hosting the last 2 weeks of Jeopardy. So I am not watching. I'm not watching while that smug jerk is on the show hosting. So I don't know who's the champion right now. Anyway, didn't like it. Now, moving on to the next item. Got a quick trailer to play for you. Now, I know Halloween is over, but way back in November 1979, this miniseries hit the airwaves of CBS, and it was terrifying. It is right here.
Do you believe a thing can be inherently evil? The Marston House, for instance.
How do you like that old house? Needs work, but we have time.
Open the window.
It's James Mason. David Saul from Starsky and Hutch.
Quiet little town of Salem's life.
Oh, it's only all just happened since
I came here.
Well. Tried to rape me.
The vampires are creating vampires.
Hey, the thing is moving.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Bill!
Where are you, Benny darling?
Mr. Barlow is on a buying trip, but the moment he arrives, you'll enjoy Mr. Barlow. And he'll enjoy you.
I just loved it. That was Salem's Lot, of course. An awesome miniseries. And this was for Stephen King, his second on-screen adaptation of one of his novels. This was after Carrie in 1976 and before The Shining in 1980 came his second novel to film adaptation, Salem's Lot, released 42 years ago in 1979, directed by Tobe Hooper, who directed Poltergeist down the line and released in 1982. This television miniseries had vampires, aired in 2 parts on CBS. First part aired on Saturday, November 17th, 1979. Then a week later, on November 24th, 1979, we saw the conclusion. Now, I posed this in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. Feel free to join our group if you like. You don't have to answer any questions. Just come on aboard. But someone had clarified, because I said, why didn't they air this during Halloween time? And the guy said, what about Sweeps Week? He's right. Rating Sweeps Weeks should have occurred to me. Typically are in November and in February and in September. And it's when advertisers, if the ratings are high, the network can charge advertisers more money, and that's known as the sweeps ratings period. So that's probably why. Might have been another reason. Maybe it's because of production, because the production values were incredible in Salem's Lot. And I'll play another quick trailer for that. There were plenty of chills and thrills in this well-made presentation, which featured, to me, one of the most terrifying bloodsucker vampires ever. And again, it was a fine cast. So let me play this quick clip for you from Salem's Lot. And this is for the Blu-ray release. It's on Blu-ray and it's on Amazon on Prime. You can watch it on Amazon Prime streaming. But let me find this for you. All right, this is from the 2016 Blu-ray release. Remember David Saul from Starsky and Hutch, the original, not the movie. Here we go.
Ben Mears has been away too long. And now at last, he's come home.
My men fought at Valley Forge.
Daddy, come back safe.
Home to the childhood memories, to the old familiar faces, to a life unmolested by time.
And with your saints, let him rejoice in your presence forever. We ask it through Christ our Lord, amen.
Home to Salem's Lot. A town too good to be true.
What was that?
Did you happen to notice the time when the boys left?
We shouldn't have gone through the woods. It's a shortcut.
Then they should have been here half an hour ago.
Wait! Danny, wait!
Something is happening. Something terrible.
Henry! Where's Ralphie? Ralph.
Where's your brother?
He's dead.
First the kid disappears, then this. You're not leaving Salem's Lot, are you? I'm not leaving.
Don't you understand what's happening?
You?
Yes, I do. It's in the Marston house.
Good evening.
I dreamed. You slept there all night?
Yeah. A little tired. Didn't sleep much last night. I was dreaming. Somebody out there.
Sweet dream.
Who else was in that was Juliette Lewis's dad, Jeffrey Lewis, and he got taken over. He was one of the adult vampires. And remember the kid at the window clawing? Let me in. Fuck, scary stuff. And there was a great scene with Fred Willard, not in a comedic scene. He played a son of a bitch cheating on someone's wife, and the guy catches him, puts a shotgun in his mouth. I'm going to play this quick clip. It's very scary, and it's good audio. Trust me. Here we go. Here's the scene with Fred Willard after being caught cheating. Here we go. Here's the husband with the shotgun to his back, and he's in his boxers, Fred Willard's character.
I can understand how upset you are, but let me explain what
That's
happened.
Fred Willard talking.
You see, grab the barrel, Larry. Huh? Barrel. Grab the barrel. Easy. Very easy. That's it. Now this shotgun's got a 5-pound pull on it, and I've got about 3 on it now. Good boy. Now hold it up in front of your face. That's it. Right in front.
Suck it!
That's it.
Suck the barrel of that shotgun!
Careful. Move that barrel, Larry, and I'll blow you away. Now, open your mouth and put both barrels in.
Yeah.
That's it. Open your mouth. Let's see all those white teeth.
He's terrified.
Yes.
Fred Willard.
Close your eyes, Larry. Close them.
But it ain't loaded. It isn't loaded. He runs out of the house terrified, never to come back again and cheat with that guy's wife. Now we got a serious item here. You know about how William Shatner went into space? thanks to Bezos, who founded Amazon. Well, this is really sad. One of the men who went into space with him died in a plane crash. I heard some people say it was a car crash. Incorrect. Plane crash. Hang on a second here. Yeah, let me just read this to you. This is from ABC News. Hampton Township, New Jersey. A man who traveled to space with William Shatner last month was killed, along with another person, when the small plane they were in crashed in a wooded area in northern New Jersey, according to state police. The one-time space tourist Glenn M. DeVries, 49 years old, of New York City, and Thomas P. Fisher, 54 years of age, were aboard the single-engine Cessna 172 that went down Thursday. Rest in peace to both of them. Whew. Really, really sad. So we say a prayer, a Podblast prayer, to those who perished. May God bless them and their souls and their families. So next up, on a more lighter note, you remember this theme song. This is a classic show that had an anniversary not too long ago. Not Fall Guy. Here we go. Let me get this for you. I'm so ill prepared. Remember this theme song? Come on, you bugger. Here they are. High note. There's some dude, there's a funny African-American dude that is playing that theme on a keyboard on YouTube, like a recent video. It's hilarious, and it's good. You got to see it. Anyway, that was from, of course, Too Close for Comfort, starring Ted Knight. It turned 41 years of age recently, and a bunch of people online in late November 2021 claimed it was the 40th anniversary, but it wasn't. Too Close for Comfort debuted on Tuesday, November 11th, 1980 at 9:30 p.m. on ABC TV, and it ended its run on that network on September 15th, 1983, but it was resurrected for syndicated first-run television from January 1984 until September 1986, when production ceased due to Ted Knight's untimely death on Tuesday, August 26th, 1986, from colon cancer that had spread to his bladder. And other shows that were rescued from network cancellation and were placed into rerun syndication, which means other stations all across the country, not on a network, would air them on the weekend typically. But other shows besides Too Close for Comfort that were rescued from cancellation include Mama's Family, What's Happening, which was titled What's Happening Now for syndication, and It's a Living. Now, in Too Close for Comfort, Lydia Cornell and Deborah Van Valkenburg played the daughters, and Deborah was in Warriors, the Warriors movie, with the terrible actor from Xanadu, who played opposite Olivia Newton-John in Xanadu, Michael Beck. He was in the Warriors with Deborah. Anyway, the breakout star, though, for Too Close for Comfort was J.M.J. Bullock as Monroe. He stole the show. He was funny as hell. I love J.M.J. Bullock. And he went on to do things with Tammy Faye Baker years later, like in the 90s. They had a talk show. Anyway, I digress. 129 episodes altogether were taped of Too Close for Comfort. Item. On Monday, November 18th, 1963, the push-button phone was introduced to the public, replacing the rotary dial. I know millennials and Generation Zers, which to me stands for zero, They don't know what a rotary dial is or a push button phone. But I'm going to educate them. Anyone out there that's that young? I welcome you. I don't mean to be sarcastic. I'm not trying to poke fun at you, but here's what a push button phone sounded like. I'm going to play a clip for you right fast, quick. Yeah. And then we're going to talk about something else. Let's see here. Here it is. Listen to this. You picked up the phone and you heard what's called a dial tone, which is what that is. Then you dial. There you have it. And if you know James Bond movies, you know there was some push button action, like codes, like to get into rooms, like in Moonraker, and in For Your Eyes Only, there's a joke. Boop 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 boop. They made it sound like the Too Close for Comfort John Williams music. Anyway, item. Oh dear, should I talk about this? I've been going on and on about this silly One Day at a Time show, but I do have a couple highlights. I actually ordered the entire series on DVD since Antenna TV started skipping episodes. I've never really watched the show before because I didn't really like Bonnie Franklin, who played the mom, and Phillips. And they skipped a key episode in season 2, which introduced a new major character. And the episode was called The Upholstery Ripoff. And I don't know why Antenna TV skipped it. I thought it might be a Thanksgiving episode, but I watched it on DVD, and no, there's not a holiday-themed episode. They just skipped it for whatever reason. But I did find one pleasant surprise. Mark Hamill, before his accident, I'm going to play a clip of him in his own words talking about his car crash, which disfigured him temporarily. His nose was crushed. It was a horrible thing. But right before that, right after Star Wars wrapped, see, this to me is interesting because I'm a TV aficionado, and I never knew that he acted in this. Now, I knew Mark Hamill was in 8 is Enough, the very first episode, and Pilot, and he quit that show because he knew Star Wars was going to be a big hit. And actually, they were not going to let him out of the contract. Lower Productions, who produced 8 is Enough, but when he had his car wreck, they let him out. Those bastards, they let him out. Oh, okay, well, yeah, sure, you want to walk? Go for it. And he had been in The Partridge Family, and he had been in Room 222 in the 5th and final season of that show, guest starring. And I've always liked Mark Hamill. He was 25 years old in the first Star Wars movie and in this One Day at a Time episode. And he kind of was like a love interest for Valerie Bertinelli's character, Barbara. I'm going to play a brief clip, but he's a troubled character. He plays Schneider's nephew, and he's a kleptomaniac. He's a thief. And he steals a tape deck from Barbara's bedroom before he met her. And then he likes her, and she's like, oh, let's listen to some Elton John. And she goes, I will get my tape deck. And he's like, oh, shit, and he's like, no, that's okay. We don't have to listen to it. But it was a really interesting episode. And I think the acting by Mark Hamill in that episode was some of his finest acting since The Big Red One. And a lot of people joke about Mark Hamill. Not really joke. I think it's kind of insensitive. Coming from me, wow, I'm the most insensitive person there is at times. But they talk about how Harrison Ford became a big star. Mark Hamill didn't amount to anything. And that's not true, and that's not fair. What about Carrie Fisher? I mean, she didn't do a whole lot. She did Shampoo before Star Wars. But, I thought it was just not fair to compare Mark Hamill to Harrison Ford. I do think Harrison Ford has a little bit more talent as an actor, but Mark Hamill was awesome in this One Day at a Time episode. I'm telling you. And I mentioned this before. I think it's terrible how classic TV shows get screwed, unlike movies, in terms of rebroadcasting. Because back in the 50s through the 80s, a half-hour show was 25 minutes, 30 seconds in length. Now it's 22 minutes, and it's shrinking all the time as networks scramble to deal with people cutting the cord, and so they add commercial breaks that are 3-4 minutes long, and they have to cut more scenes from classic shows. So even though Antenna TV and MeTV do a great job presenting the classic television shows, they still have to air what's given to them by the distributors. And the distributors typically do the editing. And in a lot of cases, things are cut that should not have been cut. And so when you watch something for the first time in that platform, a cut episode, you're going to see a show that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because there'd be a key scene that's missing in many cases. But this was a Norman Lear show, One Day at a Time. And man, how bad was the theme song from the remake. Gloria Estefan, who I love, she did a version of the theme. I'm not even going to play it. Maybe I'll play it in a future Podblast, but I just think it's horrible. Not that the original theme was that great, but it was just really, really bad. But I'm going to play a quick clip now of the confrontation. Now, Schneider, he was in denial that his nephew was a thief. People are telling him, look, your son's got a problem. He's a kleptomaniac, and he will not believe it. He's in denial. And then he asks him to open a suitcase, and then he sees a pearl necklace. He sees a camera. One of the attendants in the building had reported a camera that was missing, so he knew that his nephew was guilty at that moment. So Mark Hamill takes off, and then he comes back to get his suitcase, and then here is the scene where Mark Hamill's character comes back. Let's listen. Schneider's in the room with
back to get my clothes.
Mrs. Romano.
At least they are mine. Harvey, we're going to have a talk. Who needs it? Everybody needs it, Harvey. Especially you. So we're going to have a talk. I don't think so. Harvey, we're going to have a talk!
Gets him in a headlock. Schneider puts his nephew in a headlock.
So, what should we talk about? Oh, I think I swallowed my gum. All right. Now, the way I see it, you want to start talking first? I don't mind if you want to start talking first. Frequently in today's society, younger talks before the old.
Now, the solution to the cut scenes and old shows is streaming services. Pluto TV. There are whole channels on Pluto TV, which is free, devoted to classic shows like The Addams Family, Baywatch. Not that that's a classic, but that wasn't one that was really cut that much because that's a show from the 90s and early 2000s. Anyway, that's a bad example. But that's the solution. And all these years, I always wanted a classic uncut television network. But now streaming has come along, so that's the solution. But I tend to buy everything I really like. I'll buy on Blu-ray or DVD to have a hard copy because look what happened with The Office and Friends. It went from Netflix to Peacock, and that really angered a lot of subscribers of Netflix. Those are the top streamed shows of all time, those two shows for NBC from the 90s. So what was I going to say? I had one other clip to play from One Day at a Time. So that episode, let me see it. Yes, that aired with Mark Hamill. What was the title of it? Pride and Joy. It's called, I didn't write it down, but I'm going by memory. I think it's called Schneider's Pride and Joy with Mark Hamill. I just think it was neat because I'm a big fan of Mark Hamill and Star Wars. I'm a Star Wars kid, Star Wars nerd from the old school. And it was really neat seeing him, the way he looked before his accident. Now, here comes a clip of Mark Hamill talking about, in his own words, his car crash that changed his looks forever. But he looks fine. They did a good job with the plastic surgery. I don't mean to be negative here. But it was just neat seeing him, bust a move on Barbara, played by Valerie Bertinelli. It was like two pop culture icons meeting in their prime. And that episode, like I said, was taped right after Star Wars wrapped principal photography on July 16th, 1976. This was taped in July 76. I thought it was an interesting TV couple. Now here is Mark Hamill talking about his crash and what happened that night in January 1977. Months before Star Wars was released. It's such a shame that happened to him. I really feel bad for him. Here it is. Mark Hamill in his own words. The audio is a little sketchy.
Make you shaky?
Oh yeah, I mean
when you were doing that,
I smashed my nose and no, it was a BMW. It was my own car. I was on a deserted freeway and I was going really fast and not knowing. It was about 6:30 in the evening, 6:45, and I was playing what's the music goes, and it was a brand new car. Those things go much faster because I used to have a Mazda. And when you got over 60, you knew you were going fast. So it was really deserted, and I realized, oh my God, I took the wrong freeway. I was way out in the boonies. I saw my exit coming off. When? Where? In Southern California.
And when?
Early 77, I think January 11th, I think. But I saw my off-ramp coming up real quickly and just tried to negotiate like 4 lanes right at once. I thought instead of going beyond and getting off the freeway and then coming around. Now, the only thing I can be thankful for is that I didn't hurt anybody. That's something I would have had to live with. But I just smashed the heck out of my nose and my cheekbone. I fractured both of them. Yeah, and tumbled and went down. I don't know. I wasn't conscious.
Because I was thinking the whole time when I was watching you in the fluid yesterday, they didn't do the interrogation thing where you were raving about what you said when you were in the fluid.
Oh, that's right. You read the book then.
Yeah. But I thought of all the times when you were sitting with your face cut, it must have hurt.
It was eerie. Yeah, it was really eerie. And he used a lot of like the real scars to build upon.
Yeah, pretty sad. Now, I want to move on to a song. I got one other clip to play from One Day at a Time. I'm only in the middle of season 2. I sort of took a break. I didn't want to get burned out on them. There's 9 seasons, and I stopped after the New Year's Eve 1976 into 77 episode, and got a quick clip of a song. Hope I can get away with this. This is another live version of a song, and there's a reason I'm playing this. This is from 1985, 9 years after the song was a tremendous hit on the charts. I'll talk about that in a second. This is an Elton John song. You know it. This is at Wembley Stadium in 1985. You know how big Wembley Stadium is? That's where Live Aid was. This is Live Aid 1985 from July 13th, 1985, which was a Saturday.
On trombone, Rick Taylor. On trumpet, Paul Spong, round over there. And on saxophone, David Patelli. Percussion, Ray Cooper. On drums, Johnny Morgan. Alan Carvel on vocals. Tony Rivers. And Mick Clark on vocals. And this next lady, who you all know is going to sing a song called Don't Go Breaking My Heart.
That's Elton John talking.
Don't
You're going to hear that ad nauseum. I got a couple more clips of performances of that song that I want to play, so I don't want to burn everyone out with that. But some background on that song, Don't Go Breaking My Heart. It was the first #1 single in the United Kingdom for both Elton John and Kiki Dee, Kikidee, Kiki Dee, topping the charts for 6 weeks in mid-1976. Elton John would not enjoy a solo British chart topper until Sacrifice in 1990. It also became his 6th #1 single in the United States, topping the Billboard Hot 100 for 4 weeks and spent 1 week on the easy listening chart. Billboard ranked Don't Go Breaking My Heart as the #2 song for 1976, giving him his 2nd consecutive appearance in the Billboard year-end top 3. In the United States, it has been certified platinum by the Recording Industry Association of America. After this duet with Dee, Elton John failed to have another U.S. solo #1 single until Candle in the Wind in 1997, when Lady Di passed away, who we talked about earlier in her marriage. Luke and Laura, the fictional wedding, beat the ratings of the real-life Lady Di and Prince Charles wedding that same year in 1981. Anyway, this 21-year drought included 2 intervening #1 hits in America with musical partners That's What Friends Are For by Dionne Warwick and Friends in 1986, and a 1992 remake of Elton John's Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me with George Michael, credited as a duet. The B-side, titled Snow Queen, was supposedly inspired by Cher, with Elton John quoting past Sonny and Cher hits, I Got You Babe, and The Beat Goes On, as well as the solo Cher song, Bang Bang, My Baby Shot Me Down, during the fade-out of the song. In 1977, Elton John guest starred on The Muppet Show, which is streaming on Disney+, and performed the track with Miss Piggy, Don't Go Breaking My Heart. In 1985, Elton John and Dee, as you just heard, performed that track to the crowd at Wembley Stadium at Live Aid. So now I want to play back in 76 and in 77, there were a couple TV adaptations. Now, where am I going with this with One Day at a Time? Well, in that New Year's Eve 1976, there's actually a pretty amusing, and I can't believe this is on the DVD, the way they are with music rights. They didn't cut it. I was pleasantly surprised as I watched the DVD. Phillips and Bertinelli perform it. Bertinelli she's not a big singer. She's doing a comical version of the Elton John lines. And then Phillips, who has a musical background, musical talent in her blood, she does a pretty good job singing it. I'm going to play a little bit of that from that One Day at a Time episode. Let me see. And this is where they're at an old folks home performing on New Year's Eve. I thought I pulled that clip. I did. Where is it? Mackenzie Phillips and Valerie Bertinelli. Here it is. And what makes it kind of amusing is Bertinelli is wearing like the platform shoes and with a rainbow at the bottom, and she's dressed outrageously and she's playing the piano supposedly. See, she's not really singing. Phillips is singing.
Nobody knows it. But when I was down, I was your clown. Ooh, nobody knows it. Nobody knows. Right from the start, I gave you my heart. Whoa, I gave you my heart. And nobody told us. 'Cause nobody showed us. And now it's up to us, babe. Oh, I think we can make it. Don't misunderstand me. You put the light in my life. Oh, you put the spark to the flame.
I may have cut
got your
this.
heart in my side.
You get the idea. I like the harmony there.
Nobody knows it.
See, when I'm drinking a couple beers and I'm planning the Podblast, some of these things seem better when I'm a little tipsy than when it's actually executed. So you have to cut me a little slack on that. But here's another version of that song. By the way, that episode aired of One Day at a Time on December 28th, 1976. Anyway, also in 76, before that, on October 22nd, 76, this duo, who we heard from earlier tonight, performed it. And I want to play just a little bit of it. You'll recognize them instantly. Come on, damn you.
Nobody told us, 'cause nobody showed us.
So bad.
And now it's up to us, babe. Oh, I think we can make it. I couldn't if I tried. And now it's up to us, babe. Oh, I think we can make it.
Donnie Marie. Obviously.
So don't you misunderstand me.
You put the light in my life.
Yeah, you put the spark to the flame.
I've got your heart in my sight.
Good evening and welcome to our show. Tonight, our guests are Cindy Williams, the Osmond Brothers, Charlie Pride,
Happy Days, Rod Kelly and the Pinkettes, Bruce Kimmel, and our own Ice Vanity. Ooh, nobody knows it.
Nobody knows when I was down.
Always your clown.
You can't beat the original, folks. You just can't. But I am going to play. Here's the very last version. I won't play the whole thing. I'm really embarrassing myself tonight on the Nostalgic Podblast. But here's another Donnie Marie clip. This time it's Donny Osmond and Rita Coolidge. Rita Coolidge is a talent. She was with Chris Christopherson back in those days. This is from May 19th, 1978 on ABC. This is during season 3 of Donnie Marie. And Donnie does a duet with Rita Coolidge. I'm just going to play a little bit of it, of Don't Go Breaking My Heart. And I think I got to fast forward to it a little bit. Just a second.
Visiting us tonight from the top of the music charts is the prettiest gold record winner we've ever seen. Ladies
Remember, she did that song All Time High? That was a James Bond themed song from Octopussy, 1983. Rita Coolidge, and she had a lot of good songs. Just a real talent. She did a lot of covers, though, too, like the Jackie Wilson hit. It'll come to me. Let me just play this.
Miss Rita
Thank
Coolidge. All right. Hello, Rita. You look nice tonight.
Thank you.
We're All Alone was one of her big hits.
Well, you see, Rita, when Chris Christopherson was on the
Higher,
show,
something higher.
he got
Your
to
love
sing
is
with
taking
Marie.
me higher. That's it.
So now I get to sing with his wife, okay?
Yeah, that
All right.
sounds fair to me.
All right.
She's stoned or something.
Is anything wrong, Donnie? You look uncomfortable.
No, everything's fine. Except, okay, I gotta tell you, when I work with Marie, I always stand on the left, where you are right now.
Well, Donnie, when I work with Chris, I usually stand right where I am now, too. But if you'd rather change places...
No. You're the guest. You stand where you feel comfortable. Okay?
You know, Donnie, TV is great because people like you and me can be a team, even if it's just for one song.
Yeah, you know, teams are fun. And there's so many interesting combinations of teams nowadays.
Yeah. There's Captain and Tennille and Sonny and Cher. And there's Shields and Yarnell. And there's Rita. And Rita.
Hello.
She was sexy.
It's hard to break old habits.
He's walking around her, checking out her rear end, Donnie.
Don't go breaking my heart. I couldn't if I tried.
See, they'd have talent, both of these two.
Honey, if I get restless. Oh, baby, you're not that kind. So don't you misunderstand me. You put the light in my life. Or you put the spark to the flame. I got your heart in my side. Ooh, nobody
cover, actually, because they're both so talented. I love Rita Coolidge. She has a very smooth voice. Not to be confused with Carly Simon, who was big at that time. Now, I'll move on from One Day at a Time, but I just want to say I stopped watching them because they introduced a character in season 2 that was very annoying, but someone in the audience alerted me to an interesting fact about this actress. The character's name is Ginny, spelled with a G, Ginny. She's the character that moves into the building that Schneider has an instant crush on. And I just don't think, I just find her annoying, unfunny, and she replaced a key character, David, who was around since the pilot in the beginning, and he was a love interest for Mrs. Romano. Anne, I think is her first name. And they replaced David with this lady, and she quit the show in season 2. She didn't last, but here's what I didn't know. This lady who played Ginny, Mary Louise Wilson, is the daughter of Dick Wilson. Dick Wilson was Mr. Whipple in the toilet paper commercials. Don't squeeze the Charmin. Charmin toilet paper reminds me of Bert Convy was on Password Plus, and he didn't know what Charmin was. Charmin was the answer to one of the puzzles in Password, and he didn't guess it properly. He goes, Charmin, what's that? He was like, typical out-of-touch celebrity. It was a brand of toilet paper, you silly goose. Anyway, man, I did go on and on with Don't Go Breaking My Heart, but I do like that song, and it is significant because of the records that it held that I just talked about. Now, one more thing about Valerie Bertinelli. No, I don't have a time machine crush on her. She's cute and everything. It sounds like I do, but this is a fun fact. I'm a big fan of classic game shows that are funny, like Hollywood Squares and Match Game. And there's a whole week of episodes she did. There's 6 episodes, 5 of the regular Match Game 78 and then Match Game PM, which they would all tape in the same day, 6 episodes. And Match Game PM was syndicated for the nighttime. Like Wheel of Fortune was a daytime and nighttime show, and the nighttime version is the only one that survives to this day. Anyway, Valerie Bertinelli was on Match Game, and the rumor is she had the episodes blocked from airing, like I talked about how Tom Cruise had the movie Endless Love withheld from DVD and Blu-ray. It's never been released in America in that format. It was in Europe. I have a European DVD of that movie because I have a region-free player, but who gives a shit? You don't care about that. But Valerie Bertinelli had these episodes supposedly blocked. Now, allegedly, they are going to air on Buzzer, which is a great free digital network you can stream. It's on Pluto TV, and check your local listings. In Atlanta, where I'm at now, WAGA TV has it as a sub-channel for free over the air if you're in the Atlanta area, and you can pick up the signal. If you have an old school digital rabbit ear receiver, you can get Buzzer. And they play Match Game on Buzzer, and supposedly sometime this year or next year in 2022, they're going to air the Valerie Bertinelli episodes. And I don't know if she had silly answers or what the reason is. It's not even clear if it's true, that, or if she would have the power to have those episodes. There's a release they have to sign for these to air, what I read online. Anyway, here's a little trailer. This is 30 seconds long. The only thing that exists is a preview from WABC of the Match Game PM where Valerie Bertinelli was in it. So let me, oh God, is it going to play? And it's not earth-shattering if I can't get this to play. I don't think I can. Oh well, I put it on the YouTube channel. I mean, on the Facebook group, the Nostalgic Podblast. Well, let me see if I can find it another way for you. I do want to play this little trailer. It's funny. What else can I talk about here? Item. Disney does not yet own Match Game. Speaking of Match Game, Legos, The Price is Right, or Porky Pig. Not yet. They're buying everything that I like. Okay, let me see if I can find this right fast quick. In my clip machine. Here it is. Match Game. I got to search for it. Thanks for bearing with me, folks. It's been a struggle all day long to get this show produced for you. Valerie. I had it. I don't know what happened to it. It's got some funny, like, who else is in this clip is someone who just died not too long ago, Ed Asner. So I think that show's really funny. The classic Match Game, not the new ones. Valerie Bertinelli. Where the F is that? Hang on a second. I got it here. You're like, this better be worth it. Here it is. Golly.
Next Match Game PM. Gene Rayburn gets romantic.
Have you ever tried to blank in a revolving door?
gets caught by Charles Nelson Riley, Ed Asner, Brett Summers, Valerie Bertinelli, Nipsey Russell, and Patty Dugaston.
What does making love mean, Daddy? Well, I'm getting such a headache.
It's all in fun on Match Game PM.
That's tomorrow night at 7:30 here on Channel 7.
That's the great Ernie Anderson who voiced that spot. And he voiced that for local television in Los Angeles. Item. The Facebook Nostalgic Podblast group member John Lombardi posted about a TV show that I am not familiar with titled The Phoenix, which only lasted for 5 episodes on ABC TV, but apparently it made a big impression on people because it got a pretty good response. And here's how that show sounded. Here's the opening credits to The Phoenix. And it starred an actor named Richard Lynch. Here, this is very, very short.
In a remote corner of the world, ancient astronauts landed from a distant planet with a gift for mankind, the Phoenix. For 1,000 years, he has waited, suspended in time. Now, he's awakened to complete his mission. He searches for his partner, Mira, for only she knows his ultimate assignment on Earth. Dependent on the sun for his strength and survival, endowed with a superior intelligence, he has fully developed the powers of the human mind. Relentlessly pursued by those who seek to control him, he must stay free.
So The Phoenix starred, as I said, Richard Lynch, and also this actor Judson Scott, who's like the main character, and he's best known for being an actor in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. He was the long-haired dude with the long hair who was a bad guy. He was like the right-hand man of Khan, and he gets killed in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, and as he's dying, yours is superior. Meaning like his intellect and strength. He says, yours is superior. And then Ricardo Montalban is constant, I shall avenge you. Anyway, that was that actor. And he was in the show The Phoenix. Also, E.G. Marshall was in the cast. And I remember E.G. Marshall from Creepshow that same year, 1982, playing Mr. Pratt with the roaches, the guy that was in the sterile penthouse apartment, and he was all freaked out about roaches, and the roaches wound up coming out of his body at the end. It had a real creepy ending of Creepshow, which is about to have its 40th anniversary. Anyway, The Phoenix premiered on Friday, March 19th, 1982, and the plot revolved around an ancient extraterrestrial, Bennu of the Golden Light, who was discovered in Peru and awakened in the 20th century. And the series was preceded by a TV movie on Sunday, April 26th, 1981, titled The Phoenix. And that show, like I said, only lasted 5 episodes. It ended on Friday, April 16th, 1982. I'd never heard of it, but again, folks commented on it, so I wanted to mention it. And then last time we talked about how The Fall Guy turned 40. And I want to recommend another podcast. And this guy has a tremendous following in his social media, on his Facebook page, the Retro Zest podcast. And the host, Curtis, interviewed both Heather Thomas and Douglas Barr, 2 of the stars, besides Lee Majors, of The Fall Guy. And I'm very envious and happy, and he did a good job. It's about a 90-minute long podcast, and he interviews Doug Barr first and then Heather Thomas. So I'd recommend his Facebook page, Retro Zest, for a link to listen if you like The Fall Guy. And I did a minor tribute. It was more like a show and tell for the camera. It wasn't great audio. Well, yes, it was. I forgot. I put some audio pieces and some documentary pieces to make it suitable for a listener only. But for the camera, I was holding up a lot of my Fall Guy memorabilia and toys and things like that. And I was a little older when the Fall Guy debuted. I was like 10 years old. So I got these toys pretty much when I was in my 20s. So I'm off eBay and stuff like that. So it's just stuff I picked up, like the lunchbox and stuff. But there were some facts. This is brief about Fall Guy that I didn't mention. I'm saving it for a Fall Guy Podblast I'm going to do down the line. Ratings history. The highest rated single Fall Guy episode is from season 2, titled The Ives Had It, that takes place in Aruba, with sexy twins played by an actress named Ann Turkel. And she played a character named Shauna. And I can't remember the name of her sister, her twin sister, but she's not a twin in real life. They just did split screen and camera tricks to seem like she's really a twin in real life. And that episode aired on Wednesday, November 3rd, 1982. And that's the single highest rated episode for whatever reason. I mean, it was an entertaining episode, but I didn't think it was that great. And the Fall Guy ranked at number 14 with a 19.4 rating in season 2, which was the 1982 to 1983 season. It was in 16th place in season 3 with a 19.9 rating. Isn't that interesting? The rating went up, yet the placing went down because I guess new shows. And it was tied that year with a show called Scarecrow and Mrs. King, starring Kate Jackson, co-starring her, and TV's Bloopers and Practical Jokes with Dick Clark and Ed McMahon. And it was in 22nd place in its 4th season with a 17.0 rating. And then it fell out of the top 25 in its 5th and final year. Now, losing Marky Post, God, me and my big mouth. Losing Marky Post at the end of season 4 really hurt the show. Plus, the network moving the show to Friday night definitely hurt the ratings badly. Because, people were getting into high school that had followed the Fall Guy, and you got the high school football games on Friday night. You've got movies on Friday night. You've got dates on Friday night. It just was a death sentence for that show. One thing I also want to mention about Fall Guy was there was some okay character development for Howie Munson down the road in season 3. An actress a lot of you know, Patricia Crowley, was cast as Howie's mom in a crossover episode story titled Trauma. And it crossed over into a show, which was a sort of a backdoor pilot from Fall Guy called Trauma Center, which didn't last long. It had stiff competition. Lou Ferrigno starred in it as Six. He was like a paramedic, an ambulance driver. And you actually had an okay cast in that show, but it didn't last long at all. It only lasted for a few weeks. Actually, 2 months, I think. I have some on 16 millimeter film. But anyway, in season 4 of Fall Guy, we met Howie's dad. We met the mom in season 3, not together, separate episode. And then in season 4, we met his dad, played by Cameron Mitchell, an established character actor. So there was good character development. A lot of people think it's just a cheesy 80s show, and in a lot of regards it was. And I never really said what the reason is to watch a show, and that for me was Heather Thomas. She had the best body, I think, of anyone on the screen in the 80s. She was just really something special, especially when you're going through puberty. But in that episode that I just mentioned, that introduces Howie Munson's dad, Howie played by Douglas Barr, that episode was titled The Private Eyes. Private Eyes from season 4, from the 1984 to 85 season. What was cool about that is it had real actors playing themselves. It had Mike Connors from Mannix, William Conrad from Cannon, and then Barry Newman, who starred in Petrocelli, as themselves. And so it was kind of a pretty cool episode. And there's some touching scenes of Howie and his dad in that episode. It's one of my favorites. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say about Fall. Oh, and also Tony Curtis. I mentioned some of the high profile guest stars. I mentioned Richard Burton, but I forgot to mention a lot of others that I've been saving. Yeah, that's the ticket. I just forgot. But Tony Curtis was in one without his hairpiece in season 2, episode called 8 Ball. And he played a pool shark, a pool shark who has a drinking problem. It was actually another above average episode that I guess they saved for sweeps weeks for Fall Guy. Anyway, now I want to list some TV spinoffs from my trusty book real quick in alphabetical order. There were a lot of backdoor pilots and spinoffs in television history, and this is just going to go through 1981. I'm just going to read some of them. Here is a spinoff. The Adventures of Champion was a spinoff of the Gene Autry Show. After MASH was a spinoff from MASH. The Andy Griffith Show was a spinoff of the Danny Thomas Show, later renamed Make Room for Daddy in reruns. Benson was a spinoff from Soap. Beverly Hills Bunts, spelled B-U-N-T-Z, was a spinoff from Hill Street Blues. The Bionic Woman was a spinoff of The $6 Million Man. The Brady Brides was a spinoff of The Brady Bunch. That was just had its 40th anniversary not too long ago, a 1981 series. Brett Maverick was a spinoff of Maverick. Checking In was a spinoff of The Jeffersons. The Colbys was a spinoff from Dynasty, or as I call it, Dynasty. A Different World was a spinoff from The Cosby Show. Dirty Sally was a spinoff from Gunsmoke. I'm not familiar with that one. Enos was a spinoff of The Dukes of Hazzard. I have some of those episodes on 16mm film. I think it only lasted 19 episodes. Enos, the country bumpkin. He actually is from Waycross, Georgia. The actor, Sonny, who played Enos, Sonny Schroeder, I can't pronounce his last name. Sonny Schroeder, I can't remember. Anyway, Enos, who had a crush on Daisy. And he was allowed to come back, unlike the Ropers on Three's Company, when they were replaced by Don Knotts. When they left to do their show, they had a contract where if they went so many episodes, they couldn't come back. And they just crossed that mark, the Ropers did, as a show, where they couldn't come back. Plus, Don Knotts just killed it as Mr. Furley on that show. But I digress. So Enos, though, unlike that, Enos was allowed to come back to the Dukes of Hazzard after his show didn't make it as a solo spinoff. The Facts of Life was a spinoff from Different Strokes. Fish was a spinoff from Barney Miller. Flo was a spinoff from Alice. Getting Together, a spinoff from The Partridge Family. I'm not familiar with that. The Girl from U.N.C.L.E. was a spinoff from The Man from U.N.C.L.E. We've talked about that on previous Podblast. Gloria was a spinoff from All in the Family. Gomer Pyle, USMC, spun off from The Andy Griffith Show. Good Times, spun off from Maude. Grady, spun off from Sanford and Son. Green Acres, spun off from Petticoat Junction. Honey West, spun off from Burke's Law. I didn't know that. The Jeffersons from All in the Family. Joni Loves Chachi from Happy Days. Knots Landing from Dallas. Laverne and Shirley from Happy Days. The Law and Harry McGraw from Murder, She Wrote. Law of the Plainsman from The Rifleman. Lou Grant from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. You never see that Lou Grant show anymore in reruns. Maude from All in the Family. Mayberry RFD from The Andrew Griffith Show. The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo from BJ and the Bear. Mork and Mindy from Happy Days. Out of the Blue from Happy Days. Pete and Gladys from December Bride. Never heard of either of those shows. Phyllis from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. That was my grandmother's name on my mom's side. Phyllis, I love that name. And Phyllis Sidewater, a sister of one of my good friends. The Prisoner from Secret Agent. Redigo from Empire. Not Empire on Fox. This was some other show titled Empire I'm not familiar with. This book is from 1988, so it can't be Empire. That was a huge hit for Fox. Rhoda from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. Another spinoff. Richie Brockelman, Private Eye, spun off from The Rockford Files. Talked about this a moment ago. The Ropers from Three's Company. The Sandy Duncan Show spun off from a show called Funny Face. Sanford spun off from Sanford and Son. The Sanford Arms also spun off from Sanford and Son. Sarge spun off from Ironside. I didn't know that. Ironside had a spinoff? What the F? The $64,000 Challenge spun off from the $64,000 Question game show, quiz show. Surfside 6 spun off from Bourbon Street Beat. Tabitha spun off from Bewitched, and that was in the 70s, the late 70s, starring Lisa Hartman. She played Tabitha. Wasn't the same actress at all who had played Tabitha in the old show with Liz Montgomery. Three's a Crowd spun off from Three's Company. Erin Murphy, yeah, she played Tabitha, the original Tabitha. And her twin, Diane Murphy. In the beginning, it was twins in season 3. And then as they aged, they weren't identical twins. They looked different. So then Erin Murphy took over the role completely as Tabitha through the last episode airing in 1972 of the original Bewitched, however you want to say it. Doesn't really matter. Cheers had a spinoff. I don't know how to pronounce this. The Tortellis. Yeah, that's right. Trapper John M.D. spun off from MASH. You never see that show either, Trapper John M.D., and that was a good show. Pernell Roberts from Bonanza originally. Anyway, Wanted Dead or Alive was a spinoff from Track Down. I didn't know that. Two more left, folks. Young Maverick, spun off from Maverick, and Zorro and Son, spun off from Zorro, starring Guy Williams. I love this book. I've got other facts in future podcasts that I will share with you. A lot of good information. Good old books, you know. There's so much BS on the internet that I found, but it's good to have several sources of information in all things in life. So, well, I'm skipped. I was going to read you some more robot insults that Jonathan Harris had written himself on Lost in Space for the robot. Hell, I'll read a couple more. What the heck? Just a couple more. Clumsy clump, I heard that one a lot. Clumsy clute, complete moron, computerized clod. Computerized clump, confused compass, coward, cowardly clump, cumbersome clod, cumbersome clump, cybernetic simpleton, cybernetic skeptic, you defective detective, you dehumanized lie dispenser, demented diode, deplorable dummy, deplorable dunderhead. Anyway, I could go on and on. There's literally hundreds in this book, all in alphabetical order. This book from 1990, I'll just share in future podcasts for anyone that cares. And I'll work on my impression. That's a pretty bad impression of Jonathan Harris as Dr. Zachary Smith. What note did I read? By the way, don't you think that the cookie in a Twix candy bar is like one of the best tasting cookies of all? I think the Twix cookie is so good. What I like to do with a Twix, I had some leftover Halloween candy since I didn't have many trick-or-treaters. I like to, of course, refrigerate the chocolate. And then this is the tip for you. If you like chocolate, if you're not pre-diabetic or diabetic or whatever, like put it in the refrigerator. Don't freeze it, but put it in the refrigerator and then bite, like in the little fun size Twix. You can do it with the regular size ones too, but particularly with the fun size, you bite off the caramel. You can do it like a little bunny rabbit. Bite the caramel off, the caramel, however you want to say it. And then you have the cookie by itself. And then you pop that cookie after you've ingested the caramel and chocolate. Then eat the cookie by itself. It's so delicious. Anyway, and now, as we start to wind down the show, I have some notable birthdays, as I always do, from the past week and the past weekend and weekdays. Just a few. There's a few very notable ones I want to mention. I'm not going to be too long-winded this time. I went 6 hours in the last Podblast. Good God. I mean, I didn't realize. I looked up and I just had prepared way too much material. But let's get on with this week's birthdays. For November, late November, there's a couple big ones. Pioneers. I'm going to start with a real big pioneer who is awesome. By the way, all these people must have been conceived on Valentine's Day. Think about it. 9 months after Valentine's Day, it's mid-November, right? So, must have been Valentine's babies, if you know what I'm saying. So, let's start with Ted Turner. God, what a great man. He's still alive. Thank goodness. Ted Turner was born on Saturday, November 19th, 1938 in Cincinnati, Ohio. And he really made a difference. We're going to talk about it right now. As soon as I do one little thing here. But Ted Turner, there we go. His birth name, Ted Turner, Turner's birth name is Robert Edward Turner III. And he's an American entrepreneur, television producer, media proprietor, and philanthropist. As a businessman, Ted Turner is known as the founder of the Cable News Network, or CNN, the first 24-hour cable news channel. In addition, Ted Turner founded WTBS, which was called WTCG before WTBS, and that pioneered the superstation concept in cable television, and later just became TBS. And I loved it was a great programming counter move to counter programming of the competition, to have shows start at 7:35 or 8:05 at 5 after the hour. That was brilliant. And that was a Ted Turner thing. But as a philanthropist, Ted Turner is known for his $1 billion gift. Let me repeat that. Ted Turner's $1 billion gift to support the United Nations. Yeah. Which created the United Nations Foundation, a public charity to broaden U.S. support for the UN. And Ted Turner serves as chairman of the United Nations Foundation Board of Directors. Additionally, in 2001, Ted Turner co-founded the Nuclear Threat Initiative with U.S. Senator Sam Nunn, a Democrat from Georgia at the time. Let me repeat that because I mispronounced it. I mangled it. The Nuclear Threat Initiative. God, why can't I talk? Anyway, NTI for short is a nonpartisan organization dedicated to reducing global reliance on and preventing the proliferation of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. Ted Turner currently serves as co-chairman of the board of directors for that organization. Ted Turner's media empire began with his father's billboard business, Turner Outdoor Advertising, which Ted Turner took over in 1963 after his father's suicide. The company was worth $1 million at that time. In the late 1960s, Ted Turner began buying several southern radio stations. In 1969, Ted Turner sold his radio stations to buy a struggling television station in Atlanta, a UHF channel 17, which had call letters WJRJ at that time. Now UHF, you had V, and UHF was for the old rabbit ears before it went digital. The federal government made the band be digital, where you'd need a digital receiver. But UHF was like the secondary channels, the independent channels from the big three networks. Anyway, channel 17 that he bought, the call letters at the time were WJRJ, which is now WPCH, known as Peachtree TV in the Atlanta, Georgia area. At the time, UHF stations did well. Only in markets without VHF stations like Fresno, California, or in markets with only one station on VHF. Those were the big three networks, that band. Independent UHF stations were not ratings winners or that profitable, even in larger markets, but Ted Turner concluded that this would change as people wanted more than several choices of entertainment. Ted Turner changed the call sign to WTCG, erroneously claimed to have stood for Watch This Channel Grow, but in actuality stood for Turner Communications Group. Initially, the station ran old movies from prior decades, along with theatrical cartoons and bygone sitcoms and drama programs. As a better syndicated product fell off the VHF stations, Turner would acquire it for his station at a very low price. WTCG ran mostly second and even third-hand programming of the time, including such fare as Gilligan's Island, I Love Lucy, Star Trek, Hazel, and Bugs Bunny, and Lost in Space. That's how I discovered Lost in Space, because I wasn't alive when it was originally on network TV on CBS. Anyway, other low-cost content, including humorist Bill Tush reading the news at 3 a.m., prompting Turner to jokingly comment that, quote, "We have a 100% share at this time." Bill Tush would often read the news with his co-anchor, Rex, a German shepherd in a shirt and tie. I think this started in 1976. By 1972, WTCG had acquired the rights to telecast Atlanta Braves and Atlanta Hawks games. Ted Turner would go on to purchase the UHF Channel 36, WRET, now WCNC in Charlotte, North Carolina, and ran it with a format similar to WTCG, which became WTBS and eventually TBS. In 1976, the FCC, Federal Communications Committee, allowed WTCG to use a satellite to transmit content to local cable TV providers around the nation. On December 17th, 1976, the rechristened WTCG TV Superstation began to broadcast old movies, situation comedy reruns, cartoons, and sports nationwide to cable TV subscribers. As cable systems developed, many carried his station to free their schedules, which increased his viewership and advertising. The number of subscribers eventually reached 2 million, and Turner's net worth rose to $100 million. Ted Turner bought a 5,000-acre plantation in Jacksonboro, South Carolina for $2 million. In 1978, Ted Turner struck a deal with a student-operated radio station at MIT, Technology Broadcasting System, now WMBR, to obtain the rights to WTBS call sign for only $50,000. Such a move allowed Ted Turner to strengthen the branding of his superstation using the initials TBS. Turner Communications Group was renamed Turner Broadcasting System, and WTCG was renamed WTBS. In 1976, Turner bought the Atlanta Braves baseball club. And in 1977, he bought the Atlanta Hawks, partially to provide programming for WTCG, which he controlled and owned. Using the rechristened WTBS superstation status to broadcast Braves games into nearly every home in North America, Turner turned the Braves into a household name, America's team, even before their run of success in the 1990s and early 2000s. And then WGN Chicago would air the Cubs games. WWOR New York would air baseball games too. The New York Yankees, or was it the Mets? I think it was the Yankees. Anyway, Ted Turner was a pioneer, is my point. The Braves were the first, and then came the Cubs on WGN, which also was beamed to cable channels across the country and Canada, I believe. I think Canada, parts of Canada. Losing my voice here. Oh, this is interesting. At one point, Ted Turner suggested to a pitcher, Andy Messersmith, who wore the number 17 on his uniform, that he should change his surname to Channel to promote the television station. In 1986, Ted Turner founded the Goodwill Games with the goal of easing tensions between capitalist and communist countries. Broadcasting the events of these games also provided his superstation the ability to provide Olympic-style sports programming. Turner Field, or as the great Don Sutton would say, Turner Field. He wouldn't pronounce the D, God rest his soul. I love to go, I'm here at Turner Field. Anyway, Turner Field, first used for the 1996 Summer Olympic Games in Atlanta as Centennial Olympic Stadium, was later renamed Turner Field for the Atlanta Braves. And it was converted to a facility for the Braves with reduced seating. Ted Turner's purchase of Atlanta UHF station in 1970 began that Turner Broadcasting System. And I love the Space Giants. I used to, and a lot of kids my age were dying off. But I remember watching the Space Giants on WTCG and WTBS every afternoon, I think at 3, and then the Flintstones afterwards, and Speed Racer after that. It was great afternoon programming. And it was a Japanese show shot in 1966 and only lasted for 52 episodes, and which is 1 year. It began on July 4th, 1966 in Tokyo, Japan. But it had an ending where it was about the space alien Rodak who wanted to conquer the Earth. He collected planets, and he came across Earth. It was the most beautiful planet he'd seen. And so these Defender Transformer rockets, they were the first Transformers. Goldar, Silvar, and Gam would defend the Earth from giant monsters that Rodak would send to Earth to cause destruction, to subdue the people so he could take control of the planet over the weakling Earthlings. I love the Space Giants. And he was smart. See, that was because Star Wars, it had already been syndicated starting in 1972 in America as Monsters from Outer Space, and it was retitled The Space Giants in 77 by its distributor, Lakeside Television. And Ted Turner aired it because Star Wars hit on May 25th, 77. And it had an outer space theme, and it appealed to children. And that was smart. And I bet it had some pretty decent ratings of Space Giants. Excuse me. CNN, Ted Turner's cable network, revolutionized news media, covering the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster in 1986, for example, the Persian Gulf War in 1991, the Baby Jessica Kid in the Well in 1987, for instance, and Ted Turner turned the Atlanta Braves baseball team into a nationally popular franchise. America's team. And he launched the Goodwill Games that I talked about. Why am I repeating myself? And he helped revive interest in professional wrestling by buying World Championship Wrestling, WCW. Gordon Soley was one of the hosts of that show, and you had Tommy Wildfire Rich, had the Junkyard Dog, Mr. Wrestling #2 wore a mask. Great days, great wrestling. And Bill Tush got his own comedy show titled Tush. And Bill Tush stayed under Ted Turner's wing as an entertainment reporter for CNN on into the 90s, covering the Oscar awards on the red carpet. Ted Turner's, he made some controversial statements that earned him the nickname Mouth of the South and Captain Outrageous. Ted Turner has also devoted his assets to environmental causes. He was the largest private landowner in the United States until John C. Malone surpassed him in 2011. Ted Turner uses much of his land for ranches to repopularize bison meat for his Ted's Montana Grill restaurant chain, amassing the largest herd in the world. Ted Turner also created the environmental-themed animated series Captain Planet and the Planeteers. I remember it debuting, I believe, in 1990, if memory serves. And friend of the Podblast, Al Hardy. By the way, on fistfulradio.com, I'm going to start airing previous Podblast with Al Hardy and Tom Williams, who also worked for Turner. And you had Turner Classic Movies, you had Cartoon Network. Think of all the spinoffs that Ted Turner, all the cable networks, TNT. Cable Ace Awards, wasn't that something that TNT created? You could indirectly say that was a Ted Turner innovation. And I remember the controversy in 1986 or so about colorization. And Ted Turner, in fact, colorized the first season of Gilligan's Island. And in the early days of colorization, it didn't look very good. It looked like a 3D movie without the 3D glasses, the blue and the red glasses. I mean, it just looked blue and red, and they had a lot of black and white hues. Like the flesh tones were not worked out yet. But nowadays, colorization's come a long way, like with the DVD releases of seasons 1 and 2 of Bewitched, however you want to say it, and season 1 of I Dream of Jeannie, which was black and white originally. The colorized versions look incredible, and I wish they'd colorized the first season of Lost in Space. I mean, with the technology we have in today's times, in 2021 and 2022, it could be done really, really well. And I'm going to talk with Al about Ted Turner at a later date. He's talked about working with Ted a lot on the Nostalgic Podblast, but I'm sure he's got some new stories to tell. But I love Ted Turner's film preservation efforts. Oh, my God. And he was an America's Cup enthusiast, informally known, by the way, as the Auld mug, A-U-L-D mug. And that's a trophy awarded in the sport of sailing. And it is the oldest international competition that's still operating in any sport. And I have a clip I want to play from 1987 of Ted Turner on The Tonight Show. And then we'll move on to another iconic, I don't want to compare the two because it's apples to oranges, but really Ted Turner was a total innovator. I mean, listen to those accomplishments and what he did to make a difference. And we wish him all the best. I hear that, that he's suffering from Alzheimer's. I hope that's not the case. And if he is, God bless him. And I hope that all is well. He leaves behind such a legacy. And I'm just glad that he's still alive. Knock on wood. Whenever I say that, I don't, I just shut the hell up and play this interview with the great Johnny Carson. Here is Ted Turner on The Tonight Show in 1987.
If you haven't heard about Ted Turner, you've obviously been living in a monastery for the past decade or so. Hardly a week goes by or a day where you don't read about him in a magazine or a newspaper or he's on television. He's got CNN in the United States, Australia, Europe, Japan, and Central America. He's got WTBS, the superstation out of Atlanta. He's just taken over MGM. He owns the Atlanta Braves, the Atlantic Hawks. He won the America's Cup. Now he's doing the Goodwill Games in Russia, which kind of rivals the Olympics. How he got the time to come here tonight, I don't know. Would you welcome Mr. Ted Turner? That's the way you get around. I've never seen anybody come on stage quicker and sit down here.
Well, I didn't trip.
You're in constant motion, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
I think your wife said somebody said you were hyperactive as a child, and she says you're still hyperactive. True?
Well, I don't know. I'm active.
Yeah. But you're active all the time. What was your day like today? Just give me an idea of what some of the things you did this week.
Well, this was a big week.
Yeah.
See, I spoke to the Africa Travel Council in Atlanta Monday morning, and I flew to Washington, and I spoke at George Washington University, I think Monday afternoon, and I got up early Tuesday morning, had breakfast with Jack Valenti of the MPAA, flew to New York with him, spoke to the International Radio and Television Society with him at noon, then New York, and then I flew to Detroit and watched the Detroit Pistons beat the Hawks that night.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. And then the next morning I made calls on all the major automobile companies trying to sell them some advertising, and I flew back to New Haven, Connecticut Wednesday night and spoke at Yale. Spoke at Yale, and then I drove down last night and stayed at the airport across from Kennedy Airport and flew out here today, and we just had an announcement with Sid Sheinberg, the president of MCA. We're going to carry the Beaver Show before I got over here, at Universal. So
some of the things you did this week.
That's this week. So far.
So far. I saw the profile 60 Minutes did on you Sunday. Sitting home watching it, how did you react to it? Were you happy? Did you?
I thought
fair?
I can't say it wasn't fair.
Yeah.
I'd like to. It could have. Considering I think if they had made it as favorable as I think it should have been, they probably would have gotten fired by Mr. Wyman. They took their chance. They took their chance with their jobs as it was anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain about it.
Yeah. You, one time, about a year, less than a year ago, were attempting to take over CBS, right? To purchase CBS.
True.
Which is a publicly held corporation, I guess, with many, many thousands of stockholders. And what were you going to try to raise to buy that? I mean,
I can't remember. I think it was about 100. I think we offered $175 a share. It was around $5 billion.
Billion.
Well, we raised $1 billion. I think we raised about $1.5 billion to buy MGM. So it's just 3 times as much.
Yeah. Good figuring. Can I read you something from Time magazine and see if this is if you were going to describe yourself? I think they wrote this in '82. It says, Time magazine quoting, says, Ted Turner is sometimes cunning and guarded, then unnervingly straightforward. He can be vulgar and abusive to his close associates, yet passionately loyal. He cherishes honor and courage, but is a far better loser than winner, gallant in defeat, gloating in victory. He is perhaps the most openly ambitious man in America, yet he admits my desire to excel borders on the unhealthy.
I don't think that's very accurate.
Really?
No.
Didn't you ever say that your desire to excel borders on...
Yes.
Yeah.
But I don't.
What do you mean by that?
I don't push my associates around. That's wrong.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, it's
public opinion.
Well, it was just one writer's opinion.
Right. Now about the other thing. Oh, the ambition. Well, what drives you? What really drives you?
Well,
most people in your position, you're in your middle 40s, I guess. Something like that?
Late 40s.
Late 40s, okay. It's all right, Ted. It's not downhill, from then on. There is hope. A lot of people at your age will say you're very successful. You've got all these things going. A lot of people say, okay, that's fine. We're going to take it easy. But you have this drive, obviously, and it intrigues me.
Well, my father and my schools told me that, you live in America, you might as well go as far as you can,
Right.
Like Dale Murphy has in baseball, like you have in late-night television. You might as well make as much out of your life as you possibly can. Do as much as you can. I mean, that's all I've tried to do.
Yeah, and you have all these varied interests, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, your father had a big influence on your life, because I've read your biography, and he passed away relatively young for a
Yes,
man.
sir.
He had a great influence. Was it the discipline, the idea that you wanted to please him? I think you said in one of your...
Well, I mean, he had
I think
everybody who knows their father and is close to their father, their father has a big influence on him. My mother did too, so did my schools, my teachers, and just the whole American competitive free enterprise system and freedom. It all had a big influence on me.
Yeah.
We're products of our environment.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned about network television. One of the things they quoted on, I think, 60 Minutes. You've said yourself, you've made some statements sometimes.
Some rather outrageous.
Yeah, that was the word, outrageous. You had once said, now, correct me if I get this out of context, you thought the presidents of the network
should be shot
for treason.
Well, I think, well, you want me to...
Sure, let's follow up on that.
Follow up on that, because that 60 Minutes piece was edited. You know, you do that. This is a great thing about this, because we're...
Now, we don't edit now. Whatever.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I think all the... I don't know how many tens of thousands of murders the average child sees on television before they enter the 6th grade, but it's literally tens of thousands of murders. And I think the dramatic rise in violent crime and just crime in general in our society in the last 20 years, I think the incidence of crime is up 400% in the last 20 years. And I've got to put the major blame on the violence on television and in the motion pictures, because that's really the only thing that's changed. People are still the same as they were 20 years ago.
Yeah, but what evidence do you have to support that? That the fact that there are violent
the psychologists and the doctors, you know, it's... well, like I said, we're products of our environment. Right. And when we were kids, I went to the movies on Saturday morning, one day a week.
Right.
I saw Tom Mix and Lash LaRue shoot it up.
I like Buck Jones myself.
Right,
yeah.
for 2 hours. But it was only 2 hours a week.
Right.
Now kids watch maybe 2 or 3 hours of television a day, the average kid does. But which is unfortunate, because parents should keep them from watching. But, you know, it's very hard to keep children away from it, and it's the massive amount of it that they see. And there are a lot of violent programs on during prime time on network television. And a lot of kids see those shows.
Right.
They shouldn't be seeing them, in my opinion. I mean, it's too much murder, too much crime, too much sleaze. That's what I was basically talking about. I think it's been a very, very serious...
What would he think of CNN now? I wonder what he thinks of CNN now. Anyway.
...bag on our country and on our society and on our young people.
Yeah.
Talk about sleaze.
The Beaver?
Yeah.
You got a guy that was caught that Tubin guy? Sorry, we're in this nostalgia show. Just, God, it's amazing.
MCA is producing a continuation of it. There's no question about that. Leave It to Beaver is a good show for children to see, or the Brady Bunch, or Andy Griffiths. There's millions of them compared to, say, Miami Vice.
Yeah. Do you think Miami Vice is too violent?
I'll tell you, I've never watched Miami Vice. Not one time I've ever.
Well, then how do you know it's too violent?
People tell me that.
Oh, come on now, Ted. That's not fair.
Well, I don't know whether it's fair or not. I have 3 networks.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't have time to watch the programming on my own networks. I want to make sure that my stuff is straight.
Yeah.
But I have Bob Wessler, former president of CBS, working for me, and he watches them all. And I have my wife who watches them all, and I have my kids who are teenagers that watch them.
What do your kids think of Miami Vice?
They think it's too violent, too. You've got to remember, I have a good dialogue with my kids.
I'm not sticking up for Miami Vice because it's on
I've never seen it, so I can't consider myself an expert on it. But I understand it's a very catchy. They use MTV type. I criticize MTV, too. Those music videos, a lot of them are too violent, where the kids push their parents out the window, you know what I mean, and on our high rise. I don't think that's...
Yeah,
I think that, you know, that's not good.
Okay. Let me take a break here.
Wow.
We'll cut away for a commercial. We'll come back. Okay, stay with us.
What would you think of WAP? That's not violence, though.
Okay, we are back. Talking to Ted Turner. There's so many directions we can go in our conversation. Suppose you own NBC tomorrow.
Fascinating interview.
I owned NBC tomorrow?
Just assume. And
I would have liked to have. I'd rather had NBC than CBS, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Well, we're number 1.
That's why.
Well, I'm not going to sell, Ted.
You already sold. Sold the GE.
You got it. We're working for General Electric. What would you put on at 8 o'clock now? What kind of shows do you watch when you get a chance to watch television? Now, you probably never get to see
Well,
our
I
show,
sure would. I've seen The Cosby Show.
Yeah, good show.
I'd certainly carry that. I think it's a terrific show, and I'm glad to see that the ratings of it are good. And what's the show that comes after it?
Family Ties, I believe.
It's a good show. Or is it Cheers? Cheers is a good show.
Yeah.
I mean, I've run shows like that.
Yeah, there are good shows.
That's right. Those shows are good. I don't know what else you got on. You know, 8 o'clock was supposed to be the family viewing hour. I always liked Little House on the Prairie. That was a show that ran on NBC. Right. Walton. But I wouldn't have any trouble with something of an older show like Star Trek or Perry Mason. Your show. I mean, your show's terrific. I mean, it runs late at night, but it's a fine show.
Oh, thanks. Well, it's nice to hear. Now, you want to be in, you'd like to produce movies yourself, wouldn't you? You're going to put up a whole complex, I understand, in Atlanta, that you want
Well, really, we just bought MGM. We owe a lot of money. We're trying to decide how to pay our debt down and try and still stay in the movie business. That's what
By the way, now Amazon owns MGM with the exception of the James Bond properties.
we like to do.
What is money to you? Is it just a tool? Is money important itself, just to have money?
No, it's, you know, I used to be a Rotarian, and my father was one, and their motto is, he profits most who serves the best. My life was sailing and everything. My life is an adventure. But I'm also a businessman. You have to make money in order to stay in business, and if you'd have bigger profits, you can make more acquisitions and grow. So that.
And unfortunately, look what happened with the AOL Time Warner merger. Talked about it before in the Podblast. I don't want to dwell on it now or even go there. But again, this interview is from 1987. It's a shame. That was one of the worst deals ever.
Basically, my interest in making money. You've got to make money to stay in business.
You know, suppose you got a network and you're running, say, nice family shows where there's the Brady Bunch or so forth, and the other networks are killing you.
With violent
action
programs.
adventure shows. What do you do?
Well, you have to stay in business. So what you'd have to do is you have to do a balancing act.
Yeah.
You have to do a balancing act, and what I would constantly try and do as long as I'm alive. We underwrite Captain Cousteau, Audubon, Portrait of America. We do a lot of real good programming, very high type. What I'd always try and do is move the shows away from violence as much as I could, and make the stars, the people, the central characters, the kind you'd like your children to grow up and be like. You know, that's the way I'd try and do it. But I do what I had to survive. Yeah. But I'd always be pushing the other way. I think the people that run the networks, at least a few years back, cared mainly about the ratings. They would get them at virtually any cost.
Yeah.
You know, they weren't really concerned about you know, the damaging effect of the program.
Right.
Some of them.
No, you have a lot of concerns. And I get the feeling you would like to change a lot of things in the world, and God knows there are a lot of things wrong with it. People must have come to you and said, Ted, why don't we run you for public office?
Well, some people have, but I think right now we've got a lot of fine people running for public office. We've got a lot of fine people that can do that. I think that I can make a greater contribution to our society and our planet at the current time by trying to steer the media in the right direction, or at least do my part with my piece of the media to blaze a trail in the proper way.
A lot of people said when you first started out and wanted to put Atlanta, make the superstation and form CNN, it wouldn't work, right? You said it's not going to work at all because you're up against the three major networks, and it's worked.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Was there any time you were going to back down and say maybe they're right? Or do you like the idea of somebody telling you, Ted Turner, you can't do this, and that's the very reason that you got to prove them wrong?
No, I wasn't. I just, you know, I read about satellite technology, and it seemed like a good idea to broadcast to the whole continent from the satellite. I just, you know, gave it a shot, gave it a try. We got a permit from the government. I asked them. They said it was okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I just, well, I had nothing to lose, you know.
Give it a shot.
I don't think it was a big risk. I said, well, you took a big risk. I didn't think it was a big risk at all.
Yeah.
All they could do is we could go back, like, remember in Cinderella, at midnight, you know, the coach turned back into Pumpkin. All I would have done, if it hadn't worked, it would have gone off the satellite, and I went back to my little Atlanta station.
Yeah. Now, the sports thing has worked out for you. You enjoy that?
Yes, sir.
You go to most of the games when you can?
Well, I go to all I can.
You tell them what to do? Do you ever go out and suggest to the manager that maybe you should do this?
I have done that. I was the manager one day, but lately, since I got CNN...
For one day, you were the manager?
I intended to be manager for longer, maybe a week, but...
What happened?
The commissioner ordered me back into the stand.
Uh-huh.
He passed a new rule. There was no rule because... but that was a long time ago. But I'm too busy to run the ball clubs. And one thing I found out, running a ball club or running anything is a full-time job if you're going to do well at it. And if you haven't got your full time to devote to it, it's better to let somebody else do it that has got their full time to devote to it.
Yeah. What do you see Ted Turner doing 10, 15 years from now?
Well, my main concern now is to try and get the United States and the Soviet Union to stop the arms race and start cooperating with each other for the betterment of our two societies and for the rest of the world, and to get the population stabilized.
Everybody would like to do that.
And preserve our environment. Those are the things that we need to do in order to live on this planet for a long time. At the current course of action that humanity's following, we're very much an endangered species at the
That's
present
probably
time.
true. I get the feeling you're a romanticist sometimes.
Oh, absolutely.
Aren't you?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the old movies, Robin Hood and Gone with the Wind and so forth.
Yeah, you are a romantic, aren't you?
Sure.
Now, how about your home life? How much time do you get to spend
My
at home?
wife's right up there
Is
in
she?
the stands.
Yeah?
I got 5 kids. I love them. My oldest son is working in our bureau in Moscow, in the news bureau over there. And my oldest daughter this summer is going to go to work for Greenpeace in London.
Good organization.
That's her job. I mean, we're all very idealistic. The other 3 are still in school.
Yeah. So where do you go from here now?
Well, I'm going out to dinner.
That's fair enough. Hey, tell you what, you're a fascinating gentleman.
Hey, Johnny, thanks a lot.
That's a big thing for today. You're a fascinating guy, Ted. It's nice to have you here, and come back and talk with us again sometime, will you?
Okay, be happy to.
Enjoyed it very much. Thank you, Ted.
That's an awesome interview. Now, back on November 20th, Colin Lionel M. had his birthday. You know who that is, don't you? It was Richard Dawson from Family Feud. And here's a little piece that his son, one of his sons, Gary, put together that's running on Buzzer this week.
This week we celebrate Richard Dawson's birthday, and I should know, I'm his son, Gary. My dad was born in a small town called Gosport, England, and joined the Merchant Navy at 14, where he started boxing. After the Navy, he took to the stage, and soon was starring on the hit series Hogan's Heroes. After 6 seasons as a comedy POW, Dad joined the Match Game cast until he was offered a hosting gig on Mark Goodson's new show, Family Feud. My dad passed away in 2012, but he would have been so proud that Feud is still going strong. Happy birthday, Dad, from Buzzer and me.
I love that piece. Nice transition, huh? From the great Ted Turner to Richard Dawson. And as I said, he was born Colin Lionel M. E-M-M in England. And one thing that wasn't mentioned in that piece was that he, and I'll mention this in a moment, my little bio that I wrote and that I got from other pieces of information on the web and books, is that he was in the cast of Laugh-In starting in 1970. So that was after Hogan's Heroes had ended. He went to Laugh-In before Match Game. So, yes, of course, he was in English. And what I liked is Dawson, he lost his British accent. If you watch Match Game and Family Feud, he didn't really have much of a trace of his natural British accent. He overcame that. Very interesting. But he could do his native tongue, his native accent, of course, and he did on many occasions. But he was born in England, and man, he was married to like the British version of Marilyn Monroe. We'll talk about that in a second. But of course, he's probably best known for playing Corporal Peter Newkirk in Hogan's Heroes. And before that, though, I'd seen Dawson in reruns. This was all before my time. I'm a Generation Xer, but I'd seen him in reruns on the Dick Van Dyke Show, which was before Hogan's Heroes. Hogan's Heroes started in 1965 on CBS. And he was in an Outer Limits episode in 1963 to 64 season. It was filmed in late 63. A first season creepy episode titled The Invisibles. Richard Dawson had a small speaking part in that classic episode. And I loved him on Laugh-In. Laugh-In's one of my favorite shows of all time. And we're going to talk in a moment about one of the major stars of Laugh-In from the beginning of Laugh-In in 1967. After Laugh-In was canceled in 1973, Dawson joined that show in 1970. Game show pioneer Mark Goodson signed Dawson to appear as a regular on Match Game 73, as in 1973, alongside Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, and host Gene Rayburn. Richard Dawson, who had already served a year as a panelist on Mark Goodson's revival of I've Got a Secret, proved to be a solid and funny player and was one of the frequent choices of contestants to participate in the head-to-head match, super match portion in the bonus round, in which the contestant and a panelist of the contestant's choice had to match exactly the fill-in-the-blank answer. During Dawson's time on Match Game, he most often occupied the bottom center seat. It says he played 1 week of shows in the top center seat early in the show's run. Huh, interesting. Due to Richard Dawson's popularity on Match Game, Dawson expressed to Mark Goodson his desire to host a show of his own. In 1975, during Richard Dawson's tenure as one of Match Game's regular panelists, Mark Goodson began a development spin-off game show called Family Feud. And it's kind of similar, because they would poll people for the super match round. You'd have 3 answers. One would be worth 100, one would be 250, and one would be worth 500, the top. And it was all based on a poll. And so it was very similar. And also, the whole kissing thing, that started on Match Game. Gene Rayburn would kiss the new celebrity, the new female celebrity to the show. He would take out a spritzer or Banaka, spray it in his mouth, Gene Rayburn would, and then would kiss the celebrity. So I think that's where Dawson's kissing of anything that moved came from. But Richard Dawson's agent practically demanded that Richard Dawson be considered as the host of Family Feud, and they did a pilot with Jack Narz for Family Feud, who's the brother of Tom Kennedy. Anyway, at the time, Dawson's agent threatened that he would instruct Richard Dawson not to display his characteristic wit on Match Game if he were overlooked as a host of Family Feud. Mark Goodson capitulated, and once seeing Dawson's talents as host, he hired Dawson to host the Family Feud, which debuted on July 12, 1976 on ABC's daytime schedule. Match Game was on CBS, a competing network. Family Feud was a breakout hit, eventually surpassing the ratings of Match Game in late 1977. In 1978, Richard Dawson left Match Game due to a combination of the recent introduction of the Star Wheel, which was a big wheel with the celebrity panelist names on it. It wouldn't give the choice to the contestant. They did away with the contestant choosing which celebrity to play with, which in most cases was Richard Dawson. And Richard did not like that they introduced that Star Wheel. Let's see. And then Dawson won a Daytime Emmy Award for Best Game Show Host for his work on Family Feud. And after he left Match Game, his spot on the panel was filled by many other stars, most notably his best friend Bob Barker that first week when his contract expired on Match Game, who was then, of course, the host of The Price is Right. One of Dawson's trademarks on Family Feud, talked about this a second ago, was kissing the female contestants, and that earned him the nickname of the Kissing Bandit. Television executives repeatedly tried to get him to stop the kissing. I think that's a European thing too, by the way. After receiving criticism for the practice, which also included a great deal of physical contact such as holding hands and touching contestants, he asked viewers to write in and vote on the matter. The male response resulted in about 200,000 responses, the wide majority of whom were in favor of the kissing. On the 1985 final episode of Volume 1 of Family Feud, Richard Dawson explained that he kissed contestants for love and luck, something his mother did with Dawson himself as a child. Richard Dawson was a frequent guest host for The Tonight Show, starring Johnny Carson, hosting 14 times during the 1979 and 1980 years. Before, let's see, Dawson was a contender for the role of The Tonight Show host in the event that Carson left the show, a move that he was seriously considering during 1979 to 1980. Of the Tonight Show episodes during Carson's time as host that did not air on the night they were intended, Dawson was a guest host of 2. During one, actress Della Reese suffered a near-fatal aneurysm mid-interview during the taping, and the remainder of the episode was canceled, and Della Reese later recovered, thankfully. The other episode featured an untimely monologue regarding the danger of flying on airplanes. It was replaced with a rerun because it would have aired the same night as the crash of the American Airlines Flight 191 in Chicago, which killed all 273 people on board. The episode aired several weeks later after that tragedy. With his first wife, actress Diana Dors, Dawson had 2 sons, Mark, born in London on February 4th, 1960, and Gary, whom you just heard in that clip, born in Los Angeles on June 27th, 1962. The marriage ended with a divorce granted in Los Angeles in April 1967, and Dawson gained custody of both sons. He had 4 grandchildren, Now, Diana Dors, Diana Dors, his wife, born Diana Mary Fluck on October 23rd, 1931, which was a Friday, passed away on Friday, May 4th, 1984. May the 4th be with you, ma'am. She was born on a Friday and sadly passed on a Friday. And again, she was like the Marilyn Monroe. Look her up. Diana Dors, D-O-R-S. She was stunning. And she was a big-time European actress and singer out of England. And the mother of Dawson's two boys. She first came to public notice as a blonde bombshell, much in the style of Marilyn Monroe, as promoted by her first husband, Dennis Hamilton, mostly via sex film comedies and risque modeling. After it transpired that Hamilton had been defrauding her, she continued to play up her established image. And she made tabloid headlines with the parties reportedly held at her house. Later, she showed talent as a performer on TV and recordings and in cabaret and gained a new public popularity as a regular chat show guest. She also gave well-regarded film performances at different points in her career. According to David Thompson, quote, Dors represented that period between the end of the war and the coming of Lady Chatterley in paperback, a time when sexuality was naughty, repressed, and fit to burst, unquote. Upon retiring, Richard Dawson remained in Beverly Hills, California, where he had lived since 1964. He met his second wife, Gretchen Johnson, who was born on September 22nd, 1955, when she was a contestant on Family Feud in May 1981. They married 10 years later in 1991. They had a daughter, Shannon Nicole Dawson, born in 1990. Dawson announced the birth and showed a picture of his daughter during the inaugural episode of his second stint of host of Family Feud in 1994, when he replaced Ray Combs, who killed himself years later. It's really sad. He invested all his money in comedy clubs in Ohio that went nowhere, and he left behind so many children. It's terrible. Ray Combs killed himself. But anyway, Dawson came back, not to be morbid, in 1994, replacing Combs. And he was greeting a contestant who had been a contestant on Match Game when he was a panelist when he mentioned his daughter. And that episode was featured on the 25th anniversary of Family Feud as number 2 Family Feud moment in the Game Show Network's top 25 feud moments. And I have that on tape. That was from the year 2000 on the Game Show Network. Anyway, whatever. I want to play a quick clip of Richard Dawson. I always say a quick clip. It's never a quick clip with me, but this one is. But here's Richard Dawson. Well, before I get to Dawson discussing meeting his wife, and I'm going to play a quick clip of the introduction of his wife on the original 1981 Family Feud episode, let me just play a clip of his first appearance in 1994. And what killed this revival of Family Feud was the O.J. trial in terms of the ratings. Everyone was watching the O.J. trial and not watching Richard Dawson's triumphant return to Family Feud in 1-hour format from 1994 to 1995. God, I am losing my voice badly. Let's see. Here we go. Here it is. Here is a clip. I think the audio is marginal of Dawson's talking about his daughter.
Hey, give a hoot. It's all play all day on.
He says he quit. I remember seeing this. He mentions that he quit smoking for his daughter, and he promised his wife that he would not kiss the contestants any longer. But let me just play this in his own words.
In time for the Family Feud, introducing the Red Family. Chuck, Jeannie.
We don't need to hear all that. Let me fast forward.
Ready for action.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
1994, September 1994. Taped in August 94.
I've been waiting backstage for 8 years to get out here. I want to do the show. You know what? That was a lovely welcome. I thank you. I'm excited because this is the 1-hour edition of the Feud. Something I always wanted to do long before it ever happened. And for me, it's happening now. This way we get to meet more families and play for a lot more money. Really exciting for me to be out there. Nice, a lot of love here in this audience. I thank you for being a part of a special kind of debut time for us. We're delighted. I want you to help me now make this a great show, all right? All right. Here's the first family right here, the Red. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I remember he brought out his little daughter who was a toddler. I thought this was the clip. I didn't pre-screen this. My bad.
Everyone, please. Well, very good, Richard.
Well, I'm going to 86 that because it's not what I thought it was. I'm sorry about that. But I am going to play the introduction. This is the Family Feud that introduced his wife, Gretchen. And it's got that announcer, Johnny Gilbert, who's still the announcer on Jeopardy. And I thought he did kind of a bad job as a sub-host for Family Feud. It's time for the Family Feud. Listen to how he says D. Anyway, here's a quick clip of the Johnson family and his future wife, Gretchen. It's time for the Family Feud. Introducing the Johnson family. That's me, not the clip. God, I don't know why it's not playing tonight. Come on.
It's time for the Family Feud. Introducing the Boutis family, Gary, Karen, Ralph, Val, and Tom, ready for action. And the Johnson family, Wendy, Heidi, Gretchen, June, and Bob. On your marks, let's start the Family Feud. And now, here's the star of the Family Feud, Richard Dawson.
Richard Dawson. I like Gene Wood better, the regular announcer. But I like Johnny Gilbert, too. He's 93, still announcing Jeopardy. And has since 1984 when it started with Trebek.
Gene Wood, we love you and miss you. Get well soon. Come back and see us. You know we've got mice here? All the ladies went like this. Just going down to my dressing room. There was a mice. A mouse. In Reagan's cabinet, the Meese family. How do we have mice? I mean, should have. Oh, probably looking for Chuck Barris. Feed them well. Yeah. Feed them well? They didn't get a laugh, did it? See, Chuck Barris might have, but you screwed it up with the Boutis family, the champion.
Oh, boy. This is kind of boring.
How much money you want? How many De Niros?
Boy, this beats a racetrack. $10,889.
Where's the Johnson family? Here we go.
Here, make them feel it out.
I guess it's better, of course, if you could see it.
This is my sister Heidi, my other sister Gretchen,
There she
my
is.
mother June, and my father Bob.
We're delighted to have you here. How do you do, darling?
I'm a restaurant manager
Where?
at, can I say?
Of course you can.
I can, at Castanola's in Redondo Beach.
That is seafood?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I love seafood.
Fresh seafood.
Yeah?
Yes, would you like to come down and have
Are
some
you in
fresh
charge
seafood?
of the restaurant?
You bet.
Oh, yeah, I'll come down.
All right.
You serve lobster?
I sure do. I'll
Your
serve you
plate?
anything.
Oh, really? Come on, let's go now. You know how this works.
All right. I thought he was going to say something to Gretchen there. And when the revival happened, Gary, his son, was one of the producers of the new Family Feud where Richard Dawson came back out of retirement. Remember that movie he did with Schwarzenegger in 1987, The Running Man? That was kind of cool. Kind of a take on his host on Family Feud, but kind of more, of course, evil. He was a real bad guy in that movie. It was like a reality show, kind of like Today, but people really died in it. The Running Man. That was kind of a cool movie with Dawson. And a take on ratings and all that sort of stuff. Let's see. One more thing for you here before I move on. I've got another biggie, another big birthday on November 20th. Someone that we all love, that you love, that I love. But I thought there was one more. Yeah, here is Dawson himself. This is towards the end of Dawson being on this earth. But he's talking about meeting his wife. This is a very brief clip for real. And this is thanks to the Archive of American Television. Here's Richard Dawson talking about meeting his wife. And this video has had 1.4 million views. That just give you an example of how well loved Richard Dawson is to this day. He passed away in 2012. Gosh, I don't know why I can't get this to go. Sorry about all the technical screw-ups. Here it is.
1981, the Johnsons came on, and a mom, a dad, and 3 daughters. They were lovely. The girls were exuberant. Gretchen, who I had my eye on, no, she was the youngest of them. They were a delightful family. And one of the questions was something that, it wasn't risque, but it was like a thing, something you could get exhausted at, you know, exercise, running. But, and she was nervous. She said, making love. That's all she said. And I, you know, I squeezed her hand and I said, well, now, the Kingfisher thought there's no, I mean, she said, oh, I'm so embarrassed that I said that. I said, don't be embarrassed. You get money for this. Don't be embarrassed. And she said, oh. And they won. They won for 2 or 3 days. And I think they won about 17, 18 grand. Not a lot of money. But I knew there was just something about this young lady and myself. I had a fan letter recently that said, Dear Richard, I know since you've retired, you've taken a child bride. That's my wife. So, you know, I said, that's what they think. And don't drink too much. I don't drink it, never have. I saw her and they won, and they were just about to leave. They'd lost. And the Gene Wood said, credits rolled, and they were all about to leave the stage. And I went over to her and I said, can I call you, or would you call me? And she said, well, I live in San Diego, because they all live from Manhattan Beach, but she's in San Diego at college. And I said, I really would, you know, love if I could call you. And she said, yeah. And I said, I have permission to get your number then. Because I could have always gotten anybody's number, but they never gave people's number out. And she said, yes. I said, okay. So I went home, and I was quite excited. I had her telephone number, and I called, no answer. I called the next day, no answer. I thought, oh, she's giving me a joke number, you know. But she hadn't. I called and said, hello. I said, Gretchen? She said, yeah. I said, well, I've been worried. I couldn't. She's had her wisdom teeth out. You know, so that.
He can't enunciate very well.
So I said, oh, well, you know.
Man.
I hope that you're okay. And we waited for a little bit, you know, a few days or whatever. Then I invited her because she comes up to see her parents. And I said, you like to come cook you dinner? And she said, I would love that. You know? I said,
Kind of helps to be on TV, you know.
Turned out the day she's coming up was Good Friday.
On a popular show at the time.
I made Chateaubriand. No, beef Wellington. Beef Wellington, you know, a lot of very intricate work, takes a lot of time. Filet, mustard, bacon, pate. Oh. And I made asparagus, and I think I had avocado. Anyway, she came here. I said, call your folks, tell them you're here, okay? Because I didn't want to worry. And then when I served dinner, she said, well, this is very nice. Thank you. I thought we had a good dinner, but I sort of noticed towards the end, her stuff was being sort of moved around a bit, not really consumed. And that was it. I saw her and said goodbye to her, and she went. Turns out, I saw her lots later, and, you know, we've been together for a long, long time. It turns out she hates anything beginning with A. I mean, asparagus, artichoke. And It was like I'd known and put all the foods that she totally hates on her plate. But she never, she never said, "Oh, I can't eat it." And I said, "Why wouldn't you just tell me? I would have gotten anything you want." No, I don't like it. But it turned out great because married her and we have a daughter who's 20 and Shannon Nicole. And I've had, between 30 and 40 years with Gretchen.
It must have been 2010. I was just doing math in my head when this interview was conducted. He passed in 2012. Wow. Sorry to talk over that. Another quick clip of Dawson. This one's really quick clip. God, I'm messing up bad tonight. Here's Dawson talking about taping the very first Family Feud episode and pilot. This is also from the Archive of American Television. It must have been conducted in 2010, this interview.
We started, about 8 or 9 in the morning. Did a couple of run-throughs. Then we did a dress rehearsal, about 4. And then I think something like 7 o'clock we started. And we did 2 or 3 shows. I mean, I know we completed 2, and I think we did half of a third one. But it was 2 o'clock in the morning when we got out of there. And we got out, and Kathy was there, and we were all very excited. And she said, "This is winners." And I said, "But you can't tell with." She said, "No, truly, this is the winner." I said, "Well, we'll both be in the race then." And a day and a half later, we were sold to ABC. And I loved that show. I never ever got tired of that show. I had a cameraman on the first day who became a good friend of mine. Where I did Fast Money, he always came up. And he was on his walkie-talkie about the third show. And I heard him saying, and he was, and this person playing for $5,000, nervous as can be. They'd never seen this show before. I'm holding a hand. And I said, "You have 10 seconds. Quietly, silent." I started a question. She gave me an answer. In the pause between, I hear. I said, "Hold." And I won't use his name, but I said, "Right, Jim, if your mom was right here now with me, I was playing that, I would tell you exactly the same as I'm going to tell you now. There's nothing you can say into that walkie-talkie that you couldn't say 50 feet from here. This woman's trying to change her life in a little way. But if you were the cameraman and this was your mom, I'd still say, shut up." And very bad feeling in the studio. And the woman actually won, which that family won. But he came and apologized, and I went to apologize to him afterwards. I said, "I'm in the middle of the whole show is geared on this, and their guts are wrenched out. They all look fine, but the first question, yeah, I did that one. Here's the second one. I can't, if we miss, the other family, and now there's a chance for him to win. And you're saying, well, extreme close-up, I don't think you did. I know you didn't do it to hurt her chances, but you're hurting her chances." I said, "I love you, but I don't want you to work on this show if you have to talk on the camera. Be on another camera somewhere else, but not in Fast Money." He wrote me a nice little note. I mean, he was embarrassed, and he stayed with me the whole 11 years. He never left.
Richard Dawson. He passed away on Saturday, June 2nd, 2012, at the age of 79. Richard Dawson, born Colin, was a boxer earlier in his life. He was born on a Saturday and he passed away on a Saturday. And he's immortal thanks to Buzzr TV Network, which airs currently reruns of classic Family Feud starring Richard Dawson from 3 to 4 a.m. at that ungodly hour, allegedly due to the kissing, which is ludicrous to me. That's what I read online. You can't believe everything you read in the internet. There's all sorts of mistakes in IMDb, for instance, the International Movie Database, but several people have said that's the reason. And just with the DVR, you can record it. That's what I do sometimes. I sort of shuttle search through. And the Celebrity Family Feud primetime specials were really cool when the show was just a rating smash. They had like John Ritter. They had Larry Hagman in his heyday as J.R. Ewing, before Who Shot J.R. when he renegotiated his contract and became a superstar with the ratings smash hit from November 21st, 1980. Ooh, I just remembered I have to do a post this Sunday about the infamous and famous Who Shot J.R. resolution episode from season 4 of Dallas, which broke ratings records until the final MASH broke that record for Dallas. Anyway, I digress. Rest in peace, Richard Dawson, the kissing bandit. Moving on. I know about Dawson, it was really apparent in the older episodes where he shows his sons, and one of the sons lived in England with his mom, and then Gary was in L.A., and or maybe it was Gary, it was in England at the time, but when he would bring his sons out, you could see the love. In fact, it's a European thing. He would kiss them on the mouth, which is interesting. But moving on past Richard Dawson, who's one of my favorite game show hosts of all time, along with Bob Barker. Bo knows. Remember that expression? Bo knows. Bo is 65 years old, and I'm not talking about Bo Jackson. I'm talking about Bo Derek. The luscious Bo Derek was born Mary Kathleen Collins on Tuesday, November 20th, 1956, and she is an American icon, an actress and model, perhaps best known for her breakthrough film role in the sex comedy 10 with Dudley Moore in 1979. Her first husband, John Derek, directed her in Fantasies and in another movie, Tarzan the Ape Man, both released in 1981, over 40 years ago. And he directed her in Bolero in 1984, a very controversial, soft adult movie. And he directed her in Ghosts Can't Do It in 1989, all of which received negative reviews from the critics. Bo Derek was widowed in 1998. And she married actor John Corbett in 2020. Now semi-retired, she makes occasional film, television, and documentary appearances. I liked her in Tommy Boy also in 1995 as the conniving stepmother of Tommy, played by dearly missed Chris Farley. Now, I got an interview that stuck with me. I saw this when it was new, and I was 14 years old. This is Bo Derek on, of course, Late Night with David Letterman when he was in Los Angeles for the week. This is from 1985, and it's a very telling interview. And she talks about her disdain for school and how she liked to be at the beach. I don't want to give it all away, but I do want to play this. I hope it's not more than 5 minutes. I made notes here. It says start at the 3-minute mark. I didn't edit
My
it.
first guest tonight has starred in some very interesting motion pictures. 2 of them are Bolero, and the other one is Tarzan the Ape Man. Please welcome Bo Derek.
I'll just let it go.
Nice to see you. Thank you very much for being here. These people are a little peculiar.
That may be why the audience is just going nuts. No one can say anything. There's no talking. This is one of my favorite interviews Dave ever did, actually.
Well, do you know Paul?
No, we've never met, no.
Paul Schaefer.
You're fabulous,
Thank you.
I'm thrilled to be in Hollywood so I can meet you.
So Paul comes out from behind his keyboard and touches her back.
I don't know what happened there. You know, I talked to you about a year ago. You had just finished a movie, and we invited you to be on the show in New York, and you called me. You were very nice to call back and say, look, I can't come right now because we're busy working on the film. And I assumed you were lying to me at the time. And then when we found out we were coming to California, we heard that you would be on the show, and I just wanted to thank you for keeping your promise. That was very nice of you to do that.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and even when we're not busy, we don't go to New York. I mean, unless we absolutely have to.
Now, why is that?
No, we don't travel anywhere. No, we don't go any place unless we absolutely have to.
Now, where was the last place you went? And why did you go? I guess to film, make the movie, huh?
No, you know the last place we went? Australia. To catch a crocodile. The biggest crocodile in the world.
And what do you do with it when you get it?
We didn't actually get him. We were going with Arthur Jones, you know, the man that invented Nautilus exercise equipment. And he wanted the biggest crocodile in the world at his farm in Florida. And he called and said, do you want to go? And we went. It was fantastic.
Are you friends with this guy? And was it a fun experience?
Yeah, it was very fun.
And you brought the animal back safe?
No, we didn't get to. The government at the last minute said that we couldn't. But it was kind of fun to go off to catch a crocodile.
Yeah, but
except I was already. I thought this was going to be Wild Kingdom. I had my safari clothes and I packed all the boots and the things. And he was in a cage already when we got there. But it was still fun.
So you just drove by and you were going to pick it up at the pet store and...
We flew in Arthur's jet, and then he was going to ride back with us. You know, as you go on your way to the little girl's room, you'd have to walk by him, but
well, I'm glad
they didn't let us.
Well, I think that's good. They should not be moving those things around, don't you think? Don't you think the animal deserves to stay where he was born?
He came from New Guinea originally, so.
Oh, so he'd traveled before.
He had traveled before on a big ship. Yes.
Okay, now where were you from originally? Are you native Californian?
Yes.
What part of the state?
Yes, Redondo Beach and Salem, Capistrano. All along the beach areas. I grew up on the beach.
And where did you go to high school?
Well, when I went for a while. It was in, where was it? That area, Torrance area.
That area. No specific high school.
I forget what the city's called, actually, because I lived someplace else and I was bused.
Well, now, you were bused? She certainly was. Now, this is something called the El Echo. Does that ring a bell with you?
No.
It doesn't ring a bell with you?
No, I didn't go to that school.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You went to this high school. I'll bet you $100.
Okay, I'll bet you.
All right. You serious? You don't know if you went to this high school? Now, where do you think you went to high school?
Called the El Nido or something like that.
You don't even know the name of your... what was the mascot?
I went to the beach a lot.
Well, apparently so. But what was the high school mascot?
I don't know. And that's our colors were green and gold. I know that.
Oh, Bo, you've been sadly misled.
No, what is this?
What was your name in high school?
Mary.
Now, you're sure about that? I have a picture right here, ladies and gentlemen, and M. Collins. Is that you right there?
Yeah.
Now you left school a little prematurely, didn't you? What year did you leave in?
That year, 73.
73. Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you heard from this guy since you've been out?
No, where'd you get this?
Well, he's here tonight, Bo. Ladies and gentlemen,
no.
Are we going to do a commercial? We'll be right back to find out just exactly where this woman did go to high school. Don't remember going to high school? Thank you so much. All right, now, did you, what kind of a person were you in high school?
What kind of person?
Yeah.
A nice person.
Nice person? Not much of a student, though, I gather.
No.
Yeah. Do you remember any class that you did well in? What kind of grades were you getting?
Well, it depends. Actually, the problem, it wasn't that I wasn't, if I wanted to get good grades, I could have, but as I said, I went to the beach a lot.
And what did you do at the beach?
Oh, surfing and swimming and getting a suntan.
Did you really surf?
Yeah.
Were you a pretty good surfer?
Yeah.
Do you have knots on your knees?
Yes, actually, I do, and scars everywhere from whatever else.
Now, do you think maybe one day you'll go back and did you ever get a high school degree, a diploma?
No.
Do you think maybe one day you'll go back and take the equivalency test or something?
Why?
Well, because it might be nice sometime if you're out looking for a job and they see that you... You don't have a high school education, you're going to get bounced. You'll end up, scraping up burritos with Paul over there.
No, I've learned a lot since I've been out.
Yeah, but would you advise others to quit high school and?
No, it all depends on what they want out of life and what they're doing. I wish while I went, I put in a lot of hours and a lot of months and a lot of years. I wish I had paid attention because
you might remember which school it was.
That's really terrible. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah,
that name I don't remember at all.
At least make up a school so you have a good answer.
No, I know the name was Narbonne. I remember the name of the school, Narbonne.
Yeah, that's right.
But I don't remember that at all.
Yeah. How did you, and was it shortly around, how old were you when you quit high school?
16.
Ooh, boy, just a kid.
Well, I didn't really mean to quit. Well, what happened? I'll tell you what happened.
Another mix-up, huh?
No, I got caught for not going to school. I got caught.
Well, your folks must have been steamed about all of this.
Yeah, my mom was really mad.
Yeah.
But I went for like a month without going to school. I went to the beach, and I got caught. And then it was really good for me because I got very bored with going to the beach every day. So then I started to go back to school, and I was really enjoying it and paying attention. And I was really enjoying learning all those things. And then I went to go do this film with John in Greece. And then, we're traveling all over the world and doing things, and I never went back.
Now, see, this is a pretty sizable leap, Most kids in high school are going on, excursions, outings to see how dentures are made and that kind of thing. You're going off to make films in Greece.
Well, it was a shock to me, too.
But how did that happen?
I don't know. I met John, and he hired me for the film. And
now, how did you meet John? Let's start right there. John Derrick, the man you're married to now.
Right.
Okay, how did you meet this guy?
I was in an agent's office because I had met an agent. Because my mother worked for Anne Margaret for a lot of years.
Doing what for Anne Margaret?
Just sort of everything, a right hand.
Yeah.
And then, so I was backstage once, and I met an agent. I don't even remember meeting him either. And then...
Why should that detail be any different from any of the others?
And then he called and said, yes. No, and then he called and said that I should meet John. He was looking for a girl in the film. And I did, and I got it. It was shocking.
And did you and John date at all? Was there...
No, we hated each other then.
Yeah.
We hated each other then.
And how soon thereafter were you married?
About 2 years after
2 years? So you got married at 18?
19, I think. Well, because I met...
You don't even remember the date, do you?
No, I do.
Remember.
You know it's coming up. It's
well, of course, I know it's coming up.
No, we're not... Those kinds of holidays and things like that, we're not very sentimental about.
No, you should be. Now, see, you're missing a lot here. What? You don't travel? You celebrate Halloween?
I do travel. No, I don't celebrate Halloween. I grew out of that, I guess.
You grew out of that.
Oh, I know. Well, living where we live, too, it takes miles before you reach to the house to trick or treat.
Now, where do you live? You don't live in Hollywood, huh?
No, we live north of Santa Barbara. We live about 100 miles from here.
Yeah. Why don't you live in Hollywood?
Oh, I hate it.
Why do you hate it?
Look outside. It's ugly. It's ugly. Is it not ugly? It's ugly.
No, there's some very pleasant, very lovely surroundings here.
Where? No, we live at a ranch. We have trees and fresh air,
a lot of
and
animals?
horses and dogs. We have 10 horses
Yeah.
and 6 dogs and 4 cats, and it's beautiful.
Do you ever...
I'm very fortunate.
Do you ever go out and do anything by yourself? Do you have girlfriends that you go out with, like once a week, once a month or so? You go out and do anything?
No.
When was the last time you were away from John? Just on your own. Do you ever do anything like that?
Yeah, I had to go to Germany to do something. I went with my sister.
Yeah? Was that...
But we're rarely apart. The only reason I went by myself was because he hates traveling even more than I do, and I had to go.
So you spend a lot of time with the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does he ever get on your nerves?
No. No, we're only together because we want to be together.
Yeah. But sometimes you think, geez, wouldn't it be fun if me and some of my girlfriends from the old high school...
that I remember so well.
Could, just go out and go to a movie or go bowling or something?
No, I'd rather do that with John.
Yeah, okay. Now, what are you doing tonight? What's on your agenda this evening?
Drive home.
Yeah, and then what?
Watch some TV.
Yeah. What will you watch? What's on tonight? Monday night,
I
what are you
won't
going
be awake to see this show. I go to sleep too early.
Yeah, what time do you go to bed?
Go to bed or go to sleep? No, we go to bed when... It depends on what time of year. Whenever the sun goes down, we're pretty much in bed And we watch the TV and read
Yeah.
sometimes and that kind of thing and fall
Yeah.
asleep. I don't know. But I'm up with the sun, and now the sun's up, at 5:30.
So you get up and do chores around the farm?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I do.
Do you really?
Yes, I do. I
Let me
muck
see your
stalls.
hands.
I don't muck stalls much anymore.
No,
because we
these
finally got-
you have not been mucking anything with these hands.
No, look at this. Look. The cat got me here, the roses got me here and here and here.
Well,
There,
yeah,
that's
but a
all.
cat and roses is a lot different from
No, but
mucking
no,
stone.
because in between we have some good people working on the ranch now, but when we don't, that means me
Mhm.
mucking out all the stalls and everything.
Do you drive by in a truck on a hot day and yell at the help?
She's cracking up. Wow. She's trying to hold back laughter.
Yeah.
In my red dump truck.
Yeah. You're yelling at them that you didn't go to high school. It's real nice to meet you, and I hope you don't mind me just goofing around here. Are you upset? You're not upset, are you?
No.
No. Did you have a nice time?
Yes, yes.
Well, we had a very nice time. Come back and see us again. We have to pause here for station identification. We'll be back. Thank you very much. It was very nice.
I love that interview. She's almost childlike. Bo, she's almost childlike, very innocent there. So moving on, happy birthday, Bo Derek. Joe Walsh was born Thursday, November 20th, 1947. He's now 74 years of age. He was born Joseph Fiddler Walsh in Wichita, Kansas. In 1975, Joe Walsh was invited to join the Eagles as founding member Bernie Leadon's replacement. There was some initial concern as to Walsh's ability to fit in with the band, as he was considered far too wild for the Eagles, especially by their drummer and co-lead vocalist Don Henley. Now released on December 8th, 1976, Hotel California was the band's fifth studio album and the first to feature Joe Walsh. The album, and I have it, I meant to hold it up for the camera, oh well. The album took a year and a half to complete, a process which, along with touring, drained the band. The second single from the album was the title track, Hotel California, which topped the charts in May 1977 and became one of the Eagles' signature songs next to Take It Easy and Desperado. It features Henley on lead vocals with a guitar duet performed by Felder and Joe Walsh. The hard rock Life in the Fast Lane, surely gonna lose your mind, released on May 3rd, 1977, was based on a riff by Joe Walsh. It reached number 11 on the charts and helped establish Walsh's position in the band. Hotel California is the last album to feature founding member Randy Meisner, who abruptly left the band after the 1977 tour. He was replaced by the same musician who had succeeded him, Timothy B. Schmidt, in the band Poco. In 1977, the band, minus Don Felder, performed instrumental work and backing vocals for Randy Newman's album Little Criminals, including the song Short People Got No Reason, which has backing vocals by Glenn Frey and Schmidt. The Eagles went into the recording studio in 1977 to begin work on their next album, The Long Run. In the long run. The album took 2 years to complete. The Long Run was released on September 24th, 1979. Considered a disappointment by some music critics for failing to live up to Hotel California, it proved a huge commercial hit nonetheless. The album topped the charts and sold 7 million copies. In addition, it included 3 top 10 singles, Heartache Tonight, oh, I love that song, and the title track, I Can't Tell You Why, and In the City by Joe Walsh also received considerable airplay. The band also recorded 2 Christmas songs during these sessions, Funky New Year and Please Come Home for Christmas, which was released as a single in 1978 and reached number 18 on the charts. In 1980, the band broke up. Joe Walsh has released 12 solo studio albums. In December 1974, Joe Walsh released his first solo album that was not considered a barnstorm project, titled So What?, which contained more introspective material such as Help Me Through the Night and Song for Emma, a tribute to Walsh's daughter who had been killed in a car accident that April. On a few tracks, Don Henley, Glenn Frey, Randy Meisner of the Eagles contributed backup vocals. In March 1976, Joe Walsh released a live album titled You Can't Argue with a Sick Mind, which also featured the Eagles. As the Eagles struggled to record their follow-up to Hotel California, Joe Walsh reignited his solo career with a critically well-received album, But Seriously, Folks, in May 1978. That album contained the single Life's Been Good. I love that song. His comedic depiction of rock stardom, which peaked at number 12 on the U.S. Billboard Hot 100 and remains to date his biggest solo hit. I love that song. Life's been good to me so far. Hang on. Life's been good to me so far. I love that song. Love it. My voice is shot. Let's see. I love that damn song. Walsh also contributed In the City to the Warriors soundtrack in 1979. We talked about that earlier tonight, that movie The Warriors, with Beck and with the gal from Too Close for Comfort. Let's see. And that song In the City was penned, meaning written and sung by Joe Walsh. That was later recorded for the Eagles' studio album, The Long Run. Deborah Van Berg from Too Close for Comfort was in The Warriors. God, I can't remember her name. Anyway, following the breakup of the Eagles in July 1980, Joe Walsh continued it's going to drive me nuts. Deborah Van something Berg. Anyway, following the breakup of the Eagles in July 1980, albums throughout the 1980s, but sales did not meet the same level of his earlier successes. There Goes the Neighborhood was Joe Walsh's first album since the demise of the Eagles, and it peaked at number 20 on the Billboard 200 chart. The album only spawned one single, A Life of Illusion, which became one of Joe Walsh's most popular songs. The single also topped the Hot Mainstream Rock Tracks chart in 1981. I'm going to play a clip of Joe Walsh. Let's see if I can get away with this one. I think I can. I really think I can get away with it. Let me see here. Here we go. Here we go, baby. Baby, baby. Let's see if I can share this with y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Joe Walsh.
On Late Night with David Letterman, performing Rocky Mountain Way. Much higher. Sorry. That's tight.
Hey, Joe Walsh is here. First of all, nice job. You sounded great, not only with the song,
Thank
but
you, sir.
all night long.
Thanks for having me back.
Got Any Gum? Great title. Is there a story behind this?
Yeah, bum. I saw a bum a block away, and I knew he was going to ask me for spare change.
Yeah.
So I reach in. I'm all ready when he gets up to me. Say, here, help yourself. He says, I don't need any money. You got any gum?
There you go.
I said, that's it. That's it. This guy's a genius.
Now, let's hear.
Don't be nervous.
I'm not nervous. Let's hear your earthquake story.
Earthquake story.
Yesterday you're in Los Angeles.
Yeah, what do we call this? On-the-spot reporter?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I wake up, right?
Is that not California or what? His
and
accent.
I'm moving slightly off the bed. And everything's going like this. And I go, oh, no, I got the shakes again. And then I say, no, I didn't drink that much, really. Something's wrong. And then I fall out the bed and hit the floor and go, boom, and they go, hello!
Yeah.
Because I'm used to having a go-to-bed call. At hotels, they say, good morning, it's 7 o'clock, go to bed. Right? So I say, hello! And everything's doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah. But everything but me. And that's the switch.
Was this your first earthquake experience? or were
No,
you there
that
for
was
the
my
other one?
second.
Second one.
I was in the other one, but that was only 4 something.
Yeah,
this was a big one.
This was a big one, absolutely. And we got to do a commercial? All right, we'll do a commercial. We'll continue here with Joe. We'll be right back.
I'll stop there. It's funny, he's from Wichita, Kansas, and he sounds so chill, so California. That California influence rubbed off on him. So moving on to November 21st, Goldie Hawn, born Goldie Jean Hawn on Wednesday, November 21st, 1945 in Washington, D.C., is 76. She rose to fame on the NBC sketch comedy program Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In, which started as a special in 1967, and it became a regular show in 1968, an hour-long show. And then she went on to receive an Academy Award and Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actress for her performance in Cactus Flower in 1969. Goldie Hawn maintained bankable star status for more than 3 decades, while appearing in such films as There's a Girl in My Soup in 1970, Butterflies Are Free in 1972, The Great Sugarland Express. The movie's titled The Sugarland Express. I called it The Great because I love that movie. In 1974, Shampoo in 1975 with Carrie Fisher, who had the line, "Wanna F? I'm censoring myself." And of course, Foul Play with Chevy Chase. That was the first movie she did with Chevy Chase in 1978. Then Seems Like Old Times with Chevy Chase and Charles Grodin. Have it on film, 16 millimeter film. Anyway, Private Benjamin in 1980, for which she was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Actress for playing the title role. She later starred in Overboard. Remember, she's crying in Private Benjamin. Just shows the whole array of her emotional acting talent. She later starred in Overboard in 1987 with her future companion, Kurt Russell. Bird on a Wire in 1990. Death Becomes Her in 1992. House Sitter in 1992 as well. First Wives Club in 1996. The Out of Towners in 99. The Banger Sisters in 2002. And Goldie Hawn is the mother of actors Oliver Hudson, Kate Hudson, and Wyatt Russell, and has been in a relationship with Kurt Russell since 1983. Okay, so before Overboard in 87. In 2003, she founded the Hawn Foundation, which educates underprivileged children. Got to play another clip from David Letterman from 1987 with Goldie Hawn. This one's not long. I say that every time, and it's long. Gosh, I've gone over 4 hours. Last time I went 6 hours like a freak in a Fruit Loop, just sitting here, just rambling, but I just prepared way too much stuff. And we're almost done with the show. I just want to get to the beer game, the beer tagline game. You're going to like this. And I have just a couple more birthdays coming up here that are significant with light clips. So let me get this for you now. Here's Goldie Hawn with David Letterman in 1987. They're embracing. They're standing up, hugging. And she's sitting down, and the interview
Warren will
begins.
kill me. I didn't produce Shampoo.
Well, we said and/or.
Oh, and/or.
And/or, so
okay.
you get off on the
All
and/or
right. I mean, I
clause
like
there.
the shampoo part.
Yeah, that was quite a movie, wasn't it?
Oh, that was a very intense picture.
Yeah.
It really was. We were all very, very good friends and still are.
Uh-huh. Now, are you really, or is that something to say on a talk show?
No, it isn't. I mean, we are actually. Julie and I have lost touch over the years.
Julie
Christie.
Julie Christie.
And, but the rest of us have remained very good
Yeah.
friends.
When was the last time you
Friends
saw
and
Warren?
About a week ago.
Really? What did you do?
Oh, we talked and we had coffee together, and I met his friend, and
Now, what does that mean, you met his friend?
well, actually, what we did was we were at a birthday party for my partner. It was her birthday, and we've all been friends for many, many years. And he was there with a friend, and I wasn't there with a friend, actually. My honey was gone.
Out working, was he? I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yeah. See, it's interesting because people like myself, and I think people across the country, I think would have a difficult time imagining that you, at one function, you would be there and Warren Beatty would be there, and you would just be having kind of a normal exchange like people do everywhere.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it really is. I mean, I don't sort of take myself out of myself and look at myself. I mean, life just goes on.
Yeah, that would wrinkle your clothing, wouldn't it, if you were able to do that? Geez, you just look great.
Thank you, David. I feel real good, and the baby came out fine.
Congratulations,
time I saw
you were pregnant last time.
I was
you were.
pregnant. I was just over the morning sickness. I was 4 months pregnant, and the baby is it's just more than
Boy
we
or
ever
girl?
could dream of. We had a boy.
Yeah. What did we name him?
We named him Wyatt,
Wyatt?
and he's 17 months old now, if you can believe it's been that long.
Good Lord, that it is incredible how time goes away, isn't it?
It's unreal.
I think, by the way, I'm the first one to make that observation. Thank you. You know what I see now, that your TV show Laugh-In is still running, or not still running, is now...
It's been reinstated, cut down to a half an hour.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen any of it?
No.
What do you think your feelings might be if you were to sit down and watch it?
Honestly, I saw it when they first did this about 2 years ago. Now they've done it again.
Yeah.
I was amazed at this person. I was sitting there with the kids. I tried to do that again. I tried to do the voice. I tried to do the attitude. Everything has changed. Everything has changed. I can't seem to get my voice in that register anymore. My body was different.
Not
my
much.
look was different.
I was just going to say, you look remarkably, almost exactly the way you did then.
I don't know. It's sort of like Dorian Gray. I don't know. I am decidedly different.
Yeah.
And older.
But is it fun for you to think about that still beaming across the country, or do you just wish it would go away after
I
a
really
certain time?
don't wish it would go away.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so far away from that time of my life now, and I mean, there's nothing that I feel bad about or embarrassed about or any of it. I think it was a great time. It was a great time in television history, and it was a great time all the way around.
Have you always been Goldie?
Yeah, I always have. Before I was Goldie to anybody that ever knew who she was.
Yeah.
I've never been any different.
But
And,
no, I mean is that your name?
Oh. You mean it was that simple an answer?
Yeah, that's all. It's me. We're not.
I was getting
no,
philosophical with
no,
you.
it's not Barbara Walters. It's me. It's no trouble there. Yeah, and you know, and I've always been Dave. And I think Paul, for a while, Paul was Larry, but now he's Paul. No, but I mean, is that a nickname, or is that the name of your parents?
It's my real name.
No kidding.
Yeah,
What-
I
what-
was given that name at birth, and my middle name is Jean, and the nurses named me, because my mother really wouldn't care about a middle name, so she said, you name her.
Goldie Jean Hawn.
Hawn.
Wow, it's a very nice name.
And I was told to change my name, as a matter of fact, when I did the first picture with Kurt, when he was, 1 and I was 16. Now, when he was, I don't know, 16 and I was 20 or something. And we did the one and only genuine original family band. I was a dancer in the movie.
That was a movie?
It was a movie for Disney, and he was one of the boys in the band and in the family.
He did a lot of films for Disney, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And that's where I saw him for the very first time, and little did I know what our fate would be. But that was not where I was going. The man who produced the picture wanted me to change my name.
To what?
To anything but Goldie. It was too much like a stripper. He said, really, you can't be in show business and have a name like Goldie. You really have to temper it. So
Well, I kind of understand that.
I
But
tempered it with Goldie Jean. I figured that took the...
yeah, that straightens it right up. I tell you what, we're going to do a commercial. Nice-looking boots. And then we're going to look at a
Baby,
Christmas
please
baby.
come home. From the
Very
Full
nice.
Spectrum Christmas
Is that
Baby,
what
please
that
come
was?
home. Yeah. Great, isn't it?
Christmas baby? What?
Please come home.
Please come home.
And the
I
original-
didn't hear any of those lyrics.
The original artist, Paul?
Well, we weren't singing, Goldie. We were just instrumental. Original artist was
you didn't
Darlene
sing?
Love.
Darlene
Yeah,
Love, right.
From the Christmas album. Well, we'll sing.
See there, that's a little of it. That's just a little bit of it. Are you living full time now on a farm in Colorado?
We live on a ranch, about 75 acres.
What's the
and,
difference between a ranch and a farm?
Well, a farm is more fertile.
Oh yeah, I think farm is you're actually growing things.
Right.
Yeah, a ranch you raise
A ranch,
things.
you raise animals, and everything's sort of drier, you know, like hay and dust and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Have you moved there full time?
Almost full time. The children going to school there. They absolutely love it. It's a great place to raise children.
Was this your idea or Kurt's idea or a
This was
mutual?
a collective idea, and we both sort of have a similar philosophical idea about life.
Which is briefly.
Which is briefly is to simplify it as much as possible, and kind of weed out the superfluous,
The non-essential.
the non-essential.
Do you think you'll ever get sick of it there?
I think, you know, it's like anything else. Yeah, I'm sure I will. I get sick of L.A. Why won't I get sick of Aspen?
How long have you been there?
Aspen, we've been there off and on for 3 years, and now we've been there a full total of 8 months this
8 months.
year. It's a great time to
Do you
be
get
with the
scared
kids.
out there by yourself?
No, I don't.
Big guys with guns drive by? Just...
I live with one.
Oh, you live with the big guy with a gun.
I live with a big guy with a gun.
Yeah.
We live with guns.
Ooh, yikes.
Well,
my.
it is yikes, but I've learned to.
You'll be out of there by Labor Day.
Oh no, whatever he shoots, I eat. I mean, I cook and I eat.
Yeah, but you don't really like that, do you? You
I
don't like
wouldn't do
somebody
it,
out there shooting stuff for dinner?
David, I think it's great.
Oh, no, you
I
don't.
would never do it myself.
No.
Ever. I mean, it would be the last thing on earth I would do. I mean, but it's something that he grew up with. He's almost half American Indian. He has a tremendous heritage. He had wonderful memories with his grandfather hunting. It's you know, when you live out in the wild, you start to understand some of the other kinds of laws of nature.
Yeah, but I mean, is he kind of
I
like...
mean, you here in New York City, I mean, the idea of hunting, it's like,
Well, it goes on daily here.
it's a different kind of
Yeah.
meat, unfortunately.
But does he, like, in the middle of the afternoon, drag a mule up onto the porch or something?
No, but he drags a few things in. He's a wonderful bird shooter, and I actually
Bird,
cook
that might,
birds.
yeah.
Also,
You'll be moving to
Oliver-
Denver like that. You'll be in a hotel in Denver.
No, Denver I don't like. I really don't like.
Oh, now, see, you
Listen.
shouldn't have said that. Denver is a
No,
great city.
Denver is
It's the Mile High
just
City.
Mile High City.
Yeah.
And I'm not allowed to dislike it?
You can dislike it, but now you're going to have to answer the mail.
The mayor?
The mail.
Oh, the mail.
That's right.
And
The
you've
hate
been
mail.
David all your life?
All my life I've been David. I was Pat Sajak for about a month, but then that... let's show the folks some of your film here. Now, did you produce this thing too?
Yes,
That's over?
I
Evening.
did. I produced it. I didn't produce it alone. I have a wonderful
Co-produced it?
partner, and also Alex Rose produced it, who is in sort of the other camp of our director, Gary Marshall. So that's what happens.
Gary Marshall directed this.
Gary Marshall
he's
directed
terrific.
it.
Who passed away.
Wonderful to work
It's
with.
Overboard, and do we need to know anything about it? And
Overboard, good movie.
She's a lousy, human being, and for the most part, very, very bored.
Is Kurt in this
collects things
scene?
and not emotions. Kurt is in this scene. He comes in as the man who is going to build the closet for her,
Yeah.
and she's not very happy
Okay,
about it.
here we go. Kurt and Goldie building a closet.
Say,
nice,
did you know
nice
protein-
interview. The clip was cut from the film. Also, on November 21st, I was born. Chance Bartels, your host of the Nostalgic Podblast. Moving on to Monday, November 22nd. Oh, by the way, on November 21st, another significant thing about that date, that's the date, sadly, that Bill Bixby passed away in 1993 of cancer. And on a positive note, director, writer, producer, Kenneth Johnson announced that The Incredible Hulk, starring Lou Ferrigno, has been released on Blu-ray. It's out now. You can order it wherever you want your fine Blu-rays. I don't think it's streaming anywhere. It might be on Peacock. You know what? It could be streaming on Peacock, but these have been completely remastered. There's all sorts of extras and bonuses, and you've heard it before. I've played it before. The opening to the old classic shows.
Dr. David Banner, physician, scientist, searching for a way to tap into the hidden strengths that all humans have. Then an accidental overdose of gamma radiation interacts with his unique body.
Great show. It was released first on DVD in 2006, so it's finally in high definition. Got a bunch of them on 16 millimeter film. Anyway, so enough about that. On November 22nd, the Scream Queen was born. That's Jamie Lee Curtis. She turned 60. Let me make sure this is right. 63. And she was born on a Saturday. Jamie Lee Curtis made her film acting debut as Laurie in John Carpenter's horror film Halloween in 1978, an independent, low-budget movie at the time, which established her as a Scream Queen. And she thereafter appeared in a string of horror films, including The Fog, Prom Night, Terror Train, all released in 1980, Road Games in 1981, and she reprised the role of Laurie in the sequels, Halloween 2 in 1981, Halloween H2O 20 years later in 1998, Halloween Resurrection in 2002, Halloween in 2018, and Halloween Kills in 2021. Her filmography is largely characterized by independent films that have been box office successes, with 8 of her lead actress credits grossing over $100 million. Curtis's film work spans many genres, including the cult comedies Trading Places in 1983 with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. Love that movie. Don Amici and many others. Even Al Franken, he's in that movie, for goodness sakes, for which she received a BAFTA for Best Supporting Actress, and she was in A Fish Called Wanda in 1988, for which she earned another nomination for Best Actress. She won a Golden Globe, an American Comedy Award, and a Saturn Award for playing the starring role of Helen in James Cameron's action comedy True Lies in 1994. Good movie with Schwarzenegger. Curtis's other major films include Blue Steel in 1990, My Girl in 1991, Forever Young in 1992, The Tailor of Panama in 2001, Freaky Friday in 2003, Beverly Hills Chihuahua in 2008, You Again in 2010, Veronica Mars in 2014, and Knives Out in 2019. Jamie Lee Curtis received a Golden Globe and a People's Choice Award for her portrayal of Hannah Miller on the ABC sitcom Anything But Love from 1989 to 1992 on the small screen. She earned a Primetime Emmy Award nomination for her work in the television film Nicholas Gift in 1998, and she also starred as Kathy on the Fox horror comedy series Scream Queens from 2015 to 2016, for which she earned her 7th Golden Globe Award nomination. Jamie Lee Curtis is the daughter of Janet Leigh and Tony Curtis. She's married to Christopher Guest, with whom she has 2 adopted children, Annie and Ruby. Due to her marriage with Guest, who is the 5th Baron Hayden Guest in the United Kingdom, Curtis is a baroness, formerly entitled to the title Lady Hayden / Guest. Hyphenated Guest, Lady Hayden Guest. She has written numerous children's books, with her 1998 release titled Today I Feel Silly and Other Moods That Make My Day, which made the New York Times bestseller list. She is also a frequent blogger for the Huffington Post. Got a clip from January 25th, 1984 on, you guessed it, Late Night with David Letterman. She never appeared again on that show. And this is one of the last clips for today's Podblast as we wind down the show at over 4.5 hours long so far and counting. But let's play this clip. And Tony Curtis, her father, is the beginning of the clip. Let me see here. It's right here. And apparently she has words with Dave. Let's listen. Let's see if I can find it real quickly. Time is a-wasting. Late Night with David Letterman on NBC, 12:30 in the
man and his daughter. We had your beautiful daughter, a very talented woman, on the show about 2 years ago, and I think she's steamed at us.
She's a lovely girl.
She's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Very talented.
I have 6 children, 4 daughters and 2 sons, 3 marriages, which is the only way to do it. Well, I don't want to be facetious, but Jamie has become is an actress.
Big star.
Very, very popular actress. And she's unique in the sense that of all the information she's been fed, she kind of put it all together for herself. You know, she never
had to figure it out.
She just figured it out for herself. She's, you know, she's very intelligent, and nobody can take credit for that, you know. She never came to me for advice. I couldn't give her any advice in that sense.
Yeah.
It's a profession of non-advice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. But is she still steamed at us?
I'm sorry?
Is she is she still steamed at us? Mad at us?
Well, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we'd love to have her back on the show.
Yeah, well,
so when you
listen, I don't know what happened with you two.
Well, I don't either. It just got, it didn't,
Did it get out of hand? No.
Got a little bit.
Oh, I don't know.
But we didn't, it's a long story.
No, that's a long story.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome back to the program. Ray Manzarek will be here tonight. Jamie Lee Curtis here in just a moment. And phrenologist Janet Brennan-Roman will be on this program tonight. And, of course, our big Virgin Islands show coming up in, when is the date on that, Paul?
Is it the second week in February?
Is it the second week in February?
Yeah. More or less.
February, more or less the second week in February. And we're all very excited about it. It'll be...
Virgin Islands week.
That's right.
Going to be seeing all that nutty stuff that we take when we went down there.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? And you'll be able to meet some of the Olympic team members of the Olympic team.
In the rain on the beach.
Yeah.
Very high pitched, very
It rained,
nerdy nasally.
Very hard for about 8 seconds, and then it dried up and was beautiful again. My first guest tonight began her movie career in a string of horror films. Of course, Halloween. Then there was Halloween 2. She was also in The Fog and Prom Night and Terror Train. And she was featured in Trading Places. And her newest film, which, by the way, I saw
this should be
a couple of weeks
interesting.
ago, and she does a terrific job. It's a really nice film. It's entitled Love Letters. This opens up on Friday. Please welcome Jamie Lee Curtis. Oh, yeah, nice to see you. Thanks for being on the show. You look great.
Thanks.
You feel good, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much for being here. Oh, you must have the funny chair.
I thought you were just going to say thanks for being here and ask me to leave.
Oh, no. You know, I saw this film, by the way, Love Letters.
Yes, you liked it, didn't you?
I thought it was a terrific film, and I thought you were terrific in it. And the woman who wrote it is...
Amy Jones.
Amy Jones. She also directed it.
She was pregnant, too.
When she directed it?
Yeah. Yes.
Uh-huh. But it turned out terrific. What's the matter?
I'm just...
Well, she's loopy. But you know what I wanted to say about the... But what I wanted to say...
Bill Tush interviewed Jamie Lee Curtis around this time. This was 1984. It says January 25th, 84, my clip machine. And he posted a photo of it, Bill Tush, on social media. I think grabbing her leg or something.
Are you all right?
I'll get over it.
No, that's all right. I'm glad you're cheerful.
I'm glad you liked it.
I did. I enjoyed the movie.
I know.
But let me point out something that you know, of course. In 80% of the movie, it wasn't 80%, 75% of the movie. What? You had your shirt off.
Oh, David.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, are we going to have fun. I wouldn't say it was 75%.
It was a lot, though.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, of course, people are going to be happy to see that.
I hope so.
Yeah, but now how is that determined going in to the film?
The amount?
Yeah.
Well, it was all pretty much per the script, which I okayed before I signed up to do it, so I will take full sort of credit for whatever's done.
And now, was this covered contractually?
Yes.
Really? So you can actually put that into a contract.
I've seen some people put it in greater detail than I did. I knew Amy and I liked her, and so it was okay.
But what, like, greater detail? What are you talking about?
I have a friend of mine who actually put exactly what you could see. I mean, actually say, and you can pan down to one breast and whatever else. I'm not going to go into detail.
No, go into it.
No, it's late. Everybody's asleep.
No, everybody's not asleep. They know you're here, and so they're staying up to see you.
I hope that's
Yeah. Well, anyway, I thought the movie was terrific.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's not 75%. Don't say that.
What would you guess it would be?
I wouldn't ever guess.
But it's, now you act like you're upset about this.
I'm not upset. It's just I knew. I had a feeling. But that's okay.
You had a feeling about what?
That it would come up in conversation.
Well, how can it not?
Very easily. Very easily, but that's okay.
I mean...
No, there's not...
No, see, you're mistaken. You think I'm upset about this.
Yes, I do.
No, I'm not upset. Why would I be upset?
No, there's nothing. It's a wonderful movie.
It's a fine movie, and you do a terrific job acting in it.
Thank you.
And you get to see a lot of you. A lot of the time. No, see, I think that's fine.
I'm glad.
No, I'm not saying, I'm not being negative.
I know
just,
you're not. It's okay.
No, I sense that you're,
I'm not. No.
You're
no.
not?
I'm not wearing a suit. I asked specifically if you were going to be dressed.
For a suit?
Yeah, for a suit.
Last night I had a suit.
I like this. This is nice.
I didn't have a suit last night? Let's go on to other matters.
Okay.
Anyway, congratulations
I'm glad you liked the movie.
Yeah, and congratulations on the success of your film career and stuff.
Thanks.
Yeah. You had trouble getting to New York, though, I understand.
Everybody thinks I was on the ground. I wasn't on the ground that long. I was in L.A. for about an hour only. It was easy. They said it was snowing here or something. It wasn't a big problem at all.
I thought there was something about fog. You get fogged in?
No.
Probably Ray Manzarek had the trouble with the fog. We'll ask Ray.
I mean, we were a little late, but it was okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I hate?
What?
I watched a movie, and it's a wonderful movie. It's called Heart Like a Wheel.
Oh, yeah. I've seen that
Wonderful
twice.
movie. The stewardesses, who are wonderful, they walk up and down the aisles during the movie, and it's ridiculous because you sit there. And I was standing up on my chair trying to get around them because it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of good
Yeah.
parts. It bothered me. That was my problem last night.
I found a way to avoid that.
How?
Go see the film in a theater.
I would have liked to have seen the film in the theater, but, you know.
You're right.
I'm cheap.
I've seen it twice. It's a good movie.
It's a wonderful movie.
Hey, you're all right, aren't you? Can you stay around one more segment?
I'd love to.
Okay. We'll get all this straightened out and be right back. We're back. All right, go ahead. You want to make one more point about this?
Well, no, it's just, I know so many people. I don't want it to look like I didn't have full sort of understanding of what was going to happen.
Oh, no,
but
that
what's
wasn't my
interesting
point.
is I know a lot of women, and there's one in particular, and I wish I could say her name. She's a musical performer. And she, on some sort of show, she said, I don't want to be a sex symbol, and made a lot of comments about it. And the next day I went into a poster shop, and she's standing there with her hands down her pants, with her shirt unbuttoned. And it's, you bought it! But it seems so strange that, you know, that you don't accept what you do. So, I mean, maybe it was 72%.
72%. But see, it seemed to be okay in the film.
Oh, it's fine.
And you, I mean, you have, of course, as you know, nothing to be ashamed of.
I think if you're going to make a decision to do something, you should do it with as much good humor as possible.
That's right. That's right. And a nice, well done. It's a small film. They would
Yeah,
describe it
was
as
made
being
for we made it for $500,000.
Yeah. Where are you living now?
I live in Hollywood.
What part?
Hollywood. West Hollywood.
West Hollywood. You don't live in Santa Monica?
I used to live in Santa Monica.
You lived in Santa Monica in a landmark neighborhood?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's one of the first neighborhoods in Santa Monica ever built, and they've kept it. And there's laws that state that you can't take down the houses. You can keep up the facades, but you can change the insides, but you have to keep the facade.
Oh, I didn't.
Beautiful down there.
I didn't realize that. Now, when you were a kid, your mom was in Psycho.
Yes.
And she was, of course, done away with in a pretty grisly fashion in the movie. Did that have any effect on you as a... how old were you when that took place?
I don't even know. Well, it was she made it in 61, and I must have been 4.
Yeah. Did that have any repercussions
No,
for you?
not at all. I wish I had a great story about it, and I don't. I wish I had a great story that I ran into her room crying one time after seeing it. It never really affected me very much.
Yeah, okay.
It's not that scary to me, because I know her.
Now, did you have how old were you when the first time you saw it?
Not 11, 12, 13.
You have a great story about that?
No. I don't have any great stories, Dave.
No. Now,
I have some.
Now, you want to take a look at the clip from Love Letters here?
Okay.
All right.
I have, my mother dies, and I have an affair with an older man, trying to emulate an affair that she had when she was married to my father. And this is when I meet this man. He's played by James Keach.
Okay, and this is to be released nationwide on Friday?
No, just here in New York.
Here in New York City on Friday. It's called
guys.
Love Letters with Jamie Lee Curtis.
You've been listening to the Obsessions in Music show here, KLAS, a listener-supported radio station where it's all music, all the time. Coming up next is Danny DeFranco and the Roots of rock and roll.
Now it's time to enjoy some real culture, and I mean with a capital C. So here from the 50s are the Capitals and Speed Row. Anna, thanks for covering for me.
Where were you last night?
I heard the most incredible band. Forget it.
The guy out there in the gray sweater, you know him?
I'm trying to pick his pocket for the evening and new music concerts.
He's a donor?
Guy's loaded. God bless him.
Bring me some Shirelles for the ride home, okay?
You got it.
Bye.
See you later.
Oh.
Hello again.
Hello.
You're on a winner, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm Oliver Andrews. I'm a fan, a very big fan of yours. I listen to you all the time.
It's great. I've always wanted a fan. It's been nice to meet you, Mr. Andrews. Excuse me.
Nice to meet you, too. I hope I'll be seeing you again. In the meantime, I'll be listening.
Any more boring?
So, yeah.
Oh, boy. It's like listening to this show.
That's
Dull.
the beginning
That was
of...
Bud Court.
Yeah, that's
you know
right.
Bud? Harold and
San
Maude.
Diego
He's
hat.
so fabulous.
Yeah.
He's so funny.
He looked very peculiar in this film.
He is peculiar.
Yeah.
He's a friend. It's okay.
Anyway, I think that this is a terrific, and I shouldn't be saying this over and over
But
again.
you're saying it, and it's
but it really did.
wonderful. Thank you
It
very
really did
much.
impress me.
Thank
and,
you.
Yeah, you should be very pleased.
I
with
like it a lot.
Do you have pets? You're gonna.
I wish. I'm so angry. I'm really angry because I've got a dog who does stupid dog tricks.
Really? Now, what does the dog do?
He does an imitation of Alien. You know the Alien?
Yeah.
He does a really good imitation of a groupie, and
This is
he
advanced
does Little
stuff.
Red Riding Hood, all 3 characters.
Can you show us what it would have been like without the dog?
Do you have a dog? Oh, here. When his imitation of Alien is this.
She's putting his hand on Dave's
And
face.
the guy had that stuff over his face. And I can't show you know.
No more?
He's Clark. He's got whooping cough.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
What, is that bad in dogs? Of course it'd be bad in dogs, wouldn't it?
He's at home. He's sick.
Well, give Clark
Hi,
our
Clark.
best, Clark, if you're watching at home. It was it's a treat to see you again.
Thank you.
And I can't tell you, well, come
Thank
back and see us
I would
anytime.
like to,
Good
very
luck with the film and
Thank
everything
you.
else. Jamie Lee Curtis, folks. We'll be right back after station identification.
I have to tell you that school's back in session.
Larry Bud Millman,
Why else
Calvert
are you
DeForest.
studying for tests? And with all those lengthy trips to the library, now's no time to start cutting back on snacks. That's why when I have an all-nighter ahead of me, I always have Mr. Larry's toast on a stick. It's the one...
All right, I like him. That's a visual thing. Oh, wow. Also, on November 22nd, Scarlett Johansson. She turned 37. She was born on Thursday, November 22nd, 1984 in New York City. And she is perfect, with the exception of crooked lower teeth. You can see in some movies where she has her mouth open. Anyway, no one's looking at her teeth. I know, I've talked about it before. She's perfect. It's just an observation. I don't know, because I have crooked lower teeth too, so it stuck out at me. All right, moving on to Tuesday, November 23rd. Hang on a second. Let me double check something before I go to November 23rd. We're wrapping the show down, the nostalgic Podblast for this entry, and we're going to do our beer tagline game in just a moment. I just want to make sure I give you correct information. Yes, she is 37 years old, Scarlett Johansson. Now we can move on. I'm the perfectionist. To November 23rd, and we have a classic one for you. Boris Karloff was born on November 23rd in England. His birth name was William Henry Pratt, born on Wednesday, November 23rd, 1887. Of course, best known by his stage name, Boris Karloff. He was an English actor who starred as Frankenstein's monster in the horror film Frankenstein in 1931, which established him as a horror movie icon. He reprised the role in Bride of Frankenstein in 1935, which many consider the best of his roles as Frankenstein. And he was in The Son of Frankenstein in 1939. Boris Karloff also appeared in The Mummy in 1932, and he voiced the Grinch. You're a green one, Mr. Grinch. As well as narrated the animated television special of Dr. Seuss's How the Grinch Stole Christmas in 1966, not to be confused with the live-action remake many years later starring Jim Carrey as the Grinch. But that won him a Grammy Award for Dr. Seuss's How the Grinch Stole Christmas. And he also hosted a television show titled Thriller for MCA, an hour-long black and white horror anthology show, which began on Tuesday, September 13th, 1960, and ended on Monday, July 9th, 1962, on NBC. William Shatner was in a couple episodes, including one that was really cool called The Grim Reaper, which also had Natalie Schaefer in the cast, who went on to be Lovey in Gilligan's Island. I want to play a little bit of the theme to Thriller by the great movie and television composer Jerry Goldsmith. And there were two versions of the theme, but let me just play one for you now. Even though we're well beyond Halloween, we are talking about Boris Karloff here. That was actually from the Grim Reaper. 86, this commercial there. The Grim Reaper episode, one of the two that William Shatner was in. Now, Boris Karloff, this is very interesting and rare. For his contribution to film and television, Boris was awarded 2 stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on February 8th, 1960. Boris Karloff passed away on Sunday, February 2nd, 1969. He was 81. Now, the next birthday on my list, and the final birthday for this entry of the Nostalgic Podblast, consists of a clip that is only 9 seconds long from a movie that I love. And let's listen to it, and this will tip off who we're talking about. What's happening? It's Dominique Dunne, ill-fated Dominique Dunne, was born on Monday, November 23rd, 1959. She was born and raised in Santa Monica, California. She had a tragic end. Dominique Dunne studied acting at the Milton Workshop. I can't pronounce Milton Katselis. I should know that. What I do on the side. Oh, anyway, she studied acting where she appeared in stage productions. She made her on-screen debut with the television film titled Diary of a Teenage Hitchhiker, and thereafter played the recurring roles of Erica on the drama series Family, a Lorimar production in 1980 with Christy McNichol and Quinn Cummings and Meredith Baxter, Bernie. Anyway, so she was Erica on Family, and she played Paulina in the comedy series Breaking Away, based on the movie. Remember the movie Breaking Away? The bicyclists? She was in that TV version from 1980 to 1981. But Dominique Dunne's breakthrough came with the starring role of Dana Freeling in the horror film Poltergeist, released in 1982, establishing her as a horror icon. I guess. I mean, I don't consider her a horror icon for that one part. Jerko. I remember she called her younger brother Jerko at the breakfast table. I always thought that was funny. She went on to headline in the Western film The Shadow Riders in 1982 and portray Amy Kent on the crime series Chips with Eric Estrada in 1982. That was like in the last season where Larry Wilcox, as John, had already left the show and was replaced. But I remember that. Yeah, she was in Chips in an episode in 82. Before her murder, I'll get to that in a second, Dominique Dunne was cast in the miniseries V about the lizard aliens in 1983, filmed in 1982, directed by Kenneth Johnson, whom I referenced when he broke the news today that The Incredible Hulk has been released on Blu-ray. The entire classic series starring Lou Ferrigno and Bill Bixby. Anyway, he went on, Kenneth Johnson, to write and produce and direct the original V miniseries. And Dominique Dunne was in it as one of the daughters of some of the main two of the main characters. However, she died midway through filming, and the role was recast by an actress named Blair Tefkin. Here's the tragedy. On Saturday, October 30th, 1982, Dominique Dunne was strangled by her ex-boyfriend named John Thomas Sweeney in the driveway of her West Hollywood home while she was rehearsing lines with her co-stars for V. And she fell into a coma, passing away 5 days later on Thursday, November 4th, 1982. In a court case which gained significant media coverage, Sweeney was convicted of voluntary manslaughter. Should have been murder. That's a bullshit. Should have been murder, first degree, in Dunne's death, and served 3.5 years in prison. That's it? Man, that's not justice there. That's bullshit. I'm going to play, you know what? I do have another clip I'm going to play. This is called The Terrifying Case of Actress Dominique Dunne, just a little bit as we wind down the Nostalgic Podblast today. Because I think true crime is something that a lot of people are interested in, not just pop culture. So let me find that for you now as we conclude. This will be our very last birthday of the week, and then we'll get into the game and some other fun stuff. Here we go. I don't think this is too long.
She was a young girl born to be on the silver screen. Her presence
Really
in
sad.
film and television was starting to become familiar to viewers. Her career seemed to have no limits, but a troubled relationship ended her dreams and her life. Today on Hollywood True Crime, the murder of Dominique Dunne. Dominique Ellen Dunne was born on November 23rd, 1959.
It's kind of saying what I already did. I should fast forward.
California. She was part of a highly respected family in the entertainment field.
A bit repetitive.
Her father, Dominic Dunne, was an ambitious television producer. One of her older brothers, Griffin Dunne,
Nepotism.
became an actor and director. Her uncles were writers John Gregory
There
Dunne
you go.
and
Nepotism.
Joan Didion.
That's all right.
But the reputation and relationship with Hollywood celebrities didn't hide Dominique's and her family's sufferings. She had two other sisters who died within a week of their birth. In 1965, her parents divorced because Dominic seemed only concerned about his career, about organizing parties for his famous friends, and about the typical excesses of Hollywood, at a time when there seemed to be no limits. Also, her mother, Ellen Griffin, better known as Lenny, was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis and had to use a wheelchair. Despite everything, young Dominique was able to have a normal childhood and high level of education. She lived in New York and Beverly Hills and was able to have a great relationship with her father. After graduating from high school, Dominique enrolled at the University of Colorado to study acting. She stopped her studies for a year to live in Florence, Italy. There, she perfected her Italian and studied art at the Michelangelo Buonarroti School and at the British Institute. Submerged into the high culture that this environment offered her, she finally convinced herself that she wanted to be an actress. Back in the United States, she entered the studio of Milton Castells, a renowned actor and theater director. Soon after, she was part of plays like West Side Story and Mousetrap. But she knew the real action was in Hollywood, and she focused on looking for a job there. She wanted to make it big in cinemas like her most admired actresses, Julie Andrews, Jane Fonda, and Natalie Wood. Although she had a renowned family in the industry, Dominique started from the bottom. She found her first shot at The Diary of a Teenage Hitchhiker TV movie from 1979.
I said that.
From there, between that year and 1980, she became a guest actress in episodes of the Family and Lou Grant series, as well as being part of
The Family. It was called Family. This guy didn't know.
Her most stable role was in the short-lived Breakaway series, based on the hit.
You know what? I'm going to stop it because it's just very repetitive, and when someone makes a mistake like that, it just bothers me, even though I make plenty of mistakes myself. Okay, on that uplifting note, very inspirational note, that's a wrap on birthdays for this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. So we're going to edit. I'm going to do some editing here because we're running way long. My original intent for the show was to go no more than 3 hours at the very, very latest, and I went 6 hours last week. Now I'm approaching the 5-hour mark. I'm just preparing too much stuff. And, you know, if I didn't mention someone you like for their birthday, a celebrity or someone in the business or a musician, it's just because of time. And I mean, there's some people I don't care for that I omit, but usually I'm not slighting anyone. It's usually just because of time. I'm aware of most of the birthdays. Plus, I need for next year. I don't mention everyone because I need to have some material to cover in terms of my birthday list for next year. So that's what that's all about. Item: the classic nostalgic treat of the week. Well, I should play you the commercial. It's 30 seconds long before I reveal what it is. And this is something that you either love it or you hate it, and it's questionable. It's a questionable meat product. I'll give you that hint. But wait till you hear this charismatic dude in the ad. Where is it? God dang, I thought I'd pulled it. Gosh darn it. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I think I did not pull the clip. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm going to do it on the fly. Hang on a second. Oh man, I cannot freaking believe it. Oh yes, I did. God, I am out of it. I thought I had it right here. This is just such bad. This is just such a bad lull. I don't want to reveal what it is just yet. Hang on a second. Bear with me. Let me stall. You snap into it. I'll give you a hint. You snap into this product. I think you figured out what it is. Man, I know I pulled that dang clip. Apparently I didn't. But I want to find the one I found. All right, here we go. This ain't the one I wanted, but you get here it is. Here's the nostalgic treat of the week. Oh Jesus! Someone had to put, Lord in heaven, put their dumb logo on the front. Oh, I hate it. Come on. Nostalgic treat of the week.
So, higher education got you down? Well, step into it.
He's in a library, raising hell.
Turn to the spice, that beefy, juicy taste.
What is the meaning of this?
Feel a little excitement? Snap it to a Slim Jim.
Slim Jim! That was Randy Savage, Slim Jim ad from 1992. That isn't the one that I had pulled, but what are you gonna do? What's happening? Background on the Slim Jim snack. Adolf Levis introduced the first Slim Jim in 1929 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, although he and his partner subsequently hired a meat packer to develop the product for production in the 1940s. He later sold the company in 1967 for about $20 million to General Mills, which moved the operations to Raleigh, North Carolina, and merged them into the meat packing operations of their recently acquired Jesse Jones Sausage Company to create Goodmark Foods. Doggett moved to Raleigh in 1969 as corporate controller of the newly formed entity and was later the company's vice president of finance. In 1982, General Mills put the company up for sale, and Doggett and 3 other Goodmark executives acquired the company. Doggett assumed the offices of president and chief operating officer, CEO. And a company called ConAgra, I'm going to talk about next time, which will be the Sunday after Thanksgiving. I'm doing this on a Friday. I'm doing this live on a Friday because I have plans this weekend and for Thanksgiving. But anyway, I'm going to talk about ConAgra after Thanksgiving. They bought Goodmark in 1998, and this company owns everything. They bought out Hungry Man dinners. I mean, all these foods that used to be like Hungry Man was like a division of Campbell Soup originally, but I got to investigate this ConAgra, ConAgra company, find out what's going on here. But anyway, the Slim Jim product that Levis created is different from the one produced since the 1990s, with Lon Adams developing the current Slim Jim recipe. And Lon Adams died. He lived from 1925 to the year 2020. Anyway, he developed the current Slim Jim recipe while working for Goodmark. Slim Jim is an example of a food product which is listed as containing mechanically separated chicken. In its ingredients by requirement of the USDA. It's disgusting. But I've eaten a Slim Jim or two in my day in high school. I did, and maybe after high school, but not lately. I like beef jerky, though, a little bit, not lately. Production was interrupted after an explosion and fire on June 9th, 2009, and it destroyed the plant in Garner, North Carolina. This is sad, killing 3 workers and a subcontractor worker. Operations resumed in Garner and in Troy, Ohio. On Friday, May 20th, 2011, the facility in Garner closed, the same day that the company's former spokesman, Macho Man Randy Savage, the wrestler, died. Get this, about 569 million Slim Jims are produced every year in at least 21 different varieties. Slim Jims they're one of those snacks that weren't good for you that were in countless comic book ads when I was growing up, along with Hostess products, the cupcakes, the Twinkies, the fried pies, the ding dongs. Slim Jims were everywhere in advertising to children, just like McDonald's. It's just a marketing ploy. Item, the nostalgic toy of the week, the Space Invaders digital watch by Omni. I had one in 1983, and actually, believe it or not, I have a brief clip of that too. Here's a clip of the Space Invaders watch. It was kind of a neat watch. It was like the precursor. I won't say it was as advanced as a Game Boy because it wasn't, but it was kind of cool. I could sit there in class. I was not a very interested person in school. I was more independent. I was always drawing things instead of paying attention to the teacher, which is ironic because my mom was a teacher, a 5th grade teacher, probably a psychologist or psychiatrist would say you probably were just rebelling, or whatever. No, I was bored by school, by most teachers. Some teachers reached me, but this isn't about me. It's about us and our nostalgic memories. So here's the Omni digital watch, Space Invaders. And this dude's holding it in this video. This is just an average guy on YouTube.
We're here today with the Omni Space Invaders. Really cool watch. Push the middle button at any time to play the tune. We got date, day.
Listen to the music he's playing.
We got
38
mode,
special in the
2
background.
different games, 1 and 2.
38 special.
We'll play this one. Got to get out of the way and fire.
Yeah, it's more visual. I'm going to cut the clip. I just want you to hear some of the beeps.
Game watches.
Yeah, I just want to hear some of the beeps. And we're approaching the 5-hour mark. I've got to start hustling it along. I got to hustle along now and get on to one of the fun parts of today's show for me. Yes, we'll play a game. It's time for taglines. This time, beer tagline. So I'm going to name the tagline, and you think my friendly audience member of the product. In this case, the brand of beer. And I have some jingles to play as well. Some classic jingles that are a lot of fun. Have you been drinking it? It's Friday night as I'm live. Have you been drinking? Be honest. Are you hoisting a couple? Nothing wrong with that if you are. All right, so let's start here. I just want to make sure I had this jingle pulled up. I'm having so many technical issues tonight. Number 1, beer tagline. When it's time to relax. When it's time to relax. That's an easy one. I always start easy and then I get harder as it goes along. That's this brand.
If you've got the time, we've got the beer, Miller beer. Miller tastes too good to hurry through, but when it's time to relax, Miller stands clear, beer after beer. If you've got the time, you've got the time, we've got the beer. If you've got the time, we've got the beer, Miller beer.
That's it, Miller beer. You get it. You catch the drift. If you have been drinking, as you listen to this, you probably passed out by now. This was kind of a long episode, and I wasn't at my best tonight and today. But now we got another tagline. Let's keep it light. Keep it fun. Tagline. Another easy one. Head for the mountains. Head for the mountains. Remember that? How could you forget? Head for the mountains. Cheap beer, but...
Presenting the cold, refreshing mountains of Bush. The mountain, symbol of all the good natural ingredients that go into Bush. A symbol of all the good natural taste that pours out. Always smooth and natural and refreshing. Bush after bush after bush. So don't just reach for a beer. Head for the mountains.
That ad was from April 1978. Moving on, tagline number 3. The beer that made Milwaukee famous. The beer that made Milwaukee famous. Give up? You give? That's Schlitz malt liquor, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Now this next one I really like a lot. It's another easy one, I think. Tagline. It won't slow you down.
It's the right beer at the right time. It's the silver bullet that tastes the fine. It's a new way to go to town. The silver bullet won't slow you down. So come on, the Coors Light is the right beer now. To the good life, yeah. Good life, yeah. So come on, the Coors Light is the right beer now.
Ah, Silver Bullet, Coors Light, of course. And that ad actually aired Thanksgiving 1987, November 26, 1987. Tagline number 5, beer tagline. Here's the tagline. It's all about the beer. That's Heineken, one of my favorite beers. Tagline number 6, fresh, smooth, real is all here. I repeat, fresh, smooth, real is all here. That's one of many taglines for Bud Light. Didn't want to be too obvious with that. Next tagline. This is one of my favorite beer taglines. Pull up the clip here. It doesn't get any better than this. It doesn't get any better than this. Yeah. You know what beer that is.
Crow Wing, Minnesota, and Old Milwaukee both mean something great to these guys. Crow Wing means Northern Pike, big and mean. And Old Milwaukee means a great beer, cold, crisp Old Milwaukee beer, and smooth, golden Old Milwaukee Light.
There's nothing like the flavor of a special place, and Old Milwaukee beer.
Old Milwaukee and Old Milwaukee Light.
You know, doesn't get any better than this.
Cheap, 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 cheap crap. But in a bind, it'll do, won't it? Tagline. Lose the carbs, not the taste. Lose the carbs, not the taste. You give? That's Michelob Ultra. I know a lot of women that like that beer. And I like it all right too, but a lot of women like that. It's kind of a girl's beer. It is, it is, it is. It's a girl's beer. It just is. And that's not being sexist. There are certain products in terms of beverages, alcoholic and non-alcoholic, that are, you know, guys or girls' beers. And that's one of them. All right. Tagline. Out of the darkness comes light. Out of the darkness comes light. That's Guinness Irish Stout. Tagline. For a beer. That's what we're playing. Beer taglines. Here's the next one. What do you have? Now, it's not the Varsity in the Atlanta, Georgia area. There's a it's fast food, but it's a staple in downtown Atlanta, and now it's branched out. They closed the one in Athens, Georgia, which is a shame. And there's one at Kennesaw. There's one in Dawsonville, Georgia. There's some all over. There was one at Cheshire Bridge that closed. But the Varsity, since 1929, is a hamburger stand, you know, for high school and college, hence the name, the Varsity. But that was one of their things at the Varsity. What do you have? What do you have? I'm digressing from beer. I'll get back to beer. But what do you have? What do you have? And they had code names for all the products, and they really moved the line along at the Varsity. Anyway, getting back to the beer. What do you have? What beer is that? Again, it's on the cheap side. Got to give you a hint. Well, I might as well just play the jingle and play the commercial for you as I reveal. What do you have? What beer that is?
What'll you have? Just slip in those three little words. Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What do you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon. What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon. When a waitress glides up to your place with a pretty smile upon her face, here's the way to really romance her. Give her that Pabst Blue Ribbon answer. What do you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon. What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon. What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon. Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Zest and sparkle, million favor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor. Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Finest beer served anywhere. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Prove it yourself with a three-way experts test. 1, your eyes are pleased with that Blue Ribbon clearness and sparkle. 2, your nose is teased with the aroma of Blue Ribbon hops. 3, your taste agrees. Finest beer served anywhere. Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon. What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon. What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You get the drift. You get the point. Now, here's another one, and I have this on 16 millimeter film in my collection. Big whoop. A version of this I could not find online. I need to convert mine digitally. It's awesome. It's an awesome, awesome version of the jingle. All right, let me make sure I got this right. Okay, well, here's the tagline. I need to move the show along. I'm already over 5 hours. Thank you for bearing with me. I apologize for being so long-winded, but here's the tagline. Beer tagline, number 11. From the land of sky blue water. Name that beer. From the land of sky blue water. Well, we got to hear the jingle, and here's the reveal.
From across the rippling waters, through the whispering pines and birches, comes a call to cool enchantment, comes a call to cool refreshment. From the land of sky blue waters, comes a beer with crisp, clean-cut flavor. Ham's the big refresher, Ham's the big refresher. Capturing for you the coolness of the frosty air, sky blue waters. Ham's the big refresher, Ham's the big refresher.
Ham,
Hams. From the land of sky blue waters, waters. From the land of pines, lofty balsams, comes the beer refreshing, and the beer refreshing.
Refreshingly yours.
From the land of sky blue waters.
Hams beer, and I have a great one on film. It's like the tempo is different. Like, from the land of sky blue water comes the water that's for brewing. Hams beer, refreshing Hams beer. It's a female singing with the dude. It's like a duet, and I just love that. I can't sing tonight. My voice is cracked. All right. Now here's a bonus one. This isn't a tagline, but it's my favorite all-time beer jingle. I love this. This is from 1978. Let me back it up. Yep, here it is. Listen to this.
Here's to good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
There he is. Hey, you got here early. Al, two more Lowenbrow. Lowenbrow. Well, isn't that what regional sales managers drink? You? You got it. I got it. You got it.
When you want the taste of a truly great beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
Congratulations, Big Shot. And I suppose you're going to forget your friends now? Probably.
I just like that jingle. Now it's time for Comedy Talk Continued. I always feature a stand-up comedian. I did several Podblasts about stand-up comedy where it was nothing but bam, 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 rapid-fire stand-up comedians. And then I decided just to feature maybe one at the tail end of each Podblast or two. So we're going to go on, and I mentioned a full bio on him, which I will edit now because I featured him a bio on his birthday. This is Richard Lewis, the neurotic comedian. I'm going to play a little bit of stand-up and then, of course, a bit of him on Late Night with David Letterman, and then we will wrap the show for the week. So let's get on with it. Here is the great Richard Lewis, the neurotic warmer of the psychiatrist couch, Richard Lewis. Only about 4 minutes long. He's walking up to the stage. Big crowd.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm thrilled to be here. I just heard some cattle over there. It's okay. I'm excited. I'm just a little paranoid tonight. I haven't performed in a couple of months, and yet, hey, I'm paranoid about everything in my life. Even at home, on my stationary bike, I have a rear view mirror, which I'm not thrilled about. And sadly, my last shrink, she retired about a week ago. I'm freaked out, and it was sort of a nightmare. She was only 24. I guess I burned her out real fast, and the last session was unbelievable. She set herself on fire. She ran out of the session going, "No mas, no mas." You know. So what do? I'm on the road. I'm a comic. You know, you go to these clinics, all these rip-off clinics now. I was in Dallas. I had this therapy amusement park, Six Flags over Bellevue, you know, and I use those phone services, 1-900-YOU-WACKO, which is a big thing now. But hey, what's my problem? For me, I have bad posture. I have low self-esteem. I'm unhappy about it. I could blame my parents. I want to blame my parents for practically everything. Look, after high school, I said, what should I do? I have no idea what I should do. And they went, well, we think you should run away with the circus. And that wasn't good for me. But hey, don't I have to take responsibility for my own life? I think it's about time. I'm 40 years old, and I just, but still, I screwed myself up. Elementary school, during student government week, I was a coroner for a day, which wasn't a big thing, Then, freshman basketball, I was the throw in the towel boy, which was sort of humiliating. And even like a week ago, I'm in bed. This woman, I was so looking forward to this sexually, and well, I'm screwed up. She says, don't you want to have an orgasm? And I said, what's in it for me? So... what's in it for anybody now? The climate is so obnoxious now. It's frightening. I saw a thing on Oprah yesterday, or Donnie, or whatever the show it was. I don't even know anymore, but they had this segment, Waffles, New Social Disease, or Still Favorite Family Breakfast. It's confusing. And I'm a hypochondriac. I'm susceptible to everything known to man. And my doctor called me yesterday, and he went, absolutely no phone sex. Okay, you know, and although phone sex is a nightmare for me, I'm in my hotel room in Oklahoma City there. I'm wailing away. I always have this paranoia that the woman's like, you know, in a kitchen making a beef goulash while I'm on the phone, you know. You know, and I never have an orgasm healthily. I mean, I just, you know, I usually, basically, I just do impressions of other men enjoying themselves, which is sad. The best one the last 3 years, I do Gleason. Oh, that's good. That was, Then I started getting angry. You got to get in touch with your anger, you know, and I started getting, hey, man, I was pissed off. She didn't love me anymore, and I started running out of terms of endearment. It was sad. I called her breasts Mutt and Jeff, which was sad, you know. A couple of Amish friends came over for an erection raising in my house. I was having a lot of problems. I blame it on Lorne Greene's documentary I watched growing up. I watched parakeets make love, and they never face each other, really, when they screw. And I didn't get laid till I was 38. I had no idea what was going on, and, you know, and my ex wasn't worth it, man. I don't know, she cheated. This is the bottom line. You got to get out. She cheated, and she didn't even care. She made the worst lies in history. 4 in the morning, she'd come into the bedroom. It was like a nightmare. She had like a champagne bottle with her, you know. I said, where were you? She went, I was seal hunting. You know, you know. And she slept around, I know, because the first night we were in bed, just before we made love, she went, gentlemen, start your engines, which was, yeah. And then when she had her orgasm, she said, king me, which, you know. I got to go. I'm just thrilled to be here. Please donate as much as you can. And I'll be here whenever I can.
Richard Lewis. I like him, always have since David Letterman, the Letterman days of the 80s. Now, here's his very first appearance on Late Night with David Letterman from February 25th, 1982. David only been on for about 25 days in Late Night. Wow. Let's listen to a little bit of his debut, and then we'll say goodnight.
Whoa, thank you, Paul. Music makes me want to hit on a waitress. I don't know why. Very nice. Paul Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen. Our next guest, certainly you may applaud Mr. Schaefer.
How about the band? Seriously. How about that band? Seriously.
I have no idea what you said. What did you say? We'll talk later. My next guest, Richard Lewis. I've known this gentleman for years and years. He's a very talented actor.
Probably from the Comedy Store in L.A. when Dave lived in L.A. I don't know.
He's been working at clubs throughout the country, and he is here in New York City with us this evening. Please welcome Mr. Richard Lewis. Richard Lewis, if you ever get a chance,
there's a worm in right back. The condo in my sneaker. I left for 3 seconds.
You're nice to see you here. You're now living in Los Angeles, and of course, I guess, originally from New York. Is that true?
It's absolutely true.
And this is a rare trip back to the home territory, huh?
Oh, this is a treat and a half to come back. You know, there's a lot of responsibilities when you're here for like an hour and a half. You know, it's like I am trying to fit in. I mean, I feel like, you know, not to sound arrogant or anything, but I lived here all my life. I come back to the show, and I'm gonna go back, and I got a call today. I mean, a guy called me up at the hotel because, you know, you publicize where we're staying, which is great. And this guy was angry at me for, there used to be a game, Prisoner Ball, in second grade. We used to just try to, it was really a sadistic game. He just tried to...
Prisoner Ball?
Yeah, just kill as many people on the other side. That's pretty much it. And he was angry at me. You know, people harbor these little incidents in their lives. I have thousands of them, and this guy, I'm sure he's in therapy about it now, but he chose to call me. Good luck on the Letterman show. And then he said, I hated you. I hated you for that. So that's the kind of mood I'm in. Just that call happened about an hour ago. But I'm seeing everyone, you know,
There's
friends.
a lot of relatives, I guess, still back here, huh?
Yeah, my mom, she's, I'm sure I don't know what time it is now. She's probably cooking now, getting ready for the,
It's about 1:11 here in New York.
Tomorrow morning, that's the only time I have for dinner. It's going to be like an 8 a.m. dinner tomorrow because I have to leave, and I'm just getting prepared. You know, I'm really, you don't have the, I'm sure you don't have the kind of, well, I know you don't, but the kind of family that I'm going to be in touch with tomorrow personally. I mean, I love them.
You never met them. I mean, they come out occasionally to L.A., but my grandfather would be there, and it'd be like aunts and uncles, mother, and all that. And Yikfa, this guy's name, Yikfa. He's about 80 years old, and it's a Yiddish
His
name.
first name?
Well, you see, this is what I don't know about him. It's a Yiddish name. His name is Phil, which I feel is a sensational name. Phil.
Phil.
You like Phil?
Phil is not bad.
Yikfa. It means killed by an avalanche in Yiddish. So he chose that. It's like an albatross he wanted to wear, you know. So he's there, and he pinches us. Ever since I was a little kid, it's like a habit. I think it's not just a Jewish thing. I mean, everybody, but he used to go for us, you know, pinch our behind, and I used to like. Yikfa, yes. And so I'm a little uptight about that because it's 8 o'clock tomorrow. I'm going to have to, you know, always run around the table, like practice my D around the table, you know, kind of thing. And my mother will be cooking, and I saw half of the relatives today came into the hotel because publicized where we stay here.
Did we mention the room number also?
No, there's a poster out front, and so they're going to be there. You know, I was talking to my cousins today, and you know, you get to know where your roots are and all that. You know, because I'm a little. Well, everybody's a little crazy, but I know I am, and a little neurotic. And I was looking at my cousins relate to each other, and it's like the thing is they knew the same aunts and uncles I did, which is not so profound, but it was just something that interested me when I thought
it would only follow.
Right?
Yeah.
So
he's kind of talky, Richard Lewis, but he's deep. I like his comedy. You know, I think he should have been as successful maybe as a Jerry Seinfeld. I don't know, but I like Richard Lewis. I hope he's doing well these days.
I was telling the advice I used to get from my old man used to be crazy. First of all, Yikfa, I used to ask advice because the old guy, the old Chinese sage. I always think that would be so great to have that kind of Chinese mentality in my house. And he was about 80 when I was like in 3rd grade, so he wasn't like coming to Little League games at that point, you know. So, but I said, Yikfa, I broke up with someone, I can't go to the prom, and all, whatever I was saying, you know. And he would say, literally, he would say, like you and me, right? And he'd go, hey, Hyman, Yikva, I love you. I know that means something. In another lifetime, I don't know, right? Then I go to my father, and he would like, well, you know, because Yikva was my father's father, right? So, once again, I'm trying to make it clear for myself, not for you. I know you understand.
Name tags might help tomorrow when you get to the house.
Name tags, very important. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
I'm the cousin of it. Well, so the advice my old man used to give backfired on all of us. Like, Yikva, I couldn't understand his advice, but my old man would say stuff like, 'cause I was afraid of dogs as a kid.
Dogs.
We had the dog, but my
Dog.
mother was so into cleanliness, she made the dog flip out and had like a little breakdown. It used to literally wipe its paws off before it walked into the house on the side door. I felt bad for this dog. The dog developed a nervous, like a little tickle in its throat before he barked. He used to go, that's what he used to do before. So my father knew I was petrified. Look, the dog went out and bought a handgun. He hated us, you know, so I hated the dog. He ran away. So finally I said, Dad, I'm petrified of dogs. He said, never show a dog you're afraid.
Dog.
Whatever you say, all right? So I used to go to school every morning, and this Nazi Doberman Pinscher with a helmet, I used to goose step down to chase me. And I used to get like ripped to shreds every morning. So I turned around one morning and I said, the dog is right here. You be the dog. You're doing very good.
I'm
by
doing
the way.
pretty well.
Your dog, the Yikva.
I'm the dog and Yikva.
Dog.
So the dog just looked at me, and I went,
Dog.
You mutt. You're a mutt. I am not afraid of you. You hear me? You're a mutt. He jumped. A bullseye. It was a perfect bullseye. Right at the throat.
At
And
his
he
throat.
actually spoke an English sentence. The dog said, look, I wouldn't have bit you.
Dog.
You're too cocky. You were too cocky about it, you know? So then I go to school, and I'm bloody. I'm swimming. I asked Jacob how to swim. He doesn't know how to swim. I didn't understand him. So I said, Pop, how do you swim? Well, he didn't know how.
He didn't know how.
That was it. So I go to a hotel pool with my old man, and I was petrified. I was 8 years old. I had all these lifesavers on, whatever they're called. And he got me. Can I stand for a second?
Please do.
Frightening. This is a frightening experience.
Or I could stand for you.
Oh, no. That would, if I was doing, only if I did drugs would that work, and I don't do much anymore. So I'm standing up, and here's the pool, right? And I'm here, and my old man's behind me, and he gets behind me, right? And he says, find Atlantis. And that was it, you know? So that's advice.
Yeah.
But look, I love
These
them.
are the folks you'll be with tomorrow there.
Yeah.
Now,
Gotta live that in the past. You know?
you seem like you're a troubled sort. I guess nervous coming from L.A. and so forth. Was it much of an adjustment when you started living there, actually, from New York City?
Well, you know, because when we're out there, I'm a little frenetic, and in L.A., it's it's slower, and I remember I used to go to this bank. It's like Hebrew night for me up here, but there's a bank, and there was
old
Hebrew
Hebrew
night.
night.
Talmudic scholars used to go to the same bank with me. And this is an expression I'm sure you probably, in your hip, you gotta know. Oy vey, you know that expression, oy vey,
I've
right?
heard it, yeah.
These guys, they'd walk around very slowly. If I get behind one of these cats, forget, I would be there for a season because they would, you know, they would do prayers before. It was unbelievable. It would take hours to get my $3 out, you know. So anyway, they would go oi, and go, we don't need vey. They wouldn't even get to vey out there. They were like, a couple of weeks later, they'd still be on, you know, they'd be veying, you know, they would vey then, you know. But I live now alone, and when you were out there last, I had a girlfriend, and I just broke up, and it's a nightmare living out there alone, because at least in New York here, I love New York City, and the one thing that I'm in touch with now is that at least you get into a cab, and boom. You can boom somewhere in a couple of seconds. You know, you can just boom somewhere if you're lonely.
Sure.
In LA, you call it
Uber.
You know, it's like, you know, what month, you can reserve it and all that. You know.
Same thing.
So I was living with someone, I broke up, and that's a whole other thing. And but I tried to get a roommate, and I was, in fact, I never told you this. I tried to go to a roommate place. I went. I felt like an idiot going $55 to get your perfect match. I never thought it would be just a Momo to do this kind of thing.
Match.com.
And I'm sitting there like, can you just play a part again?
I'll be happy to. What is it now?
Well, it's like you could just be the person.
Let me just, before we
I'm
get to the
updating
roommate
it.
part, we are desperately
material.
short here on time, so just kind of an indication there.
Tell me about it.
Okay.
Finish it up and let's get on with it. I certainly don't mean that to frighten you or
Wipes
anything.
out the operetta. I was going to.
It's one of my job requirements. I have to keep this moving
I didn't
along.
want to talk about the roommate thing, quite frankly.
Oh, you'd rather not talk
No,
about
I
it?
just rather talk about because that's on my past already. I mean, it backfired on me. What's important is why I'm living alone. I mean, that's how I feel. I love this woman.
Yeah.
I loved her, and I'm going out now with friends. You know, they're taking me around. You know, they're taking me to places, and I'm meeting women, and I'm always thinking of my ex. I went out with a terrific woman. What's that? Terrific woman, and.
Look, I tell you what. I think it's interesting to leave here. Richard met a terrific woman.
Laying them off. You know what? On second thought, we've only gone 5 hours and 21 minutes. Let's read some more of Dr. Smith's insults for the robot that he wrote on Lost in Space. Here's one. Big Mouth. And that's me, Chance Bartels, your Big Mouth host. Thanks for being out there, and I hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Did you see the new Ghostbusters movie? I'm going to check it out. I don't know if I'll go in the theater or not, but I would love to know if you thought it was worth seeing. And I'm going to play out with the end titles to General Hospital. Oh, there's a friggin' head. Wouldn't you know it? And by the way, did I mention? Yes, I did. Demi Moore was in General Hospital, but let's listen to the end titles in full to General Hospital, which we talked about towards the beginning of this epic length nostalgic podblast. Thanks again, and hope you have a great, great week. And I hope you have or had a lovely Thanksgiving. Good night.